And, you look at these places and just imagine zooming in on these places and putting a red filter on it. And what do you know? You're on Mars. He found these images right here that are, if you want to check them out, you can go on Google Earth and check it out for yourself. Just make sure you're in the gallery layers. You select Gigapan photos, and then you'll see these icons show up right here. And so if you click on these Gigapan images, I mean, just even without doing that, this looks like the surface of a weird planet. Let's say Mars. Just turn it all red and it looks just like Mars. But if you click on these things, you get these panoramic views. It'll zoom in for you right into Google Earth and then show you these panoramas. And they are really interesting. Now, again, just all we have to do is imagine a red filter on this, and you're looking out over Mars. But this is actually an island of Canada where NASA has set up some experiments, and you'll see right here on their truck it says Mars Project. So this is the Mars Project in the Arctic. A bunch of ATVs and stuff like that, and you kind of look around, and what do you see? You see a rover. Now, this isn't the same one that's on Mars, but it's one awfully close to it, very similar, and it's tooling around in a landscape that looks very much like it could be a Martian landscape, just change the color. And let's look at a few other ones that he pointed out. Just zoom out so you can see the other ones over here. You got this one here. This is Arctic Camp. And sure enough, in the Arctic Camp, you can see that they've been here for a while, looks like. And they've got all kinds of antenna equipment and stuff like that for communications, I would presume. There's a NASA truck again, Mars Project. I mean, this landscape out here looks an awful lot like Mars. Now, this back here, I believe, is for training purposes. The astronauts can set up shop in there and simulate living in Martian conditions, I guess. So fair enough. This is a good training ground, but it also could be a really excellent set for more than just training. It could be for deceiving. I mean, Stanley Kubrick would be proud to have a set like this. I mean, he would have been really jazzed, I think. Imagine what he could have done with, a shot like this for a Mars landscape, right? A practical set. We'll look at the one more here. This one right here. And, here we go. Nice Martian landscape once again. And here's our little rover guy. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Looks like a different one, maybe. Tooling around in the Martian landscape. So, I mean, it's this sort of thing that, okay, it could be innocent. Sure, could be. Maybe this is just, all for training purposes, trying to simulate a similar environment and cold temperatures and stuff like that. I get it. But then again, it could. I mean, it is at least plausible for them to be using a place just like this. And there are a whole lot of images. You just do, fake Mars images or fake Mars pics or whatever on a Google search. And you'll see a lot of people out there are really taking a look at the Mars pics and showing that they very well could have originated right here on Earth just with a red filter on it.
Oh, by the way, Mars just so happens to look exactly like some of the places here on Earth. Imagine the coincidence. It's incredible. It's a little more red. Oh, and by the way, they got rodents up there too. Wow. Imagine the coincidence. How cool is that? There's life on Mars. Squirrels. No, they're up in Devon Island. You can go look this up on Google Earth for yourself. Why do we have to go to Devon Island to test? It's just a little dune buggy going around on dirt and rocks. We got plenty of dirt and rocks right here. Why do we got to go to Devon Island? Oh, because it's cold. You could put it in an ice box and still simulate cold if you want to see if it can handle the cold. No, they're going to Devon Island because nobody else is up there, and it just so happens to look like what we think Mars looks like. Unbelievable. Oh, but Elon Musk. First of all, how many of you have ever heard the name Elon before you heard of Elon Musk? Anybody? A college by the name of Elon. Interesting. I'd never heard the name Elon before I heard of Elon Musk. How interesting, though, that Wernher von Braun, Captain Nazi NASA guy himself, right, wrote a fiction novel, I think it was in the late 1950s, about a colony on Mars. It just so happened to be led by a guy named Elon. Oh, imagine the coincidence. Oh, but now we've got a Tesla on the way. Did you hear about that? He shot up a car, supposedly. And he himself said, it's got to be real because it looks so fake.
What was going through your mind? How amazed were you to see your roadster up there with Starman just cruising along with the blue planet? And how long will we be getting live views, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, honestly.
Because it did look fake. A whole lot of people, look, they got a Tesla flying around the Earth. It just made a pass around the sun, from what I heard. It's on the way to Mars, I guess.
Okay, but now here's something else that's really interesting. Look at this car. Look at the tires. Look at the plastic and the leather and other things. Listen to this.
But we didn't really test any of those materials for, is it space hardened or whatever, So it just has the same seats that a normal car has. It's just literally a normal car in space, which I kind of like the absurdity of that.
Yeah, it is quite absurd. Now, I went to the Contact in the Desert conference earlier this year, and this individual here, David Adair, claims to be a materials specialist working for NASA, allegedly testing various materials before they put it on objects that are supposed to be sent out into space. All right, now listen to what he has to say about testing these materials.
In the material sciences, in that environment, it's not friendly out there, y'all. It's 225, 250 degrees below zero on the shadow side, 250 above on the sun side. So right through the meridian line, you got a 500 degree difference. It's a total vacuum. There's ultraviolet rays, gamma rays, infrared, all unfiltered by the atmosphere. Just burns things up when they hit it. Some of our materials just absolutely disintegrated. They were gone. We just had a blank where we put the piece of material.
Okay, so if this guy's testimony is true, then he just completely debunked this. I mean, look at the rubber on the tires. The tires aren't exploding, the rubber's not disintegrating, any plastic on there is not, frying, and it's spinning. So it's going 500 degree temperature range from 250 plus to negative 250 plus as it's in direct sunlight and then, spinning out of direct sunlight. And yet the glass is fine, the plastic's fine, the rubber's fine, the leather's fine. Everything's
okay. It's just a regular car that Elon Musk himself said basically just pulled right off the lot and supposedly shot it up into space. So yeah, I agree with Elon. It does look fake, and the whole thing is completely absurd, and I think anybody who believes this is actually real probably needs to have their head examined.
We'll believe anything nowadays. Oh, by the way, they found the Star Trek symbol on Mars, too. Did you know that? Oh, this is real. CNN right there. A couple months ago, June 13th. We found the Star Trek symbol. Starfleet's been there already. Wow. Not only did they find one, they just found a whole bunch of them. Look at this, a whole fleet of Star Trek symbols. Just so happened to be on Mars. You know what? They're punking you. They're laughing at you. Just as they were laughing at me just a few years ago when I bought all this garbage.
The conspiracy of cosmology is no bigger than that of evolution. So if you can accept that evolution is a lie, and you can get behind the Kent Hovens of the world, and again, I think these guys are doing great work. Is everybody in on the conspiracy of evolution? Or are most people just deceived and they're parroting what somebody else who was also deceived told him? I submit to you that the science of cosmology is no different than the science of biology in terms of how they're deceiving us and who have to be in on it. Very few people would have to be in on it. And just put it in a textbook, and no one questions it. When Sheila and I had our 10th anniversary, it was my sister's and brother-in-law's 20th anniversary, and it was my parents' 50th. So our whole family had some big numbers right there. My mom's like, we should all do something. So we went on a big family cruise to Hawaii, and we did some excursions and stuff, and we were doing some snorkeling. And I'm swimming, and we're looking at the different fish and coral and all kinds of stuff, and had a great time. Get on the boat, ride back. And the tour guide that took us out there, she's going through all the various fish that we saw in the plant life and coral and whatnot, and she's talking all in evolutionary terms, and was very eloquent. And when we got to the dock, the couple that was in front of us as we were getting off the boat said, that was a great presentation. That was really wonderful. And this young girl, probably in her 20s, said, thank you so much. I was just glad that I was finally able to put my degree to good use. And I thought about that. I'm like, she's innocent. She went to school, listened to somebody that she thought was trustworthy, parroted what they said with passion and zeal and conviction. Right? Was she in on the conspiracy of evolution? No. No more than the guy that's building a satellite that gets put on a thing that goes like this off the launch pad. There wouldn't have to be a whole lot of people in on it, so to speak. So what is the motivation? What's the motivation here? I think this billboard says a lot. This billboard, in science we trust, freedom from religion foundation. And scientism, make no mistake, scientism, I believe real science, again, confirms Scripture. I'm talking about science falsely so-called, that is in and of itself a religion known as scientism, and they have their prophets. I made this little meme right here because I listened to what these guys say, and I'm like, why does anybody believe anything that they say? I got Einstein saying, I draw on chalkboards. Wow, dude, cool. Neil deGrasse Tyson said that when it comes to understanding the universe, we are 96% stupid. Now, he's supposed to be in the top tier of intellectuals in this country, and he admits that when it comes to cosmology, they are 96% stupid. Got the video clip of him saying it. Carl Sagan, who I've made fun of a few times, billions and billions of years ago, said that we evolved from microbes and muck, and apes are our cousins. We think we're so smart, right? We think we're so smart that we came from a microscopic dot that exploded, right, and spun off and somehow congealed into fireballs that also exploded and sent space dust, stardust everywhere, that we are composed of stardust, apparently, right? And planets cooled around them into molten lava that somehow managed to pop out life. Life evolved not just from monkeys. They say the humans evolved from monkeys, but you take it further back, and the first life form evolved out of molten lava. You believe, Kent Hovind puts him on the spot. He says, wait a minute, you believe we evolved from a rock? Because that's what they believe. And that we evolved from goo to you by way of the zoo to the point now where we don't even know how many genders there are. I'm a monkey and I don't know what gender I am. Really? Right? Are you guys seeing the news? Thousands of years, right? You know, parents have babies. They hold it up, got something between the legs, right? It's a boy! Now we can't figure it out for some reason. Whatever. You know, we got this other guy, you know, Lawrence Krauss. We are all stardust. And the stardust in your right hand is probably from a different star than the one in your left hand. Okay, dude. You know, we got this, I forget his name now. Hawking, Stephen Hawking. I'm like, do you even know? How do you know I really said that? How do you know he really said that? His computer's talking, but how do you know he said it? You got Dawkins. Well, nobody knows how it happens, but we believe it. You know, he believes it's fact, but you pin him down to how many of you guys saw Expelled? Have you guys seen if you haven't seen the documentary Expelled, you have to watch it and see how completely intellectually bankrupt these people are.
We're Johnny-come-latelys. We live in the cosmic boondocks. We emerged from microbes and muck. Apes are our cousins.
You don't believe that the Earth is round only if you're an astronaut. You don't believe Napoleon existed only if you're a historian. You believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence. Evolution is also a demonstrated fact. The truth really is out there. It's not a matter of opinion.
You have written that God is a psychotic delinquent invented by mad, deluded people.
No, I didn't say quite that. I said something rather better than that.
Oh, well, please tell us what you said. Please tell us what you said.
Well, I would have to read it from the book.
No, please.
The God of the Old Testament is arguably the most unpleasant character in all fiction. Jealous and proud of it, a petty, unjust, unforgiving control freak, a vindictive, bloodthirsty ethnic cleanser, a misogynistic, homophobic, racist, infanticidal, genocidal, filicidal, pestilential, megalomaniacal, sadomasochistic, capriciously malevolent bully.
So that's what you think of God?
Yeah.
So you believe it's liberating to tell people that there is no God?
I think a lot of people, when they give up God, feel a great sense of release and freedom.
Well, then who did create the heavens and the earth?
Why do you use the word who? You see, you immediately beg the question by using the word who.
Well, then how did it get created?
Well, by a very slow process.
Well, how did it start?
Nobody knows how it started. We know the kind of event that it must have been. We know the sort of event that must have happened for the origin of life.
And what was that?
It was the origin of the first self-replicating molecule.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
So you have no idea how it started?
No, nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else.
Evolution is a fact. It's documented by science.
Right, and how did that happen?
I told you we don't know.
Believe these things because they're facts proved by evidence.
So you have no idea how it started?
Nor has anybody.
Nor has anyone else. What do you think is the possibility that intelligent design might turn out to be the answer to some issues in genetics or in evolution?
It could come about in the following way. It could be that at some earlier time, somewhere in the universe, a civilization evolved by probably some kind of Darwinian means to a very, very high level of technology and designed a form of life that they seeded onto perhaps this planet. Now, that is a possibility and an intriguing possibility. And I suppose it's possible that you might find evidence for that if you look at the details of biochemistry, molecular biology. You might find a signature of some sort of designer.
Wait a second. Richard Dawkins thought intelligent design might be a legitimate pursuit?
And that designer could well be a higher intelligence from elsewhere in the universe. Well, but that higher intelligence would itself have had to have come about by some explicable or ultimately explicable process. It couldn't have just jumped into existence spontaneously. That's the point.
So Professor Dawkins was not against intelligent design, just certain types of designers such as God.
Many people are extremely illogical.
You got this other guy here. I'm just an actor. I think he's got like an engineering degree or something, but he's no scientist. He's an actor. And Michio Kaku said when it comes to cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th power. They're off by 10 to the 120th power. I'm kind of like, well, why don't you knock off 100 zeros and get back to us?
Theoretical physics uses math and theory in order to come up with or derive the fundamental laws of nature and to make conclusions from these laws. Yep, ideas and mathematics giving little to no weight to experiments or observations. Sounds fun, huh? Books have been written and questions have been asked because to some it has become obvious that physics has been stuck for years because the belief in beauty and math have become so dogmatic that it now conflicts with scientific objectivity. That a focus on mathematical elegance rather than reality has led the so-called science astray. It reminds me of a quote from Nikola Tesla, who of course was a real scientist, not a theoretical physicist, who said, "The scientists from Franklin to Morse were clear thinkers and did not produce erroneous theories. The scientists of today think deeply instead of clearly. One must be sane to think clearly, but one can think deeply and be quite insane. Today's scientists have substituted mathematics for experiments, and they wander off through equation after equation and eventually build a structure which has no relation to reality." Nikola Tesla. Things like dark matter, string theory, the Big Bang, quantum gravity, relativity, and so much more have all come from the minds of theoretical physicists. Let's list some of these theoretical physicists because maybe you've heard of some of them. Nicholas Copernicus, who formulated the Copernican principle that the Earth or human beings could not possibly be in a privileged position in the universe. Or Giordano Bruno, who told us that the stars are just like other suns. Or Galileo Galilei, who pushed the ideas of heliocentrism. Or Johannes Kepler, who came up with mathematical laws of planetary motion. Or Isaac Newton, whose cannon-shooting thought experiment gave rise to gravity. Or Christian Huygens, who in 1653 came up with the distance from Earth to the Sun when he guessed, yes, guessed, they say correctly by chance, the size of Venus, allowing him to measure the Earth to the Sun distance. Or Father George Lemaitre, the Jesuit, who came up with the idea of the Big Bang. Or Henry Cavendish, who used balls in his shed to correctly come up with the mass and weight of the Earth. Or Max Planck, who was the originator of the quantum theory. Or Albert Einstein in relativity and the bending of space-time. To more recently, Lawrence Krauss, who tells us that something can come from nothing if you have gravity. Or Michio Kaku, who tells us all about string theory. Of course, there are thousands more. To see a pretty decent list, check out the link in the description to Wikipedia, where you can see the many other names like Stephen Hawking, Richard Feynman, Ernst Mach, Max Born, Ernest Rutherford, James Clerk Maxwell. The list goes on and on. But I want to come back to one in particular to help us answer our question, and that is Michio Kaku. In a recent interview, Michio Kaku said the following. Now listen carefully, as I believe he gives us the answer pretty much straight up.
You're not going to believe this. In science, we always say that you make observations, you have a theory, you go make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process. Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
In that quote, I believe we find our answer. He said, plain as day, that nobody that he knows of in his field, and his field is theoretical physics, uses the so-called scientific method. Why is that so important? Well, it is so important because when we look at the definition of pseudoscience, we see clearly and everywhere that by definition, pseudoscience is a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. Yes, pseudoscience consists of statements, beliefs, or practices that are claimed to be both scientific and factual, but are incompatible with the scientific method. One more time, in case you missed it, from Michio Kaku himself.
Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method.
And when you don't use the scientific method, what you practice is no longer called science. It's simply called pseudoscience.
In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork. Guesswork. Guesswork.
Guesswork. Just great. And do some research on the difference, and you will see what we are being fed as factual and reality is simply guesswork. This chart shows the characteristics of pseudoscience versus actual science. Pseudoscience avoids falsifiability. It has vagueness in measurement. It takes what is unproven as false equals true. It has confirmation bias. It spends money and resources without care and has a reversed burden of proof. Sounds a lot like the Big Bang, universe expansion, dark matter, relativity, space-time, black hole science, unification theory, the theory of everything, supersymmetry, string theory, gravity, and on the list goes. So next time you hear these theoretical physicists talking nonsense, make sure you remember that the evidence speaks for itself. But it's up to you to decide. Is theoretical physics pseudoscience? I think the answer is clearly yes. Or you can continue to believe these guys and take the things they say as fact, like when we asked Michio Kaku to explain string theory.
Because we have a theory called string theory. It is fantastic. It is incredible. It has astounded the world of mathematics and physics. And now you can't move in the physics world without bumping into somebody who wants to talk about the 10th dimension, the 11th dimension, the multiverse, hyperspace, time travel. All the things that were once considered science fiction are now centerpiece in our understanding of the nature of everything.
Yes, the 11th dimension, the multiverse, hyperspace, and time travel, things that are so clearly science fiction, are now centerpiece in our understanding of reality.
Through your career and your writing and your acting, you've inspired so many people to enter the sciences. How do you balance science with science fiction?
They're both the same. I've been discussing time and warping time and time-space with some famous scientists. I'm doing something up in Canada which may sell, they may sell that show called The Truth Is in Our Stars. And I've talked to Michio Kaku and David Suzuki, and I'm going in a couple of weeks to talk to Dr. Stephen Hawking. And I tried to get through his book, A Brief History of Time. It's not brief. And it doesn't have much to do with history. And everybody I've met who is acquainted with the subject, I'm continually asking, look, I hear space-time all the time. No, space-time, it's space-time. That without space, without time, it's time and the space is the time.
Hard to comprehend what it is.
Well, I don't comprehend what it is, so I ask these very important people who are working in the field, what is space-time? And they say, well, the gravitational force takes the photon of light and it bends the photon of light. So without space, without time, you cut the time that cuts it. I said, well, wait a minute. If in 13, and I said this to Dr. Kaku, in 13.5 years, he says, no, 13.8 billion years. He corrected me by 0.3 billion years. If that photon, I said to him, if that photon of light at that farthest galaxy takes 13.8 billion years to reach my eye, isn't that time? And he said, yes, but the space-time and the time and the space and the space and the time. And I couldn't understand, my opening sentence to everybody, including it will be to Dr. Hawking, what is space-time? And I can't, and I know 17 people just raised their hands. I'll tell you about space-time. But it's a concept that I just can't get through my head.
Well, you can understand time, the passage of time.
Are you going to explain to me what space-time is?
Yes. And you can understand the idea that there's space, there's a distance between you and these 6,000 people.
Wow. You said that with a measure of pride, too.
Yeah.
Creation, 6,000 people are in the audience.
But it takes a certain amount of time for you to pass from here all the way over to the other side of the auditorium.
Right, that's space.
That is time going, time going through space.
You see, that's not what they mean at all. That shows me that you have no idea I mean, so the guy said, one of the gentlemen said, well, there are 3 dimensions, space, length, width, right? And then you add the concept of time. So something happens within that space, you got time. That's the 4th dimension. Yeah. And I said, well, I get that. Something happens within a cube, and you have time, and then you have length and breadth and width. And I get that. What's the 5th dimension, I said.
That's a fantastic band.
A fantastic band. That was my first thing. So I said, just give me another, because he said there's 11, then he said there's 17, and then I heard lately there's 26 other spaces, dimensions, multiverses. No, wait a minute. So I said, well, just give me one other dimension. I don't care about 16 or 17 or 26. What is the 5th dimension? Give me another dimension. And the answer is, we can't conceive of that.
Right. So that doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
Well, it doesn't mean it does exist. So I mean, how? So I said to Dr. Kaku, he said it's in the, because he's working on string theory. You know about string theory?
Yeah, and I find that incredibly confusing too.
But we're not talking about the stuff you wrap a package about, Adam. It's vibration of some kind in a string. Okay? So I said, he said, it's like music. I said, well, I understand an orchestra with vibrating instruments. I got that. What do you play? What's your instrument? What do you do? When you get up in the morning, doctor, what do you do? And he says, it's all in my head. I think. I said, well, how do you prove what you're thinking exists? Because it's all theory. He said, well, I've got this very elegant numbers, equation, yeah. Very E, B divided to 7 to 4. It's all in his head. How do you prove a black hole? How do you know those gravitational waves proved the collision of 2 black holes?
Somehow, eventually, they are able to observe phenomena.
No, they can't observe. It's too far away. It's too theoretical.
They're telling us that there's all of these different Earth-like planets out there, right? How many of you guys been following the news on that? They keep saying, that video I just showed you a minute ago, really all they were looking at is a couple of, grace blocks. What's even worse, though, is how far away these things are. How far away these things, and how far away they say that they're looking, right? Do you know how far a light year is? 1 light year is approximately 6 trillion miles. They're telling us we're looking across thousands of light years. 3,000, that's 3,000 times 6 trillion. Oh, it gets worse than that. They said that they saw a black freaking hole at 55 million light years away. 55 million times 6 trillion. You got a telescope that can see that far? Zoom in on the moon right now and read me the serial number on the bumper of the buggy. Right now, or shut up. It's outrageous. I mean, it's like every month they're trying to see how much further they can push the envelope. How stupid and gullible are we? But that's the evidence we're all using for what we used to believe, or what some of you may even still believe to be true about our cosmos.
How do we know what they're saying is true? You know what it really is? It's all science fiction.
So does that make you a skeptic?
No, well, science fiction says, this is a story that I'm making up. And there's this thing called wormholes. And that's a science fiction concept. Although these scientists say there are wormholes. How do you know?
The mystery of science fiction is what I'm talking about. Science and science fiction are essentially the same.
Why are we listening to these people? Well, In conclusion, what's the motivation? This is just my opinion. First, get people to doubt Yahuwah's word by destroying the very foundation of our Bible, Genesis, specifically the creation account. Number 2, set up a new paradigm where God is out and science is in. Evolution removes Yahuwah from the equation. Number 3, when evolution finally runs its course and becomes utterly bankrupt, introduce the idea of intelligent design, but deny the true designer his due credit and place it rather on ancient aliens. How many seasons are they up to now? That TV show on the History Channel? Ancient Aliens on the History Channel. Think we're being programmed for something? Promote the ancient alien theme as much as possible in all forms of media by perpetuating the concept of Earth as a tiny blue marble orbiting an average sun and an average galaxy among trillions of other galaxies in an ever-expanding universe. With so much potential for life to exist in such a vast expanse, the idea of alien scientists being our creators seems a lot more plausible over time and heavy indoctrination. And number 5, the stage is now set for our alien creators to return and bestow upon us their miracles, signs, and wonders in order to convince all the more that all religions are false. We then put our trust in them. Finally, when Christ does return, we are all convinced that he is the enemy and our united world gathers together to make war with him. The end has been declared from the beginning. I submit to you that this is an important topic, and there's probably good reason why, after all this time, 500 years of the Copernican revolution, why are we talking about flat Earth in the years 2015 through 2019 of all things? Could it be that we are going to need to understand and take a stand for what the Word of God says? Remember that we sang that song? Sing it again. The B-I-B-L-E. Are you going to stand alone on the Word of God? Again, don't believe what I've said here. I've tried to show you as many scriptures as I could, and there's a lot more. If I had more time, that I could have done so. When they tell me I got 2 hours to present, I'm like, yeah, cool. At least I got 2 hours. There's so much more to talk about, and I think it's important. I do not think this is theological junk food. And again, the fruit proves it. Why are atheists coming in? Why are so many people coming into this and getting into Torah? Now, many people in the standard Christian world don't like that. They're making hit pieces against me on a regular basis. They are actually calling the Torah witchcraft and the doctrine of devils. Well, people are getting into this because this whole thing starts with Genesis, which is in the Torah, by the way. And when you look at Psalm 19, it says, the heavens declare and the firmament declares his handiwork. This is an important issue to him. He didn't start the narrative talking about the temple. He didn't start the narrative talking about Israel or Jerusalem or who's the chosen people. He gets to that eventually, but Genesis chapter 1 starts off with, this is how I built this place, and I put you in it. The earth is the center stage main attraction. Everything else is for the benefit of the earth. Everything else. I think he's trying to tell us something. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video presentation. If you did, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, like the video, and share it on your favorite social media sites. There's a lot more to come, so stay tuned and we'll see you back next time.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere, tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Rivers do not flow uphill. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Light things rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. exist? Why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth? Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow no rules. Spinning bar, it makes us stick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
I confess that I cannot imagine how any human being in his proper senses can believe that the sun is stationary when, with his own eyes, he sees it revolving around the heavens, nor how he can believe that the earth on which he stands is whirling with the speed of lightning around the sun when he feels not the slightest motion. We've been taught that the moon has no light of its own, but is merely a reflector of the sun's light, that some masons from NASA actually walked on the moon, that some other masons from NASA sent rovers to Mars, that satellites and space stations are incessantly spinning in suspended animation above the Earth. Almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. We have been taught that a mysterious force called gravity, a magical magnetism responsible for keeping everything from falling or flying off the spinning ball Earth, is just strong enough to hold people, oceans, and the atmosphere tightly to the surface, but just weak enough to allow bugs, birds, and planes to take off with ease. That the ball Earth spins at a constant velocity, perfectly dragging the atmosphere along so we cannot feel the slightest bit of motion, wind, or air resistance. They say we cannot feel any of this motion because the magical Velcro of gravity pulls the atmosphere precisely along, and we cannot measure any of this motion because the stars are so incredibly far away. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. For almost 500 years, the masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. A sphere where people on the other side live with their feet above their heads, where rain, snow, and hail fall upwards, where trees and crops grow upside down, and the sky is lower than the ground. For The masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale for almost 500 years. The masses have been thoroughly deceived by a cosmic fairy tale. By a cosmic fairy tale.
Love, 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 love. I met a girl named Bertha. She said she was a flat earther. On our way to the conference, I said, you know that's nonsense. She said the shit's not nonsense, you don't even know, have you heard my silence? I said, what about science? And she said, science don't give me no love. I got talking to Linda, she was out on a bender, flicking through Tinder. I said, how's that working for you? She said, it's not working, it's regret and embarrassment lurking. But it's late and I'm lonely and hurting, and where else can I get me some love? Always a bridesmaid, but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. I met a boy called Casper. He's a worldwide traveller, talking about ayahuasca as he stares into his pasta. He said I probably shouldn't fly so much, probably shouldn't get high so much, but I'm a lonely hedonist and my therapist says I need to find ways to love myself. How could I forget Brian? Open the floodgates without even trying. I missed my stop on that train cause I got a lot of time for a grown man crying. Well, he said she loves me and I love him and he loves she. Still spinning the bottle on the topmost shelf and looking for love like everyone else. Holding on for dear life. Always a bridesmaid but never the bride. A billion tiny islands in the ocean. All these characters I dream, variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Variations on a theme. Holding on for dear life. 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 Like everyone 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 holding on for dear life. For dear life. For dear like everyone else. Like everyone.
I got a question for you guys. Do you guys hate people who do not believe in Jesus Christ or your religion?
No. So
No, it's their choice. It's their choice.
guys, this isn't a religious So everyone is welcome from every
Roger,
layer.
you're lagging. We can't really hear what you're saying.
Oh, so we're like only allowed to talk about flat Earth?
Yeah, this isn't a religious server. And I'm glad you guys found your faith, right? That's all fine. But this isn't a religious server. So, yeah, and
it's really
hard. Yeah, sorry, wind is blowing here.
Yeah, I can tell, man.
So the point is, this is the live stream, and we are this is dedicated for flat Earth, and I know it sometimes goes off topic, but yeah. So Luda, you're new, and why do you think that? What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
What do I think about the shape of the Earth? Like out of 10, 1 from 10, I'd say I believe it 7, 10. I mostly came here to like learn and make sure. You know, I have my doubts.
You believe it, right? What is it you believe?
What is it? Do I believe? I believe that I need to stay and keep being skeptical. You know.
Okay, but. So 7 out of 10, you think it's a flat Earth?
Yeah,
or?
I think it's most likely a flat Earth. Yeah.
And why? Why do you think this?
Why do I think this? My entire life, you know, people try to convince you that it's a globe, but I've never really seen any concrete evidence that's like upheld by actual logic and sense. You know.
So what about all these space pictures, right?
Yeah,
Earth is small, right? What about them? Why don't you believe it?
Why don't I believe it?
Right.
Well, you see the technology right now, right? How you can Photoshop and make anything look real.
Yeah.
I'm sure you could Photoshop and...
Yo, Elbow, do you not believe my story, bro?
The government has like a $1 bajillion to do that, you know? And all that money from you know, funding NASA. I'm sure they could make up a lot of movies and a lot of video footage that could, you know, make it true.
Can I interrupt, Roger?
Sure. Yeah,
Sorry,
I felt it too. So let's go, Gospel. Yeah.
Luda, if it's flat, how could we know?
How can we know? Well, first of all, just look at the horizon. You know, I've been like everyone says the horizon is like.
Okay. So besides looking at the horizon, what do you do with it?
What do I do with it?
Yeah.
What do I do with the horizon? Okay. I've seen an experiment where.
No. Don't even go down that road at all.
Okay. I'm not sure what you're trying to get from me right now.
Yeah. So this is a question of what is. Are you familiar with that phrase? What is? You understand
not really,
those words?
No. Please explain.
Yeah. What is? Question mark as a statement, right? This is a question of what is. Okay. So this isn't about a how. This isn't a question of causality. This isn't a thing that requires experimentation. This is a question of description and measurement. Okay.
I believe.
So back to the Hawk, you're interrupting. So back to the original question: how can we determine what is?
What is? Could you give me an example of like an answer that would be to what is? Not necessarily flat Earth. I need an example.
So you have a computer in front of you?
Sure.
Does it have a table?
Sure.
Okay. How can you describe and how can you explain the nature of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How do you do that?
I see it.
No. How do you go forth in describing the nature of the features of the surface of the table that you're sitting at? How?
By experimenting first.
No, that's retarded, by the way.
That's retarded.
It has,
okay.
Yes, it is extremely. So it's not exclusively it's not independently observation all by itself. There's some things that are necessary, which I already gave a hint to. I technically already gave you the answer. you would never perform an experiment to describe the surface of your table. That is retarded.
Okay, well then please give me the answer, okay? Because you have
measurements. Three-dimensional reality. You measure it.
Okay.
It's very simple. This is like elementary.
Okay.
Not like Sherlock's version of elementary, dear Watson, but like actual third grade elementary school elementary.
Okay, let's go back to your point. Your point is that you want to find out if I believe or not. But
shapes. No, it's not about belief. I asked a very simple question to kind of expose how you're a low energy troll. It's as simple as that. Okay, so the fact of the matter is, it is what it is, unless you're a solipsist. Okay, are you a big fan of solipsism?
No, I don't. Okay.
Well, maybe you are, and you just don't know. But whatever the case, it is what it is. Do you disagree?
It is what it is. I love that saying. Yeah.
Or is it something that it isn't?
I mean, obviously, it is what it is. Yes.
Okay, that's not obvious to everybody. That's not obvious to everybody. There are people known as solipsists that appreciate the opportunity to have direct contradiction in reality.
I've never claimed to have the proof or know what is what it is. I mostly came here to learn and make sure and stay, skeptical about everything. I don't understand why you're targeting me necessarily.
Only because of your insincerity, and people that are disingenuous are typically higher targets for.
Is it only because I don't believe in God?
No, not.
Oh God!
That's the only thing I was talking about.
Yeah, that's it. You figured it out.
When he first came in, he was 50-50. So I think we're making progress. He's at least.
Wait, I never said I was
now. Oh, I thought you did when you said you were like teetering on the top and you weren't sure, but leaning our way. But now you seem to be leaning more. Okay. So I don't know.
There's no progress.
Listen, can I interject for a second? Can I interject for a second? Okay, so check this out. Okay, you're using maybe it's by mistake or whatever. We're very rigorous here about our definitions of things, right? So an experiment is for phenomenon, things that happen. So you can experiment and figure out what causes this, right? X causes Y. So it is what it is means there's things that just exist physically in the world, and you don't need an experiment to figure. You don't need the cause of why that is the way it is to know what it is. Right?
Okay, sure.
So you don't need to know that the carpenter built your table to know that it's a square.
Okay.
Right. You don't need a theory of wood or drills or anything. Right. You don't need to know anything about carpentry to know what it is. Right. And when he's calling you a low energy troll, because it sounds like you're just fishing. You're trying to figure out what you think we want to hear. Right? That's what it sounds like to me.
No.
Probably sounds like to everybody else in here.
Wait, hold on. If I really wanted to do that, I could pretend to believe in God and do all those things.
But listen, why do you think, see, you're already fucking up because you already got the idea that flat earthers are religious. I don't know where you got that idea from. I'm not at all.
Okay, everyone
and most of the people on this server
is religious.
Yeah, to be fair,
no, that's not true.
Religious people.
I only people I've spoken to so far. I've joined this recently. I've spoken to everyone.
23,000 people on this server.
Religious.
There's 23,000 people on this server. You talked to 5 people.
Oh yes, I just joined, so I'm sorry.
And when he joined, we were having a conversation about religion, so I get why he got away with that.
And what did Roger say? Roger said, if we're going to have a religious discussion, you want to move it to somewhere else because it's not the basis of the server.
I was willing to do that, yeah, but I was starting to get questioned. I don't know why.
We're sorry that
because you guys
listen, pom-pom dude that keeps interjecting from the side. Don't anymore, please. Okay, I'm having a conversation with one person. This is bullshit.
You guys are grilling one person.
But so what? Mind your fucking business. Okay, I'm talking to this one person.
I feel like
all right.
I don't care about your feelings, dude. You a chick? Anyway, listen. So, does it sound like this is based upon religion? If we want to move you out of the live stream, which is broadcast everywhere, and we're trying to Get it off. Get it out of here. Why would we do that if we're a religious server?
Oh, okay.
We did. So your idea of flat.
I'm sorry for.
It's a common misconception that flat Earth is based upon religion. That is incorrect. It's not based upon that. It's based upon objective, empirical reality, and not measurements. It's not based upon Jesus, Allah, Buddha, or anything like that.
The only reason I was talking about religion is because that was what we were talking about before. That's
then why did you say something like, if I believed in God, then you'd be treated differently or something? No, you wouldn't.
Oh, well,
not at all.
Because I felt like I was the outlier because everyone else I've spoken to was religious. And you're the you're the only person I just started talking to that it's not. But I felt like I was getting targeted.
Everyone else you're talking to,
because I didn't know why else.
Probably over 30 years old. So why didn't you pick that as a property that they ban people for? Yeah. So you're just like
I didn't hear the whole thing. Say it again.
Okay. Everyone else you're talking to is over 30 years old. Why didn't you say you're just banning me because I'm under 30?
I have no idea that everyone knows how old everyone else is. I have no idea.
The point is, you picked an arbitrary thing.
No,
I'm different here, so this is why you're banning me.
I didn't pick
This is why we're calling you disingenuous. Because a lot of triggered atheists come on here thinking that flat Earth is based upon religion, right?
I never said that though. How are you making this up?
It's inferred from the way you're acting. It's inferred from the way you're acting.
Okay, well, I'm just saying what you're inferring is just wrong. But you don't know. You don't really know me that much, so I don't know how much.
It's not about knowing you. It's about what you
know about all of this.
Listen, I don't want to fixate on this because this is a flat Earth server, right? So, just want to give you a foundation. Dude.
Okay,
seriously.
I appreciate
if you keep interrupting the way you're interrupting, you'll be muted or banned. Okay, we don't roll like this, man.
Sure.
So, just trying to give you a foundation on how we roll here, right?
Yeah,
it's not a religious server. What we do here is we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. That is not the goal here. We don't care what you think. We really don't. Obviously, from the way we're treating you, we don't really care if you're a flat earther or not a flat earther, or globe earther, concave earther. We don't really care. We're only going to give you information, right? And if we're going to brainwash you to do anything, it's going to be to think for yourself.
Well,
right? We want you to be able to critically think about the issue. So one example of that,
sure.
Listen. So one example of that, this issue does not get critically thought about is you think that you can do an experiment to determine the shape of something. And it's not your fault you think that. Is because people are taught in school that the only people that can figure out the shape of the Earth are super smart scientists, right?
Yeah.
And you need to do these crazy experiments. And ironically, they also are convinced that if you don't think the Earth is flat, you're dumb. Right? So you have to be super smart to understand it in the first place, but you're dumb if you don't believe it. It's a contradiction, right?
I agree.
So these are some of the things we point out, these contradictions, logical fallacies, that when it comes to the globe, right, there's actually no evidence of it. And it's just a tradition or an idea that's been passed on over and over again. Because if you stick around here, you're going to find out, people come in here, they'll say, what about the Coriolis effect, for example? And then you ask them for actual evidence, data, whatever, and all they can do is give you models, right? But they can't give you any actual measurement data that it is what it is, right? That there actually is this Coriolis effect in the physical world that we can go out into the world and measure. So the prime example of the Earth's not a globe is, where's the curvature, right? And we don't determine whether the Earth is curving or not by simply looking at it, because looking is subjective, right? So if I look at some railroad tracks, they converge in the distance, right? So if I drew a conclusion from just looking at it, I would think that those railroad tracks come together at some point. But we know they don't. They're parallel. But to tell they're parallel, we'd go out there into the world with a tape measure and measure the tracks and figure out they're the same distance apart along their entire length, right? So what we do is we go out and we measure the world and look for this curvature that they say exists, right? We take their model, radius 3,959 miles. It makes predictions about the geometry. The horizon should be here. You should see this from this distance. If you have a straight line or at eye level along some distance, the surface of the Earth should drop away from that line at some other distance, right? Some other length. right? So 25 miles from eye level, the Earth should drop away 440 feet. So we go out and we test these things. And when you go out in the real world and you test them, these don't exist. This is why we can dismiss all the images from space, because all the images from space depict a curbing surface of water, right? When you see the so-called blue marble, you see that image, they show a curving ocean. They show the ocean is curved, right? Curved into the shape of a ball.
Yeah.
So we can go to the water, right? The water on where we are, right? What they say is curving in the real world, and we can go measure, and then it's not curving, right? The water is completely flat when we measure it at any length. So should we believe the images or the results of the tape measure?
I'd say the results.
Yeah, the results of the tape measure. And then you say, hey, this is the way it is. They say, no, you're a stupid flat earther. You say, oh, okay, go measure it yourself. They go out into the real world and they measure it themselves and they go, shit, it really is flat. What you'll find out is that most flat earthers have actually gone out into the world and done tests. And that's what convinced them. Not us saying, hey, the earth is flat and everybody jumping on the bandwagon. It's from people actually going out to the world and verifying for themselves, this is the nature of our reality.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. What a lovely day!
Pressurized system next to a vacuum.
First metric claims the gravity was that.
Really? Where's it get the pressure from?
Okay, but there's a relationship between the two.
No, that is what you're trying to prove.
Right, okay, well anyways, Arwen, you illustrated the observation of dust clinging to things.
Right, this is not science. Yeah, you need to formulate a decent hypothesis with an independent and a dependent variable, a cause and effect relationship. You've established none of this, yet you're still referring to it like it's some sort of science. It isn't.
So ask me what the hypothesis is again, and I'll tell you. And I'll tell you what the independent variable is. I'll tell you everything.
What's the dependent variable?
The what? Sorry.
Dependent. Dependent variable.
Dependent?
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm directly varying the independent variable. The force between the two objects.
That's a variable, is it?
It depends on the independent variable.
Sorry. Yes, of course it does. It's a cause and effect relationship. I understand this. What's the dependent variable?
The force between the two objects.
So you're varying the force between the objects. How on earth are you varying?
You don't vary the dependent variable. You don't vary the dependent variable.
Right. The dependent variable is a force.
Yes, you don't vary that.
Right.
Come on, man.
Well, that's my point. You don't vary it. You're trying to vary it. The dependent variable is the effect that you are having.
So hold up. He's asking why you can't see this in everyday life. Objects attracting objects, because there's variables in everyday life, like friction, air pressure. There's magnetism. There's Earth's gravity.
Okay, all right. Yeah, Earth's gravity.
Let me put it this way.
Hold on. Why do you slip this in? Earth's gravity. Non-scientific, non-validated, nonsense. Why are you slipping this assertion in like it's a variable that you're not controlling and needs to be controlled when it's non-proven nonsense?
No, but hold up. Okay, so we could take away Earth's gravity. Wait, hold up. So the way you control for them, so I said friction is not allowing us to see these forces occur in everyday life. So friction, the way you account for friction is by suspending the experiment. There's less of a resistance on the experiment, so they can the objects can act naturally. Are you standing on the ground?
Yes.
Are you wearing shoes?
Yes.
Okay, so there you've already got two forces resisting this force of the building. These are two variables that are affecting. Yeah, friction. You know friction? Because this is how science works.
Don't tell me how this is science. Don't call me dude. Yeah. We just ripped you a new one. Yeah? And you want to carry on telling me what science is? It's absolutely pathetic. Anyway, with that, I'm going to say first and foremost a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of the live audience for tuning in and hopefully sharing this debate, and a massive thank you to all of the debating panel for making this debate possible. If you hated the show, well then you know exactly what to do, but if you liked it, consider sharing it, or subscribing if you have not done so already. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Throwing astrophysicists under the bus featuring Camille.
Gotcha, bitch. Who are these guys that you're appealing to? Who are they? What guys know this? What champion knows this information and is not telling the rest of the world? Who are they, bro?
They are telling the rest of the world. It's astrophysicists. Physicists.
Okay, so astrophysicists. Would you say they would know if the Earth is a globe or not? Those guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to prove you incorrect because we have an astrophysicist who is currently a part of this server, who comes in here and doesn't know the Earth is a globe, bro. He doesn't know. So the authority guy, whom you say should know, doesn't know. That's weird, because obviously they should be able to break it down when they come in here and tell us, okay, check it out, guys. You got it all a misconception about this. I'm going to tell you how it is. They come in here, and I told them, how can we directly measure the surface of the Earth to be curving? Eratosthenes was his example. And right back to what, if you've never heard of that, but in here, it's the same, just measuring shadows, the length of shadows. And I told him, bro, we're looking at the surface of the Earth curving drop over distance. Has anybody measured drop over distance? If you're standing on a geometric shape, I even painstakingly went through it with him, just like I'm telling you now. And he didn't have an answer to that. I don't know. It's, fine. He's an astrophysicist. He should know, because Earth is what he should be knowing, educating people, and he doesn't have that information. So what other guy should we look to? Because that's the one people you think should know. They don't know. So now who we got? We're out of luck. We don't have anybody. So now it just sounds like it's just a made up thing, because not even those guys who supposedly are to know that information, they don't know. And that's what I'm telling you, Camille. It's like, that's a cool story for you to think in your head and kind of, well, that's fine. I'm not a scientist, neither are you, but they know. Who are they? Astrophysicists? Okay, we have them in here, and it's proven that he doesn't know. What else we got? You know what I mean?
Yeah, Camille, these experts you'll defer to, they just defer to other experts.
Yeah. Same shit, kick the can down the road. It's weird.
A few moments later.
We got to play that clip for him, Wolfgang, so he can hear it for himself, that the astrophysicist didn't have an answer. That he's got to hear it from his mouth, so he can be like, oh, okay, I just heard.
Well, I don't really care about one astrophysicist.
What you mean, bro? You just appealed to him.
There's an entirety. I didn't appeal to that person specifically. I was appealing to the entirety of astrophysics.
Not that guy, some other astrophysicist.
Yeah, some other people. Kind of like when you have I don't know if you know anything about studies. When you take studies, you get those studies peer reviewed, right, by other people that are in that field, so they can go through your methodology and make sure that you're doing everything right.
That's the appeal to authority.
So authorities appealing to other authorities then too.
Okay. Yeah, 90% certainty based on an appeal to authority.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
That's messed up that you would, even as an astrophysicist, the guy who supposedly you were appealing to right now, that we said was in this chat. His name is ITR. He's an astrophysicist. He's been there for 5 or 6 years, bro. So he should already know that. But you said, no, not him. I don't want to hear him. Let me hear another one. And you want to hear one that's going to be like, no, Camille's correct. The Earth is a globe. That's the one you want to hear. That somebody confirms your bias. But I'm kind of upset, man, because I'm like, dude, how is that? You just threw this guy under the bus. You don't even know anything about what he's on about. You have to hear him, and when he then says he doesn't know, you have to listen like, okay, well, this guy who's an astrophysicist who should know what he's talking about doesn't. So how is it you just say this guy is not the one you're talking about? Like, it's not, I don't want to hear his clip of what he's saying.
Because it's something that he should know that he doesn't, which means he's incompetent. Which means that the field of science that he's in, he's not competent enough to be in that field of science.
So anybody who doesn't agree with your position is incompetent. Is basically what you're saying.
He said, "I don't know." Himself. Yeah. What is my position that he's disagreeing with?
He should know that the Earth is curving at a set rate due to the fact that it's directly measured.
Is that a disagreement with me?
Yes, because you think it's 99% that it's a globe.
How is this a disagreement with me?
You think the Earth is a globe?
What is he disagreeing with me on?
He doesn't. He's saying that he doesn't know how.
He's saying that he doesn't know. He's not making a claim. He's saying that he doesn't know. He's not disagreeing with me. He just doesn't know because he's incompetent. If I say no,
but you guys both agree. You don't know, so you're incompetent.
You guys both agree? Yes, absolutely. When it comes to this field of science specifically, yes. When it comes to astrophysics or physics or anything like that, yeah, I'm incompetent. I have no idea what the fuck.
It's chill. Listen. That's fine. If you want to go and find another astrophysicist, I don't know, Neil deGrasse Tyson or something, that you think has proven it, you can show us what their proof is, if that's what you think it takes. But
it's not even that just that field of science. It's specific. It has to do with like a bunch of fields of science.
But we're talking about the 90% of your you said you're 90%
astrophysicist can explain astrophysics, right?
Oh, so now he can't tell you about the Earth.
Hey, can I ask Camille one question, please?
So we can't tell you about the Earth, Camille.
Well, I kind of want to get through.
Probably can tell you about the Earth, but he probably doesn't understand certain things in different fields of science, right? So, like if you ask an astrophysicist about geology, he's probably not going to.
Let's just write off astrophysicists altogether.
I don't know. You've got a 90% confidence in something. That's high. We're saying, what's the confidence based on? I'm appealing to an authority. Okay, what authority? You're saying I don't know.
The multitude. I didn't say that. I said the multitude of scientific things that we're talking about. That the Earth.
Could you name one? Could you name one?
I can name one. Astrophysics.
That's a problem. Good one. What science is done in astrophysics?
Can I pop that balloon real quick?
Oh, go on, idea.
I can pop that balloon. Astrophysics does not assume Earth's a ball, so when they do their observations, they assume Earth is a point at the origin of coordinates. So what the hell does that have to do with the Earth being a ball?
Yeah, and you actually already just said before
it has to do with the Earth.
Proving a globe.
Has nothing to do with the Earth. Nothing.
It does have something to do with the Earth because if you can prove, like I said, there's certain ways that astrophysicists prove that other celestial bodies are spherical in shape and they have a gravitational pull, which would mean that the Earth itself couldn't be that much different than those celestial bodies.
Okay, so give us the reasoning for that. So you just made a claim. Now give us the logic behind that statement.
Bro, I'm not I don't know that much about
regardless, you said if the other things in the sky are celestial bodies that pull things into a ball, then Earth must also be a ball. What's that logic? Yeah, what's that logic?
So essentially, if we see that there are other if we see like there's planets or whatever the fuck outside, and they have their own moons that just like the Earth, which is observable, you can see those things. They have their own moons. We see why are those moons specifically orbiting that planet?
So you asked a question. Awesome. How is that logical evidence of what you're saying?
Because if you get the answer to that, you would get the answer as to why our Earth.
Give me the logic behind this statement, dude.
You're asking me to explain to you. You're asking me.
Yeah, I'm asking you for the logic behind it.
Work.
No, I'm asking you to explain the logic. I'm not asking you to explain astrophysics. The logic. Planets are balls with moons. Therefore, Earth is a ball with a moon. Stupid. No. Answer the question. What's the logic? Because you're using a logical fallacy called a non sequitur. It's like me saying, oh, look, all I see is trees, therefore I'm also a tree.
either way, you'd have to demonstrate the claim to be true by measuring the surface of the Earth to say, yes, we are like those things in the sky. We can't just say those things in the sky are spheres, therefore we must and can only be a sphere. We must demonstrate that we are physically and measured to be true a sphere.
How do you know you're not a tree, Camille? Because you look at your body, right? You don't have leaves, you don't have bark, you don't have a tree trunk, right?
Oh, but
so we can look at the Earth, and it's measurably not a ball.
Is it different than other planets, though?
Yeah. Before you came in here,
it's not a planet.
I'm just wait. I'm just asking you. Wait, you don't even.
Second, bro.
Let me talk.
I came in before you did, fool. Chill out. All right,
bro. The dude. Okay.
I'm trying to talk to Indio, not you. Anyways, so I was talking to him, and he was telling about the astrophysicist that came in here, right? ITR, the guy that we all know that comes in here. He was saying the guy's incompetent, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. So that authority figure, that astrophysicist, doesn't count. Kick him out. We don't need him. Let's go look for another astrophysicist, basically, that you can appeal to. And that's what he wants to do. So an astrophysicist, just not the one that came in here, because he doesn't know anything, according to Camille.
According to himself. Wait. Stop. Mayhem. What did he say to you when you asked him how gravity works? What did he say?
He didn't. We went on to the.
What did he say? You literally just told me what he said. You told me what he said.
Well, we're
you said that he did not know. You said he did not know. Therefore, by his own admission, he's a fucking idiot. He's an incompetent retard. Yes,
but you're appealing to.
So that means. So hold on. So Camille, does that mean you know?
No, I don't.
So then how are you evaluating his ignorance if you don't know yourself?
Because if you're in a field of science that is literally based off of studying these certain things, you go to school for fucking forever to get a master's degree in astrophysics, to be an astrophysicist. If you do that and you don't even understand basic gravity concepts, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Oh, so you do know. So
you have to be an idiot.
So you do know.
How gravity works? Yes.
Yeah. How does gravity work? Tell us.
And the explanation that we get from people or from physicists that how gravity works is a bend in space time. That things with more mass tend to have a more pull because they're bending space time. The question. That's what they tell me.
No, you just mixed and matched Newton's model with Einstein's model. There's no pull in Einsteinian gravity. There's no pull in general relativity. There's no pull with space-time. There is no force.
The space-time creates the pull. That's what you are. Wait, do you know?
No, it's not a pull, dude. Google. Hey, go on Google. Go type in: is gravity a force? Real simple.
Go ahead, Camille. Do that.
Camille, you should understand that these are subjects that we've spent a good deal of time discussing. So, maybe just keep that in mind and ask.
Gravity is the force by which a planet or other body draws objects towards its center. The force of gravity keeps all of the planets in orbit around the sun.
Yep, that's in Newtonian physics. So now add general relativity. Is gravity a force in general relativity? Because there's no bendy space-time in Newton. There's only bendy space-time in Einstein.
And Einstein, yeah. Sure.
It's not a force. You're not qualified to evaluate. I can't even. You don't know enough to evaluate whether the other guy knows anything.
What did you just? Wait, he said that. He said that he didn't know himself. If you say that you don't know something, I'm going to assume that you don't know it.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows,
dude. Bro, okay. Wait, hold on. You're saying that I can't verify if he doesn't know something. He literally said he didn't know. How else do I verify that?
That's because he was talking about his...
Are you losing your mind? So if I say...
He doesn't know because nobody knows. You think people know, and you're wrong. That's your problem. You think people know.
If you ask me what 2 + 2 is, and I say I don't know,
isn't the same thing, dude.
And then you say,
false equivalent.
Well, he doesn't know.
False equivalence.
It's not the same thing, dude. 2 + 2 is an objective fact.
I understand what you're saying.
2 + 2 is an objective fact. What it is.
Okay.
It doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter what language you speak. It's an objective fact. Okay, it's never changed, right? Since the beginning of time, it's always been 2 + 2. What causes gravity is not an objective fact. There's a bunch of theories.
Okay, I'm going to finish my analogy so you can understand what I'm saying.
It's a false equivalence, so no.
It's not a false equivalence. You're just throwing around lots of
explain why.
No idea about. You didn't even.
You just explained why it's a false equivalence, so move on.
2. If I ask you if 2 + 2 is 4,
right,
and you say
you're not going to recover.
Someone can prove their point of globing the Earth. If someone can show us proofs of it, please, because we are going into a strict discussion of us giving proofs, but the other party is not. Is not putting effort in it.
What?
No, I'm still waiting for the appeal to authority. Right? It was 90% confident. You said why? Appeal to authority. Who? Astrophysics. We've kind of explained how that's not to do with the Earth, but if you would like to, you could tell us the name of the astrophysicist that you're appealing to and what he did to prove the globe. Could you do that?
Well, you guys be safe, okay? Hope you guys have a wonderful life.
Yeah. Stop being so emotional.
One sec, man, before you go. Are you still there, Camille?
He's gone.
Gotcha, bitch! Gotcha, bitch!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like... I'd say like 99% sure.
Damn, 90%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Look, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
more complicated. They don't tell you that it's actually, more complicated.
I mean, I think that's why they do it at such a young age too, when your brains are still like sculpting and you're learning. So you can tell a kid anything and they'll believe it.
Well, they actually don't believe the globe when they're told it. According to studies they've done, the kids actually, because for a kid this isn't a problem, the kids actually will believe that the Earth is flat when they go to kindergarten. They get told the Earth's a globe, but they still believe that the Earth is flat, in that it only is a globe when you go into outer space. Right? It's only a globe if you go away, but when you're on the ground, it's flat. See, they don't have ideas about geometry, right? So we do, that's things can't be two things at the same time. But to a child, that's totally possible. So they just think it's two things at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely. I think they know they're doing it at the right age. At least they probably. I don't know. Do you think they've thought about what age should we start really forcing this science classes?
Man, they've started that crap. Go have a baby and go try and buy a mural or a mobile. You know how many you got dinosaurs or planets or whatever. Anyway, what I really wanted to say to you is I wouldn't worry about believing the Earth is flat or a globe. I would worry about how you approach the problem. Because if you approach it in the right way, with the right critical thinking, appropriate for the question that's being answered, then you're going to lead yourself to the right answer regardless.
Right, yeah. I mean, end of the day, we want truth. We don't necessarily saying, okay, we want this versus this.
Yeah, well, I think this. Okay, what is the significance of the question I'm asking, and what level of proof or evidence would satisfy that for the level of importance? So, to me, what the shape of the Earth is an existential question. It'll define how you think of the world, because it tells you the Earth's a globe, I'm this, and this is the meaning of my life. If it's flat, it's this, and this is the meaning of my life. So it's if it's concave, you know what I mean? It's where you live. It's your cosmology. It's your existence. How you think you fit into the scheme of things.
So what do you?
Well, let me continue. That's a pretty important question, right? You think? Does it kind of guide your?
Definitely. I mean, that's
pictures of space do not meet my burden of proof for the importance of that question. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Imagine if they there's a time machine and they go back to Aristotle and they just flash them a picture and look, this is where you live. You think Aristotle or Plato or anybody would have been like, oh man, fuck this philosophy stuff. I'm going with the picture. No, they're not going to do that, right? They're going to be like, yeah, that's interesting. I'm going to try and incorporate that into my, my philosophical knowledge. They're going to just say, ooh, a picture, let's drop everything. And that's how I look at it. I'm not just looking at a picture and drop everything. I want actual proof. And if I can't get the proof, so be it. Then I just don't know everything. Then I don't know where I live, and I can be satisfied with that. But I'd rather not know than believe something that's not true, or might be true, or might possibly be true.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny you mentioned the picture thing. I was thinking that, I mean, it's so easy to manipulate and edit photos nowadays that it's I really don't get why anyone just kind of assume. I don't know. It's very enlightening to be. I mean, I feel like I got introduced to it late, but at least now I know that. Now at least I'm aware of all of this.
Yeah, they've been faking photos since the beginning of photography. I think the first fake image, famous one, is from 1851 of Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, so they've been doing this a long time.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Yep, just to catch everybody that hasn't been here up to speed, we still need measurements of curvature, axial rotation, or any movement of the Earth, gas pressure next to the near perfect vacuum. You guys know the story.
A quick word from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
Good food in space. That sounds delicious.
Hello. Who's that?
Mr. Yam, that could be renamed to Mr. Falsetto. What kind of questions do you have, Mr. Yam?
That's supposed to be an insult?
No, it's just a descriptor of how you're talking in a falsetto.
Emphasis on false.
You're being kind of rude. Why is why is there longer days in some parts of the year in Alaska and shorter parts where there's like no night?
Because, as people have known for thousands of years, the sun transits between the tropics throughout the year.
Does that mean that the Earth is round?
No.
No.
Define round.
Yeah. Sure, yeah. It could be round like a table. Yeah, my bad.
What do you mean, bro? Round.
And for the record, to describe someone's voice as it is in a falsetto is by no means rude. So your claim of it being rude is
you're being rude.
Lacks any form of validity whatsoever. No, I'm being objective.
So are y'all like professional flat earthers or like amateurs?
Whoa.
Flat earthers.
You guys like study this?
I'm about to revoke the mod status of whoever VC verified. No, I guess anybody can VC verify it, like silver and up, right?
Yeah. Nah, silvers can't.
Well, whatever the case.
So this one's not on me.
Well, you know what? For some, they feel the need to ridicule as part of their stages of grief.
I'm not.
No, you started with it.
I'm just curious.
You started with a question. It was answered. Do you have any form of a logical response to the answer you received?
I'm just taking in the information that you gave me.
Yeah. Transiting between the tropics. Do you understand what those words mean?
Yes.
It's okay if you don't. Like, people. Well, somebody might make fun of you, but I sincerely will not make fun of you. It's okay to not know things. It's helpful and beneficial to learn.
Is the sun flat?
I believe you.
Okay, so I have a perfect question for you in response to that question. Is the Earth the sun?
That has nothing to do with it. I'm asking.
It does actually have everything to do with it, and I'll explain why if you allow me.
Go ahead.
Okay, so many people start with the argument of if all the other planets are flat, then why? Or if all the other planets are round, then why would the Earth be flat? Right? This question has a built-in assumption. You follow me so far? I just want to make sure I'm not going too quick for you.
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate the sarcasm. I'm hoping for actual answers. Yeah.
I'm genuinely curious.
But anyway, people make the assumption that the Earth is a planet. That's the assumption that's built into that question. So it's a loaded question. It's kind of one of the fallacies, right? There's lots of different fallacious ways of engaging in a conversation or argument or debate. So the issue with you invoking "is the sun flat" is making some type of assumption about the things in the sky being the same in nature and origin as the thing that we live on. And my question for you is, what makes you believe that they are related?
I never once said that they were related. I'm just asking, is the sun flat?
So why would you ask that if they aren't related?
Right, there's a relation within your mind to those two things. Where'd you get that from?
Because the sun provides light to Earth.
Okay.
But looking up at the sun, how do you look up at that and see a similarity to the ground under your feet? How are the two the same?
Because it provides light.
This is why I asked you, is the Earth the sun? Okay, buddy.
It's like having a light bulb in your room.
This is called irrelevant. So, best case, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. Everything that I said was related to me giving you the benefit of the doubt. You literally took it in the worst possible way. It's a light. Do you think that you can discern? Okay, let me ask you this. Does light emanate from the sun? It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase the question to be as fair and objective as possible. Does light appear to emanate from the sun?
Yes.
Okay, I personally would agree with you on that. Okay, how does one determine the shape of an object?
Mr. Yam, answer.
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
How does one determine the shape of an object?
By looking at it?
Okay, those are good answers. I appreciate that. Does it require, what there's some other things it requires, right? Looking at it from one angle, from multiple angles, light reflecting off of it so as to determine texture and shape. When light is emanating from the object itself, is it logically deductible to determine its shape?
Well, you can't tell the shape in the dark.
I know you probably are thinking, but we have pictures of the sun like when it's darker. I know you probably have all sorts of buts, but I'm working with the question at hand and trying to get you to answer yes or no to these simple, not gotcha questions. They're questions meant to help you think through this slowly, methodically, logically, so that you can deprogram your mind from your assumptions.
Yes.
I'm trying to just get it. Yes.
No.
I don't have a lot of time.
I gave you some easy stuff to work through. Some like kindergarten level questions to think through. Is it logically deducible? Is it logically deducible to determine a shape of an object where that object is exclusively bringing forth light? Nothing is reflecting off of the sun, right? The light appears to come from the sun. Can you agree to this?
Right. Light reflects off the sun all the time.
What? What?
Light reflects off the sun all the time? That you said?
Yes.
Okay, just take a moment.
Are you trying to say that light is like one directional? It can only come from the sun?
No, I'd like you to demonstrate light reflecting off of the light source.
I think you mean the light from the sun is reflected on other surfaces. Is that what you mean?
No, I think he really meant light is bouncing off of the sun. Is that your assumption?
Yes.
From where?
From like lights on the earth.
You need to reevaluate your understanding of the light source that we have in the sky, and to make things really simple, I'll just answer the question for you. Without any type of reflection of light off of an object, it isn't actually feasible to determine its shape. Does it appear to be circular? Yeah, sure.
Also,
does it appear to be a ball? How could we possibly know? We have but one vantage point, and that is the place where we're at on the ground.
So if you can make the same assumption that the sun is round by looking at it, can't you make the same assumption if you're like from a plane? You can see that the earth is round. You can
maybe you're not understanding the definition of words. Do you understand what the word round means?
Yes.
Okay. So no, those two words are actually not the same. They're not synonyms.
No shit, Sherlock. But in this case, yes.
No, there's no in this case. Words mean what they mean, and they have specific application.
In India last night said that they did mean the same thing, so I don't know. He's like your Lord and Savior, so.
I have but one, and it's definitely not Indio. But that's not relevant. It's an ad hom. It's completely irrelevant to the discussion. You're invoking a conversation about a thing in the sky. Because why? Why aren't you more concerned about the nature of the surface of the earth that we live on? Because that's the question at hand, the flatness of the earth, not other objects in the sky.
What shape do you think the earth is personally?
Do you think that if you own a dog, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog just because you have a dog?
Also, I I still have not gotten a straight answer about is the sun round. You're kind of avoiding my question.
Have you stopped?
I'm not.
You're not giving me.
I'm not avoiding anything, Yam.
You clearly are.
No, I actually already answered that it has a circular appearance.
If you expect me to understand this, I need like a clear yes or no answer.
Hey, Yam, have you
No, I'm going to say it has a circular appearance because that describes the answer. Again, do you assume that because you might have a dog in your household, that therefore means that the pet in my household is also a dog? It's an analogy. Just because things appear to be one thing elsewhere doesn't mean that all things everywhere are the thing that you're referring to. Just because there's dots in the sky doesn't mean the Earth is a dot. The Earth is the Earth. Your assumption that it's something else is based on programming and the fairy tales inside of your head. Because of your assumption or presumption that the Earth is a speck floating in the endless vacuum of outer space, because of that assumption, your question makes sense to you. But in reality, if you start from square one, it's completely illogical. There's no connection whatsoever. You're just assuming there's a connection. It's okay. One day you might figure out what an axiom is, and you'll realize that you have some assumptive axioms without any evidence.
He's a young lad.
That's true.
You can't expect him to really understand anything more than what he's told.
Are you guys resulting to insults?
I'm not insulting you, brother. I have nothing against you. I got nothing wrong. I'm chilling. Are you chilling?
I'm chilling. You chilling, yeah?
I'm super.
Bro, what if that commercial was just more globe Earth propaganda because they're like chilling like Magellan?
Oh gosh.
I know. I'm just goofing around now.
Are you guys like scientists, like Earth scientists or something like that?
Bro, does it take a scientist to grab a ruler and measure a sheet of paper? Yes or no?
Here, let me say, it's just a title, my friend. In fact, you'll probably find more wisdom in this chat than you will.
I don't need to go on a whole like trivia Easter egg hunt and try to find the answer for myself. I'm just asking for a question.
I know, right? You said it.
Yes or no?
Scientists. I don't know what qualifies a scientist. Like what, a PhD or something, or like a fancy like degree? Is that the only authority you're going to accept?
Are you employed as a scientist of some sort?
Scientism.
No, I'm a tradesman.
I'll tell you guys, the only thing you need to do to be a scientist is conduct a scientific experiment using the scientific method. That would make you a scientist.
Thank you.
There we go. And there are people here that have done that.
Yes. Most anybody that went through the public school system performed at least a rudimentary science experiment that followed all of the scientific method.
So yeah, in other words, we're comparable to scientists. We are. You can believe what we say.
No belief is necessary. Back to my question about
can a person
job. Take a ruler. Mr. Yam, don't talk over people.
Yeah.
Back to my question with a person taking a ruler and measuring a sheet of paper. You're still talking over people. It's not helpful.
Such a little twit. But you're cool, man. Love you, bro.
The issue is these are simple questions that if you cared about getting to an end, okay, what's your point? Okay, what's your point? Like, if you actually cared about the truth, you'd be like, okay, yes, obviously, but what's the point you're trying to make? Well, the point you're trying to make is that it doesn't even involve science. Oh, okay, well, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just a simple measurement question. Well, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, people claim that there's a radius and therefore there's geometry. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, they claim that ships go over the horizon. Oh, what do you mean by that? And you just work through to the end and you learn something. But no, you'd rather play little silly child games and not learn anything. At least that's what appears to be the case.
I just don't think he's in a learning state right now.
Yeah.
I am trying to learn. I'm just very curious. You never answered my question about is it your actual profession?
It's irrelevant.
Me personally, no. And yeah, it is kind of irrelevant. Yeah, like
it's very relevant actually.
How's it relevant?
Multiple scientists have indeed said that the Earth is round, and you don't need
Yeah, but we can't just accept that because someone said it. We need to for it.
You can't appeal to the authority.
And go up in a plane and look at the curvature of
We've all been in a plane.
Hey, those scientists you were just talking about, they disagree with you on that.
Then why don't you look out the window?
Yo, Yam, those scientists, Central just made a great point. The same scientists you're appealing to tell you you can't see curvature from an airplane. So what did you
say? Specifically who, right? Wasn't that Neil deGrasse Tyson or something?
Yep, that stuff is flat.
Right. So your own scientist from the mouth of the man that you essentially worship said that you can't see curvature.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, wow, he's in space. Look at that. No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat.
What's wrong with your mic,
There you go.
That's Neil deGrasse Tyson. It's okay if you don't recognize his voice. It means you probably don't worship him, which is good. Good.
It also means that he doesn't even seem to know the scientist, so-called, that he's appealing to.
Correct.
Right? That's really awkward. Really awkward, man. It's okay if you say, I don't know. We're not going to ridicule you like we receive ridicule about flat earthers that we're stupid and we don't understand. That's all.
What are you on about?
You know what it is? Like you have a lot of trust in the system, right? And you're probably confused as to why we go against that system. You know, I'm trying to figure out your mind, like where you're at.
Where does
what
the
you're going to
sun
receive.
go when the sun sets?
Too far away.
Realize that you just said you could see curvature from an airplane, and that's not true.
Or from your window. You said just look out your window.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
But mathematically,
you think that the government is paying me to tell you that the Earth is round?
No, you just believe in something that's not there.
Yeah, you're just having delusions.
Mathematically, that's impossible, and I just told you.
So you're saying that millions of billions of people are all delusional?
Being lied to simultaneously, yes, by a one-world military.
Did you not listen to
CGI? Is it do they have screens in airplane windows that are
Yeah,
dude. Did you listen to what your heliocentric priest just said? He said you don't see the curvature of the Earth, and he was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, a little bit more than the altitude a plane flies at. So what are you talking about?
Right. In other words, he's saying you have to go. Neil deGrasse Tyson said you have to go higher than that. Basically, he was inferring that you'd have to go higher to see curvature.
That's like 3 times.
One of my relatives
argument
flew the U-2 spy plane and took photos of the curvature of the Earth. You can see it.
From what altitude?
From what?
This is
they didn't take any photographs.
It was borderline space.
All right, hold the phone. Are you aware of the percentage of Earth that they claim that the people on the ISS are capable of seeing? Are you aware of the percentage?
Who's they?
Huh?
Who's they?
The ISS. I'm just asking you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. You can say no. Nobody's going to hurt you. It's okay. Are you aware of the percentage that the ISS people claim mathematically, and this is in the models, you can do the math yourself. Are you aware of the percentage at the height of the ISS? Yes or no?
No. Why do you keep using that stupid soundboard? It's actually getting on my nerves.
All right, Yam.
I freaking love it. It's such a good meme.
Because you're taking so long to answer
it's not even
an easy question. Yam. 3.
Hard to answer when you have to type the question.
Yeah, that's funny.
3 is the answer.
Who's laughing like that?
I'm hysterically laughing. Thank you,
Mr. Yam. 3%. I'm giving you the answer. The answer is 3%.
I don't even know what the question was.
The portion of
maybe
the
if you
Earth.
Want me to hear, then you should tell this dude to don't mute me.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to mute you. I was in the middle of speaking, answering a question you asked, and you're interrupting me, and then telling me that you can't hear my answer. That's because you're talking while I'm talking, answering the question that you asked me. That's illogical. Let's get with the program.
Yeah, focus, Yam.
All right. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Okay. First of all, maybe you should stop acting like Stalin.
The yes or no question.
You were talking over me, though.
Question. Just you like yes or no questions, right? You're flat, son. So answer the question.
Bro.
Mr. Yam, your time here is very short. If this is how you're going to communicate.
You're talking over me, and then you don't mute him. It's just because you want to
try not to be offended, bro. Just like let it go, and like we'll be cool.
Yeah, a simple question. I know you're trying to do this weird thing of thinking that I'm acting like Stalin. That's a weird comparison, weird flex, but okay. All right.
Little Stalin-esque.
ISS. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
This thing.
International Space Station.
All right. Is that higher in elevation or lower in elevation, according to the narrative, than an airplane? Higher. Absolutely. That's the story that we're told. Now, again, based on what they do with the mathematics, they claim, and you can do the math yourself, what is it, 50 miles, however high up they say the ISS is, okay, you can work it out in a program, you can work it out on a sheet of paper if you're really brave, all right? 3% of the Earth's surface is visible from that elevation, okay? Now, that might initially sound insane until you crack out the paper, pull out your 60-degree perspective, your field of view. I know, well, what about 90? Why not use other angles? Why 60? Whatever you want to use, do the math, okay? Why is it that they can, that's a good question that leads from that, right? Why is it that they can only see 3%? But even more importantly than that, thank you so much, CB. So even more importantly than that, why is it that all the images from the ISS demonstrate the Earth to be a semicircle? And what I mean by that, sorry, Jenny. What I mean by that is, why is it that all of their photography and videography from the ISS demonstrates what most people would conclude to be about half of the Earth? Why is that? You ever thought about that, Mr. Yam? Why is 3% made to look like 50%? And how is 3% looking like 50%?
It's actually 33%.
No, it can't be 33%.
I've actually done the math in physics class.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
No.
It's 33%.
No, it isn't.
At 408 kilometers, it is. That's how far up the ISS is.
Man, run me through that math problem right now. You did it in school. Do you got it written? Well, I mean, you said it was that was the way it is. I mean, well, if you did it, you did it again. Did it.
Yeah. And why don't you show me how you did your math to get 3%?
All right, maybe he will.
50 miles. How did you get 50 miles? That doesn't even seem remotely close to 408 kilometers. If you're going against the narrative, then you should have to prove to me.
Okay, 250 miles. 250 miles. I remembered part of the number, and I was significantly incorrect. I apologize for my inaccuracy. I had part of the numbers correct. But as far as 250 in comparison, mathematically, to a radius of 3959, proportions. And anyways, the CB radio posted, that's not 33% in the slightest.
You okay, Mr. Yam?
It's just... It doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense when you just make up stories. Oh, I did it in physics class and it was 33%. I just made this up, though.
You can even look up the calculations.
Forget the calculations. What about water? Do you really think like the oceans like bend somewhere out there along the horizon? I mean, you've been to a beach, right? Like,
you really think that it falls off the edge of the Earth?
No. I'm not worried about that. We can go back to that. I mean, that's a funny one. But like, do you actually see in your mind the flat oceans that you've seen in person? Do you see that wrapping around a ball?
You can physically see the curvature, and yes.
No, you can't. We just walked through mathematics.
From a beach?
Yeah, there's no curvature to be seen.
Yeah, water is flat, dude. Water always finds to seek and maintain its level, taking shape of its container. So where do you observe like oceans curving? Doesn't that kind of sound silly? At the horizon? No, the horizon's always flat, right? That's why it's a horizon, because it's horizontal.
Yeah, he's walking right into a trap. If you can see the Earth's curvature from the horizon, then every horizon, based on your globe model math of a radius of 3959 miles, must be at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer's height. Guess where it isn't?
There. The answer is there. It's not there. That's your answer, buddy. But you don't appear to be very excited about answering some of these questions because...
No, because you guys, you just spit out what you have to say. I'm lecture me. I don't care.
Right. So yeah, for the globe that you believe in to exist, the horizon would have to be at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot observer height. Do you think that's where it is?
Sure.
Didn't catch that.
Sure. Maybe say that again. I don't think he understands.
Okay, so
what
if
exactly that means.
Right. So if you're looking at the horizon at 1 foot off the ground, you're going to have the horizon at a maximum distance of 1.2 miles in front of you. That's just based on the globe Earth geometry that they've claimed. It's just the geometry of it. So, do you think that that's where the horizon is?
No.
Good answer. I just posted a pic where it's at 10 miles.
Number,
yeah, that's just derived straight from the 3959 mile radius, just using Pythagorean theorem.
Right. According to the numbers they give us about what this place is and what size it is.
So what I just posted in the voice text, live stream voice text channel is impossible on the globe that you believe in. And it proves that that curvature that you think you can see if you go really, really high doesn't actually exist.
And I have a question for Mr. Yam. Are you looking at the voice text? Because that illustration that CB Radio posted is pretty clear, too.
Yeah, Mr. Yam, there's
not accurate. It's not even using the correct values.
What?
It literally is.
It really isn't.
What your discrepancy of the difference between 408 and 400 is there that or are you complaining about a discrepancy of less than 0.010,000th of a percent?
Yeah, it's not going to change 3% of the surface to 33%.
That's not how you do math, but okay.
Okay, well then tell us how you do it.
He doesn't think. But thank you, Reifraction, for posting that. I knew that this 3% thing existed somewhere, so thank you very much for posting my source material for what I was saying.
No worries.
But also, if you don't see any curvature of the Earth, then why does the horizon appear different at different lengths?
Good question. Now you're getting somewhere. You're asking questions. That's a good question to ask. Why do things appear differently based on where you're at? Because you're at a different spot.
Okay.
You see what you see wherever you are. It's almost like I'm not saying anything, isn't it? But it's actually a statement of deprogramming to help you understand that, so I don't see something because of some magical numbers that don't correlate to reality, curvature, right? I see what I see because I see what I see from where I'm at.
Wait, ask your question again. Didn't you ask something about the sun specifically?
I thought he said horizon. I think he was talking about the horizon.
He said nothing about the sun.
Well, that's where it all began.
That is where it began. Y'all were talking about the sun's reflection and this and that. And that is where it began, though.
Yeah. New question? You got a new question for us?
Is there an edge of the Earth? And if so, what does it look like?
Why would you assume there's an edge, just out of curiosity? Because you watched Pirates of the Caribbean #3? Is that why?
Is it round, then it would have to be.
Why are you assuming edge?
He asked is, though. He didn't assume it, though. He asked is. Simple answer, no.
Well,
you can't have gas pressure without a container. So since the whole world's inside a container of some kind, it would be an end, not an edge. There is no vacuum of space for there to be an edge, too. There just be an end of the Earth. But we don't know where it is. We don't know what it looks like. The container, the dimensions of it, the size of it is unverified. But we do know for sure that we're inside a container of some kind, because you cannot have gas pressure or a vacuum without a container. And you certainly can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So there is no vacuum of space. We're not floating in space.
Unless, of course, you believe Pirates of the Caribbean #3. At World's End is the title of the movie. and they do an excellent job of pretending that that's what people think the flat Earth is. But
yes, they do. It was very entertaining.
it's pretty fun. They even go through the ice wall. It's a little interesting if you think about it, but that's a movie.
And we don't live in movies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm also adding on top of this. Why do we have photos of airplanes and photos of the Earth and stuff like that being round, but we don't have any photos of the boundaries of Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Any photos that you've seen from airplane altitude that make the Earth look like it's round, that's just an effect of a curved lens or some other distortion that's been applied, usually a fisheye lens.
Because you can generally, if they dip down, if those planes dip down and up, you can see that the Earth actually will go from a bubble, like looking like a ball, to looking like concave and then flat and then concave, and it changes. If you watch those videos, it'll tell you right there that they're using a lens that is distorting the image.
Yeah, and you'll see that effect, 20 feet off the ground, right?
Exactly. You'll see a plane sitting on the runway when they're first starting out, and it's perfectly flat, and then they pick up, and it totally starts curving, like it's a super curve. And then when they plane out and they dip down, it's concave. So you cannot go by that kind of footage to think that you've seen a curve.
Globe proof in the live stream voice text.
Yeah, exactly.
What
That's
about footage that you've personally taken?
But that was the very thing that the Neil deGrasse Tyson thing that we showed you was talking about, right? He was talking about an altitude of 128,000 feet, and he was saying that the only curvature that you were seeing from that height is just that of the fisheye lens that was used. It was not Earth curvature. He was saying you're not high enough to see it. That's what he was saying.
And no commercial flights fly that high. So if you've ever flown in commercial flight and you think you've seen a curve, you haven't.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Hello, you fuckers. Just kidding, by the way.
Yo, is there anybody here? Hello, 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 hello.
Yo, Biggie.
What's up, Mac?
Sweet.
doing, bro?
Sweet to the Dairy City beat. We're having Costa del Sol Spanish weather here today. It's hot as hell.
Hot as hell?
Well, probably not as hot as hell, but it's hot. Bearable.
I seen a billboard sign one time that said that. It was like just one sentence. You think it's hot here? Question mark. And then there's on the bottom it said God. It was on I was driving from Texas all the way to Iowa, so.
And there's that other one that about Nietzsche. Nietzsche graffiti. God is dead. Nietzsche, and Nietzsche passed away, and it says Nietzsche is dead. God.
Oh shit! I haven't seen that one. Is that a real billboard?
It was. I think it was a real graffiti that was done around the. I don't know. I'm guessing the 1800s or the 1900s or whatever. Yeah, it was written on a wall somewhere. Somebody wrote God is dead, Nietzsche, when he became famous and philosopher, and then once he passed away, somebody underneath the graffiti wrote Nietzsche is dead, God.
Oh my goodness. So what's happening, Captain? It's been quiet today. What's going on?
Yesterday when I came on, it was pumping now. There was all kinds going on.
Guess everybody had a lot of fun and partied out yesterday, and everybody's recovering or something.
I went and had a few beers with my friends, but we finished early, and I feel good today. He's actually coming around again tonight after his work for a few more. There's this new Guinness. Do you know the Guinness beer, the stout?
Yeah, it's pretty popular over here.
Okay. They've made a coffee one that I thought, what the hell? And the other, coffee Guinness. And it's expensive. It's like it will cost you £4.50 for 4 cans of Guinness out of the supermarket. But this is like six. The coffee Guinness is like £6.50 for 4 cans. But last week I thought, what the hell? I'll give it a go. And it is the most delightful drink, the nicest stout. Yeah.
Were you skeptical at first?
Yeah.
Were you like, man, I just invested in this thing that I'm probably gonna dump down the drain? Like,
yeah, more or less. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go yuck and give it away to somebody.
But I guess you must have. It really changed your mind then, huh? Obviously.
Yeah. Total flip. It's all I'll buy now. Only like 4 of them. Like I won't go mad, you know.
Oh, and that's meant to be drunk at room temperature, or?
Oh no! As cold as you can get it.
Oh.
But way back when, I used to have a girlfriend, right? And this was like, I don't know, 20 years ago, and she used to love drinking cold coffee. I used to make us coffee, and I realized that she would let it sit, and she would drink it cold, and I'm like, ugh, how can you do that? Yuck, man.
Yeah.
And then about 5 or 10 years later, cold coffee was everywhere, all over the supermarkets. It's still being sold. Yeah, you know the crack. You know the story. But yeah, she was into it way before.
All the metrosexuals drink nothing but that.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't go near it then. just the Guinness.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, you know, the so-called urban street persons.
Oh, okay.
The ones that work in the business district. You know, they you know what I mean, like those guys who.
Yeah, they sit in coffee shops with their laptops and they work in the city and white collar workers.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what metrosexual meant, so I just thought I'd try and avoid it.
No, it's just it's you know, it is what it is.
I don't. You don't drink yourself, do you? Or?
Water.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's not bad for you. You'll live longer.
Well, I wish there was spring water. That would be the optimal choice for me because I love the taste of spring water. It just depends.
Oh yeah, there's some places here where you can go and drink it fresh from the springs.
You got some really nice springs over there, huh? Scotland,
yeah.
Right?
No, Ireland.
Ireland.
There's quite a few freshwater springs around. Oh yeah, I mean, it's strange. You know, a lot of people can't understand that there is actually a different taste to water. When you do the spring water, it's like wow.
It's amazing. Yeah, it's a different. But like, so you guys can drink as much water as you want. Like, it's so abundant for you. Like, water you'll never run out of water. Like, if you live in Ireland, like,
no,
clean drinking water.
Yeah, they're very good that way. Like England and all that, Scotland and Wales. I don't know about Scotland, but definitely England. They get charged for their water, and they try to do it here in Ireland. And the Irish just went, "Are you fucking kidding us? You're going to try and charge us for water? Get out of town!" Like they'll probably still try, but at the minute we don't get charged for water rates.
Yeah.
You know, life's hard enough with the bills and with everything that's happened, and the cost of living and shit. And I can't believe it, but I see people in England having to pay like I don't know what it is. I'm guessing like £360 a year just for water in the house.
Oh yeah.
To me, it's a very foreign notion.
How do you get your water, P-Mac?
Out of the tap.
Yeah, but I mean, you pay utility bills. I mean, you.
Oh no! Well, we pay council tax, but that's just like for lifting the bins and the street lights, and it's not heavy. It's not expensive. It's like 30 quid a month, if that. Oh. But yeah, as far as I know.
I'm curious, man. What do you pay for your like electric costs over there?
Oh, well, the electric's gone a bit crazy. It really went mental. It went from like, let's see, I was paying about £2-3 a day. I wasn't using much. This is if you're living on your own. At the time I was. £2-3 a day. And then in the winter, it went up to like £10 a day. It was like I was paying once. I was paying about £70 a week. That's about $90 or something a week just for electricity, which is quite expensive for us, I suppose.
Did you say £3?
I was only paying about three, maybe £4 a day, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, what is it monthly though? What do you pay monthly?
Oh, you see, I pay on the app just when the meter starts beeping and it tells you need to put stuff in. But in the winter times there, I was doing it every second or third day. I was throwing like $12, $13 in every second or third day. But during the summer, you're throwing that in every like fifth or sixth day, you know.
Yeah. Well, like right now.
Yeah, it's wow, the change is incredible. Like we was throwing 20 quid in every 3 days there for like 6 months. Easy, every third day, 20 quid. But now it's like we're back to using like £2 or £3 a day. We're just running a TV and a computer and a few things, and the wash machine, whatever. But yeah, it's not bad at all. But it went crazy during the winter. Everybody was complaining about it.
Mm.
And of course, they put the prices up, and oh my god. But then the government over here has done a few good things. I mean, I don't like governments, but they gave everybody £600. Every single household in Northern Ireland got £600 just for nothing. And then they did it the other day, £320. They did it. So about 5 months ago, they gave every household £600, and about a month ago, they gave everybody another 310 or so.
Did you question where is this coming from? Are we gonna have to wind up paying this back somehow? Like, because I feel like they're just like handing you the money and say, "Okay, you got to pay this back." Like.
Yeah, no, I was smiling too much, but no, yeah, it is getting paid probably with the cost of the way that everything has gone up and the electricity and all that has gone up. So yeah, without it, a lot of people would be living below the poverty line, I suppose. And I think it was about a year ago, they gave everybody £100. I don't know what they're playing at, but I'm not questioning it. Oh, they tried to boost the economy because of the COVID EID thingy. They gave everybody £100 on a card that you could spend in stores and stuff, nearly any store. You couldn't buy, I think it was alcohol and cigarettes with it, but you could buy anything else. It was a £100 card that was just after that thingy was finishing. Suddenly disappeared. So I'm just going to turn down the sound. You're not hearing the sound of this poker stars, are you?
No, I only hear you talking.
Oh, good. I think everybody in the UK is out enjoying the good weather. It really is spectacular. Spectacular. You still there, Miggy?
Yeah.
What's that locker room thing about?
Live stream locker room.
Yeah.
People usually put videos there.
Oh.
So that we can play on the bot.
Oh, right. Yeah. I seen Creation Bear had a wee conversation there was some kind of Bangladeshi kid going on yesterday morning, doing the rounds against all you guys. Was that fun? Was it? Did you enjoy yourself?
He's all right, but he's just a kid. He was saying a lot of nonsense, just stuff that he believes he doesn't know.
Oh, okay. I know. I thought he was trolling these or something.
No.
God bless him. So yeah, I haven't seen you guys in quite a while here, and poor Rob Skiba. I mean Bob. Sorry as well. Man, that was a shock, eh?
Oh, Bob Nodell.
Yeah, sad man.
Bob Nodell, Skiba, Subarats.
Subarats, yeah.
Let's see, some other guy named Jedi in the Flat Earth.
That's right. Yeah, I didn't know him too well, but yeah.
Our good friend Flat Smackers playlist.
That's right. Yeah, him too. Yeah.
He was a fucking man, dude. That guy.
Oh, he was well liked. Yeah, because go ahead, sorry.
No, he went all the way out to like his very last moment of where he couldn't take it anymore, like with his brain, dude. I honestly, dude, I was tearing up, dude, when he was on here, because that was like the valiant efforts of a person to actually go to the place. Like he fully knew himself that the Earth was not what he's been told. And so all the information they put out was his legacy, you know, what it still is. But he was having a conversation with us, and the very last time that he was going to be on, because he said he didn't have but a few days, you know.
Wow.
Yeah. And he was like, you know, I really care about this. You guys I put as much information as I could together, Flat Smackers playlist, and yeah. It was just like he gave all of that to us as a gift, you know, like everything he put in there. All the information, the documents, everything.
Yeah, I remember. It's just quite the compendium.
Which was, it was awesome. I mean, it's like, you don't expect that to be something somebody does, and, you know, all of a sudden it's just. Yeah.
And I missed that. I was away that time. And what was it eventually that caused it?
He had, I don't want to say his brain cancer. He had something with his brain. He had a lot of issues. He could only spend a certain amount of time like doing stuff, and then he would log off.
Okay.
And then, I guess they gave him a few days, and then with those few days, he hurried up and like put in as much as he could into that package and then gave it to us.
Yeah. I got cancer cured in my tongue the other day as well. They wanted to cut my neck open, and I mean, I don't want to make this about me. I don't talk about it much, but like I understand it now more. They're telling me like, listen, Paul, we need to cut open your neck and suck out these things and pull out this tongue and take out this vein out of your arm and stick this under your tongue so your tongue will heal, and all this crack, and you're going to be in hospital for 10 days, and then you're going to be on the sofa for 2 months. And I was like, nope. I don't even. What do you mean? I said, no, I'm sorry, I'm refusing treatment. Just cut it out. They said, we can't just cut it out. We have to do it like this. We've seen this before. And I'm like, nope. And I refused treatment. And it took them about 3 visits before they went, there's a Scottish guy, I like him actually. And he's like, all right, we'll just cut it out then. And they did. And I went back the other day, and they were like, it's gone. It's gone. There's no trace. I was like, yeah, great, good stuff. Thank you. I just couldn't picture myself not working and just lying on a sofa for 2 months. Oh, fuck that, man.
So with that, did that take away the issue, or?
Apparently, you know, I can come back. I'm supposed to go back for another checkup, but I missed it. I'm fucking bad. Yeah. But yeah, so I was driving the works truck the other day, trying to, I was thinking of these guys, Flatsmacker and Bob, and Antonio, and sorry, what do you call it? The other guy?
Oh, Skiba,
Rob Skiba, right? And I could not, for the life of me, get fucking Rob's name. I was like, what is it? And I could see his face, and I listened to all his videos and his conferences, and he's a great guy. Man, that annoyed me. And it took me about 2 days. The second day I was driving the van one morning, and I went through the list again, and then it just hit me. Rob Skiba, God damn it, you know.
Yeah.
Bless him. He was good too, man.
Yeah.
And we all loved listening to Bob. He was great. He was just great at what he did.
What happened to Bob?
Bob Nodell.
Bob Nodell, he passed away.
I didn't hear it. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, he passed away, bro. He had a heart complications. And large heart, I think is what they said.
Huh. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was quick.
Well, I wouldn't say it's all of a sudden. I mean, he did have complications throughout his life because of him being as tall as he is.
Oh, okay.
Or was. As tall as he was.
Yeah, it's a strange old thing in life, man. You just don't know, man. It's just like 1 minute you're here, next you're gone. It's just a little story. There's a route I do in the mornings, and what we call the police here, we call them the Garda.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just outside a little town called Buncrana. I deliver shit all around there, and the Garda car was overtaking another car, but he did it in the hard shoulder, and there was a 21-year-old wee girl walking home from a wedding, and he killed her.
What was this, yesterday morning?
This was just last week. And you feel for that guy. He probably hasn't slept since then, and he's definitely probably going to do jail time. But I mean, they won't be as hard on him. It was you or me.
Yeah, involuntary. It's involuntary, and vehicular homicide and involuntary manslaughter shouldn't carry over too many. The thing that's going to have him is the trauma from that. He'll never be able to escape that. It'll always be in his memory.
Yeah.
That in and of itself is its own like prison. He doesn't need to be in jail. Like,
yeah, the judge will probably see. Everybody will understand that is going to be hell enough for him for the rest of his life if he survives it.
It will be.
That's just so sad.
All because he was trying to hurry up and get somewhere.
Yeah.
That's sad.
Anyway, I suppose we could move on to other things apart from death. Doom and
I don't know,
gloom.
man. Death is a part of life, but as far as like, and I was hoping for you, man, like that you made your peace with God, and that everything was going good, because I know that from the past, it just seemed to be like a subject that was kind of you wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. It was putting it off, and I don't know. Me personally, if I had any moments of time to speak with you, man, I would just say look into it, man. That's all. I wouldn't push anything on you. I would just be like, dude, just look into it, man. Because what I understand in this life, there's two things. It's physical and it's spiritual. The spiritual side, we have very little knowledge as far as like people investigating it because it's so mysterious. So the physical, I would say it's still mysterious too, but like we have a better handle of the physical, quantifying things. But I don't know, man. It's just something to think about.
Oh yeah, okay. No, I do. I get what you're saying, 100%.
So yeah,
I think the one thing that life has taught us is that we don't know very much, and that anything is really possible. And to just deny something because you can't. Anyway, it's stupid, it's silly, it's ridiculous to do so. And there's too many coincidences. You wouldn't even call them then. What do they call it now? There's another word for it I always forget. But there's just too many things that happen, and too many things that are just freaky deaky, prophetic, seeing the future, having feelings and things coming true, and dreams coming true. And there's just so much going on below the surface. There's got to be something bigger there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, I do believe that. Yeah. I believe. Although I'm not a great disciple, but I'm not the worst.
Oh, none of us are, P-Mac. I'm being serious, bro. Like, we're all.
No, I know you are. It's good.
Each and every one of us is broken. We can't stand on any sort of righteousness to claim it as righteousness. And I always phrase it this way, but it's just like a beggar telling another beggar where to find bread. That's it. Anybody that says they're more than that, then they're fooling themselves. What's up, Eli?
Yes, serendipity.
You cruising the streets?
Nah, I slept in late. It's no, but I'm tired.
Oh, very, very low.
I tend to have a great ability to hear you even when you're low, but you're really low this time.
Yeah, I slept in late, which is a big no, but hey, I was tired, so partying last night.
Did you do it?
Have a good time?
Yeah, man. My birthday's coming up on the 9th. Woohoo!
How old are you going to be?
76.
34, man. 34. 34.
And you're still a young buck, man.
Yeah, he's still a young fella.
33 was a good year. It was a year of revelation for me, and change. So I think 33, and I wanted 33 to be a big year. And, it was. So I'm appreciative for everything, for you guys.
Your voice is very rough. Were you doing a lot of singing last night or what?
Karaoke?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, no, hold on, guys. I got this. I would imagine New York has tons of places to go and have fun.
Tons of, like 1,000 karaoke spots. And they're all nice.
It's a lot of trouble to get into, huh? Whenever you want to.
Yeah.
Are you still single, or you met someone yet, or?
Yeah, still single.
Uh,
I mean, I always know someone, but I'm not involved.
Do you have a little black book? Yeah.
No.
Okay.
It's all on your phone these days, P-Mac.
Oh, yeah.
They don't carry hard copies, bro.
I'm like, Bill Compton from True Blood. I don't take advantage, I just eat when I need to. Man, I'm caught up on that show From that you guys were talking about. I am fucking dialed in, man.
What show is that, sorry?
From.
I haven't heard of that.
No?
Nah,
you haven't heard of it?
No, it's the first time I heard of it. Well,
what? You guys are talking about shows? All right, so From is basically like a sci-fi kind of thriller kind of deal where, like, there's these people that just pop up into this one particular town in America, but the town, they don't know where specifically it is. They just know that once they're there, they're stuck and they can't leave. So it's not like a dome kind of situation. It's more like a Pac-Man situation where they go down this road that they know is straight. And they're like, this is how it starts. So a tree falls in front of your car. You could be in any state. You could be in New York City. You could be in Georgia. You could be in Texas. But if you see that tree fall in the road, you're going to end up in that town, no matter where you are. So the tree falls down, and then there's like a, what do they call it? A murder of crows. And after that, you kind of like drive into this town, and you're like, well, I'm going to just keep on pushing. And then you're driving straight, and then lo and behold, you're driving back into the town. So it's like you're in a loop. There's no escape. And at night, these people looking things are walking around. They never run. It's like they know that you have nowhere to go, and they just love to hunt, and they love to, play with their prey. And they'll walk up to you very slow. Hi, nice weather we're having. And they'll just like fucking slice and eat every tendon you have in your body and leave you like a dry carcass. This show is pretty fucking insane. I'm telling you, I'm not the greatest storyteller, but if y'all haven't heard of this show, definitely get up on it. I'm telling you.
Well, that sounds like you're in there with that. So,
Yep.
I was gonna say, I feel like I heard that premise of that show somewhere, but it sounded familiar. But I don't know that other part. I don't know about. That sounds a bit gory.
Yeah, kind of, sort of. It's not that gory. It's not like, I mean, it's a little bit of blood. You see, the bodies, but it's not OD.
So Eli, there was been a bit of a kerfuffle that happened in the server like yesterday and the day before, having to deal with a silver member. And it was under the understanding of belief and knowledge.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the difference between those two because it seems to be a very contentious point between like even flat Earth community. So, and the research that led me to like what I'm looking at here from the Gifford lectures, it says over 100 years of lectures on natural theology, and it defines it in such a great like it's a great exposition of belief and knowledge that I just wanted to share that. Man, maybe you can take a look at this and see what you think. I put it in live stream, voice text.
Yeah,
but
don't tell me Gregory got axed again.
Well, yeah, he's been axed since yesterday, I think.
No, well, he just came back like yesterday.
Oh, he came back. Okay. Well, I don't know. But this is the reason why I think he was one that would stand on it saying they're synonymous. But this exposition really puts into contrast the difference between the two and the reason why they're used the same. You know what I mean? Like there's context. There needs to be context within the framework of whatever you're talking about in order for you to use it. Like, and then, and that's why I want you to have a look at that because it's not as cut and dry as a lot of people think. You know what I mean?
Well, what's not as cut and dry? They're two different words.
Yeah, two different words, and the way they're used in relation to like how we talk about. Okay, so when you say belief and knowledge here, and then use it in a sentence, like somebody believes the Earth is a globe, or somebody actually knows that it's a globe, right? Would you say that there's a difference between the way the sentence is actually said to you? Or is that like, do you feel like that's the same in your understanding, like the way it's being spoken? If somebody was to tell you, I know the Earth is a globe, or if they say, I believe the Earth is a globe, is one suggestive and one's actual definitive?
Well,
or are they both suggestive?
Of course they're different. Now, but just because someone says they know something they typically think they know, but they really just know of something, which
Yeah.
would fall into the belief basket.
Right.
So
I get that. I mean, I've never really had that as was a problem, but I feel like it is. I guess in this context of the server, people are saying that it's not the same, and I'm like, or it is the same. Excuse me, that it is the same, but and I'm like, well, I mean, we have to draw a distinction between the two words. Otherwise, why have two words? Like there would be the same thing.
Right.
If they're synonymous, in what context are they synonymous? Just like the one you said right now, I could see how that would lean towards a basket of belief. But there's a graphic here I wanted to show you. It's within that link that I put in there. Let me see if I can bring it up.
But yeah, like if like one of my latest quotes on my Facebook channel is, knowing something isn't the same thing as knowing about something.
Mm-hmm.
It's obviously two different things. Like, you still have knowledge. It's that one is by way of we know the difference between knowing something and believing something. I don't know why it's an issue. I know Gregory and I don't agree on this point, and I don't get it. But it's like it doesn't take like a whole dissertation. It shouldn't for me to figure out that belief and knowing is the same. That's just something that I strongly agree with.
But this is kind of coming up to me as because I'm hearing one guy got removed because of that. There was a Silver. I don't know if you know him. Cut the shit.
No.
He got axed because of this. He was standing up to Gemsy and Gregory in the was it Cognitive Dissonance channel? I don't think it was being live streamed. And he was typing in it because he doesn't. And I'll be bold with it, man, because I known him from back in the day. He got on the VC with me and Bambi when we first got him in here. And I don't want to dox him. I'm not going to, but I would just say this much: he works in an industry where if you guys were to hear his voice, you would know who he is by way of his voice.
Yeah,
and that would expose him. And he loves his lifestyle, so he doesn't want to infringe on that lifestyle to dox himself. So he's very cautious of that. But I felt bad because he always got every point that we would say, and he would always stick up for the VC and everything. But he just got painted in such a bad light, and I don't know. I felt bad for the guy because it's like there's nothing much I can do, Because if you ban somebody, Elijah, I have to just abide by what your ruling is. I can't override you. You're a moderator. You know what I mean?
We all kind of just have to let it ride out for however long the guy decided, and then try to.
Unless it was really fucking bad, like if you just if you just dry did it, just what, fuck you, and you just banned him, then I'll be like, oh, well, hold on a sec, But if it was like there was some dialogue, and it could be misconstrued that I didn't know, like, and I'm not gonna. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would have to just let's see what the.
I'm of the so Gregory, I believe is on the belief and knowing is synonymous camp. Or no. Let me not mischaracterize him. I would say that a statement he would make loosely with these words is that in order to know something, you have to believe it.
Right.
So, that's so weird to do that. It's because in my mind I see what that is, but at the same time, there is a distinction between knowing something and believing something. I'm not sure it's even the same conversation,
Right. There's a contrast, right? Like if there is no contrast, then why use two words? Or why don't you just keep it one word? Wouldn't that make things suitable for the context?
Right. Yeah.
I don't know, but it seems to be a very contentious point within the members of FE, as in like, well, what I can't say believe now, like the Glober believes the Earth's a globe versus he knows the Earth is a globe. Like I have to refrain from saying that because now it's synonymous. Like, and this is getting kind of like it's festering. I don't want it to fester. I want it to know if we can nip it in the bud. Whether is this going to be a point where we're going to have camps going like, you know what I mean? But I know where we stand. The majority of us stand with this understanding. Like it's pretty basic. We have to go into like a freaking 10-hour lecture of like how did this, at least that's what I'm working it out in my head. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, bro. Like that's.
I feel the same way. Like again, like I've been back and forth about this topic. I just think that we're in another pocket of time that we're gonna have an influx of certain thoughts in the server because I've heard it, and I don't know whether like usually we characterize it as we're getting like we're getting like an influx of trolls. I'm not calling our people trolls. I'm saying, what if we were wrong this whole time and we should have actually had faith in what scripture says? Like, this is deeper than it's a lot deeper when someone who's a random person who doesn't argue flat earth come in here and say there are two horizons. How the hell can you say the same thing Zanuck said when I thought Zanuck was an agent, but you're just a regular person? So it's like maybe it's more on the meta side or the spiritual side of what's going on as to why there would be people that wake up with the same thought on their hearts and then come in here so many or enough where we're like, wait a minute, there's another guy that just came in here arguing the same thing. Are you guys watching the same videos, or like what's going on? Like, that kind of thing happens all the time when the trolls come in here and they talk about the same argument, or people come in here and they want to start talking about the Nelson Mandela effect all over again. It's like speculation city in this room the last couple days. And it's like, I don't want to make anybody feel away, but like,
Yep. No, I'm tracking with you, but that's the reason why I bring this up, because has something popped up that I didn't know about that now everybody's really on this. We were on this train a few years ago, and I remember it was a big topic between belief and knowledge, and I think even Jim Panda, remember the Jim Panda whole thing, and justified true belief, like that's what knowledge is, and there's a lot of, they're trying to make it like they're trying to conflate them to where there's no distinction. You know what I mean? Like there's so much gray area there that you can't use the word knowledge or belief, and I think it's a tactic. I don't think it's an actual a proposition to be propped up in this discussion, because when we talk about it in the sense of like the context of the earth being a globe, we know what we're saying, right? It seems pretty logical for me to I don't have to, we don't have to dive into like the etymology of every single word. Like there has to be a way that we're like, okay, to go and do that is to reduce everything to absurdity. Why do we have to do that? Like, what is the and in and as and like what's the like? Come on, man! Like what?
It's in my mind, it's another distraction. It's another thing that slows things down for no reason. Like, I understand slowing things down for a reason, but see what I just said now? Just then, like, if you could understand exactly what I said, someone would come in here and make the case that what I said, both instances are the same exact thing. And it's like, wait, what? And now we're having a conversation about nothing. It's another mind virus, if you ask me.
I just asked a quick question. Where's Helio?
Why?
Helio skeptic?
Yeah, I haven't seen Helio in ages.
He was on yesterday, bro.
Oh, was he? Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I just I missed him. I missed him a lot. I mean.
And also, Eli, just real quickly, I'm gonna table this discussion, whatever. I just thought I'd bring it up to you. It was I didn't have any issues at all with the way I'm proposing it, but I just don't want there to be like, hold on, man, what are you talking about? Like, that's not what we're on anymore. I'm like, whoa, what's going on, man? Like, I don't want this to be. I don't want it to get weird, like, because I've been using it in this context as far as like when I talk to people. So I think I know what I'm saying, man. Like, I don't want to be challenged on this.
It's like, no, you either know something or you believe it. I don't give a shit about but you have to believe something to know. I don't even care what that means at that point because I know for a fact either this person experienced what they said is true or they didn't.
Oh, they
I
didn't.
know what I'm saying when I
Right?
say that.
All right. Well, okay.
Cut the
Anyway.
Shit's one of my favorite people on here for years. I really enjoy Cut the Shit.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm hoping
it'd
he
be a
comes
rare
back.
day that we disagree on something important, So it's been long
I'm just
enough.
hoping it. I'll go ahead, Eli.
I'm saying it's been long enough. Imagine one day we disagree this strongly, because this would be a problem if you and I
Well, that's
disagreed
what.
on this. But there's never been that kind of a disagreement with us, So
Right. Which is kind of like why I don't know. It's got like this weird air or something that's like mysterious going on. Like, no. I want everything to be above board, man. Like we're not. Hopefully, we're not. There's not a misstep here where there's some words that are being said and be like, "Oh, I thought you meant that. I thought that's what you meant all along." I'm like, "Oh, wait a minute, no, what's going on?" Anyway, that's cool. But check it out, man. We got some new people in here while we were talking, like in here.
Nice.
Let's see. We got Back to Sleep. Welcome to the server. We got Bumblebee on the fence. Who else is in there? Ingersoll.
Yes, sir.
All right. Back to Sleep. Are you there also?
Yep.
Welcome to the server, guys. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. As you may know, you might have got introduced in the VC check-in. But we kind of want to get to know you guys a little bit. So maybe you already had an introduction. I haven't heard it personally because you guys look new to me. So if you don't mind, Back to Sleep. We start with you. Tell us what brings you here.
I've been in the server for a few months actually. I've chatted, but I've never really used the voice chat much. Suddenly I'm VC verified, although I don't know when I got VC verified. I kind of popped in the chat last night just to listen in, but I saw I was VC verified, and so I chatted a little bit. But yeah, I'm a flat earther, and I just I found the server, and I just kind of was checking it out, seeing what goes on around here, and I've been pretty impressed with what goes on around here as far as the discussions. So that's why I stick around.
Excellent.
You probably got verified when you went back to sleep. I'm sorry, dad jokes, eh?
All right, so we got Bumblebee up next. Bumblebee, welcome. I don't think I've seen you, but it looks like you got on the fence, so obviously you've been here a minute, right? Perhaps Bumblebee is away. All right, how about Ingersoll?
Yeah, I just joined up last night. I actually I hopped in I didn't know this was 24/7 literally. That's kind of sick. But I think I unmuted myself accidentally first time joining. And let's see, hold on I'm at work right now. Yeah, so I joined last night and then all of a sudden they VC verified me. Thing is, I'm not on any social media platforms for the last 4 years, I'd say, and 2018, I think, I stumbled upon, I think, the Best Flat Earth documentary, and I've been kind of obsessed with it ever since. And none of my friends in real life want to hear about it. They have this, cognitive dissonance. And as soon as I start to discuss it, it's like they don't even want to hear about it. So, I saw this link on, I think, Witsit's channel, and I wanted to hop in it. And the last 24 hours have been pretty entertaining. A lot of people that are pretty well versed in a lot of this stuff, especially the more complicated facets of it. I'm kind of more on the elementary level, basically, without using mathematics or much physics. I know the Earth is flat based on my personal experience and observable reality, and that did it for me. So it's cool to be here. Thanks for having me, and looking forward to sticking around for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, gentlemen, I appreciate that you guys come into the server, and we're going to do our best to actually help anybody that wants to get used to the culture that we have here, because we've curated a culture in that we don't have any people that are of the mind that the Earth is a globe in office here. So people that have rank are the ones that are going to be only on the flat Earth side. So for you guys' knowledge that, there's nobody here on this server that holds office that's a, globe earther. The globe earthers that come in here are the ones that are just in it for a discussion or debate or, that sort of
that's
thing.
cool to see too. I like that. I was kind of confused this morning, but I like that they'll pop in here. The ones at least with good intentions and somewhat open minded. I wanted to ask you guys because again I'm not on the social media thing. I go on YouTube and the video streaming platforms, but is everyone here cool with Eric Dubay? You guys like his stuff? It seems like there became like a disconnect between him and the community, and I was wondering if that's the case here. I wanted to get everybody's opinion.
He's all right. He's all right. We don't. I would say I haven't watched an Eric Dubay video
in a while or ever
since I first learned about this stuff.
Same.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's the whole reason I'm here. And even to this day, I mean, all this stuff about life, spirituality, energy. He does it. He does it. It's all very low quality compared to a lot of the other, content creators out there. But I don't know. I thought I heard something went on in the community, and it seems like he's kind of on the outskirts. And
I feel like I want to explain it this way, inner growth. So I feel like
you can call me Russ. I made this like years ago.
What do you want me to call you?
Russ, RUSS. I'm going to change my name on here. I haven't used Discord in a couple of years. I forget.
Yeah. I would say like from how we understand like coming into Flat Earth, like you have your Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent, and all. Like if there was a meter, right? They sway from the very basic rudimentary kind of like understanding that's how you put that needle, right? And as the needle moves and it sways towards the middle, then you have like the people who are a little bit more advanced in like the discussion and talk about points about what the Earth actually is versus what you think it is, and then it sways all the way to the most advanced, which is now you're getting into the actual debate understanding of like logical fallacies. You start you see the citations that support our position, like everything that should be with somebody that's well spoken and can articulate flat Earth in a to anyone.
That's actually a great point.
You could stick this person or the people in this server in any forum, and we'd flourish, right? The ones who know how to articulate their position. So, and that's what I'm saying. Like with this forum, we curate that. So it's hard for a newbie flat earther to come in here and then they're all about wanting to talk to globers about Antarctica and the ice ring and stuff like that.
Right.
That stuff. So we get them into the mindset of like what is truly this conversation is truly about, and it's getting people to critically think about topics in general, and so using your mind to actually be able to use the information correctly versus like how it was before. When I first entered it, there wasn't none of this. So all the people in here, these intellects that are in this server, they can put to shame anything you've ever heard of, like as far as like your Eric Dubays and your Mark Sargents. Not to say that they're not doing a good job, but the level of where you're at right now. Those guys are more like the spokesperson, like prolific, guys out there. But these guys in here are the unsung heroes. These guys are destroying the globe every day on a level that can't be reached by those guys. You know what I mean?
No, you put it perfectly. Yeah, you put it perfectly. Yeah, they're great introductory, but for the people that have the thirst for knowledge, and I love how you brought up, basically, the intellects here know how to argue their positions within the framework of like professional debates. Like, frankly, I knew of logical fallacies, but I've been studying lately as I watch, debaters like, Whitsitt. You guys obviously watch him, right? Is he in this class or no? So I'm noticing as time goes on, I'm starting to. It's kind of like a flat earth journey, right? Like now I'm getting more into the technical side of things and just deeper.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Wits is obviously a friend of the servers, and sometimes when he does his lives, we're there, or when he's on a debate with modern day debates, we'll go over there, we'll throw a few super chats and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, Witsit has come a long way with us, and it, I would say that you've reached the top when you've become Neo when you understand that even labels are a distraction. In the beginning, labels are all you can do to just hold on because you don't know what the fuck's going on, so they're kind of necessary, right? But then you get to the other side where it's like, well, actually, labels don't mean anything because there's so many different moving parts. If I put anything in a box, then my thought process about that thing would actually be incorrect. So your brain is always working. Your brain is always just accepting things as they are rather than what our brains are used to doing, which is trying to categorize things and put them in a box. Once you can think like that, then you understand that there actually are no camps. Doesn't matter how many people frequent one place or another. When you see your brother, you see your brother.
That's very well put.
Beautifully put, dude. Beautifully put.
Thank you.
I'm glad that was on the live stream. We need to cut that out.
That was awesome. Well, thanks for having me, guys. I'm at work, so I'm going to be on mute, but I appreciate you having me here. Looking forward to it.
No, I appreciate you, Ruff, for coming in here. We just got a whole influx of new people coming in here, so I'm gonna just from the very top go from a curse. He looks like he's muted. I'm gonna mute a curse. A curse, are you there?
Yeah, what up?
All right, so you were muted. I don't know why, but let's see. Since you chimed in, I'm gonna give you VC verified. How about that?
Okay.
All right. There's a few. Did you have any buddies that came in with you? Because it looks like Shaw, Russ, and Spank came in at the same time you did.
I just
yes.
Sold to Russ, so that's me from here on out.
Yeah, appreciate it, Russ. All right, let me unmute these guys. Before I get back to you, a curse, just hold tight for a second.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if these guys are here. Are you, Shaw, Russ, are you there?
I'm not speaking.
Russ, are you there?
I'm not speaking here. No shot. It's a flat
Right.
at the Discord.
All right, bro. Hang tight. We're all so happy to have you, man. Maybe you got dragged in here by one of your buddies and you're like, what the fuck is this? I guarantee you're going to have a load of fun right now, man. So, yeah, that's what we're here to do. Let's have fun. You never know what might happen, right? Keep it going, Miggy. Welcome,
All right,
everyone.
so we got Spank that's also in here. Let me see if Spank is wanted to talk to us. Spank, are you there?
Yo, how you doing?
What's going on, Spank?
Yeah, look, not a lot, man. Just vibing. You know how it is.
Awesome. So, we're just going to welcome all of you guys, our Curse and Spank, brand new to the server. And we do want to give you some roles here. So I'll give you VC verified, Spank. And
cheers, bro. Appreciate it.
That means that, okay, so if you have VC verified, that means that in the voice channel that you're in right now, there's a text channel that's right above it. And I want to direct your attention to that text channel because I'm going to drop the live stream. And that's a 24/7 live stream that we have on YouTube. And here it is. And what we do there is we record these streams 24/7, 7 days a week. So that's for your benefit because you can clip that out, send it to your friends or whatever, say, hey, I was on 24/7 or whatever. But we also use it to our benefit as well because we're able to go back on something that you may have said. And, in case you said, I didn't say that. We're like, yeah, you did. So we're live streaming 24/7. But with that, you can see the live stream voice text because we put relevant information there. And so with me kind of giving you that little introductory spiel, I do want to get to know you guys. So we can start with Spank. Spank, what brought you to the server? And what is your position of the topic of the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, look, bro, I was invited by my good friend Arch Curse here. He told me about the Discord and he invited me in. It's currently 3 a.m., so not really doing a whole lot. Just thought I'd drop in and check out what's going. My input on the the shape of the Earth, I guess, is. I mean, I'm not the biggest believer in flat Earth, to be completely honest, but here I am.
Okay. So hopefully we can challenge you, Spank, and just hold tight because Kansas will be going bye-bye in a little bit. All right, so we got a curse that's in here. You were muted, by the way, a curse. And
yeah, I was. Yeah, I
give
had
us an
my.
introduction. Yeah, give us an introduction of yourself, and then just tell us what your position is.
My introduction of myself?
Yeah, if you don't mind, so we can get to know you.
So, what do you want me to introduce about myself?
Say, I'm a curse. I'm 20 years old. I study math. I don't know, dude. I'm just making. Well,
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm Archgus. I'm 23, and I don't really study much anymore. But I did graduate. But yeah.
Okay.
My perspective on the Earth is, I haven't been here much longer. So I got invited like a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, I haven't been here much. But yeah, it's interesting hearing from you guys.
All right. So what is your position on the topic of the shape of the Earth? Do you think the Earth's a globe or what? Give us a little info on that.
I think it is a globe, but I could be wrong. Here to learn more.
Excellent. All right. So the thing that we're going to do right now that we got introductions out of the way, is we're going to open up the floor to the new people. Of course, you guys came in brand new. You guys can ask questions, right? We'll do some asking of the questions. We'll do some answers. But there's a lot of in-depth information we want to ask you guys. So we don't want to skip out if you have these questions that's just like, a little splinter in your mind. We want you to get to those questions. We'll answer them, and then we'll fill in some context, okay? So just remember what I said right now. So I don't want you to take it like, oh, you just said this, but there's no context. No, I'm telling you, we're going to answer your questions that you have right now straight away, and then we're going to fill in a whole bunch of context and then possibly ask you guys some questions. Is that cool? I want to make it fair to you guys. Yeah. So you're new. Okay. So any of you new guys have any questions, please go and answer. We can start with Archcurse and work our way down if you want. Ask us anything, man.
Anything?
Yeah.
Why do you believe the Earth is flat when satellites show that the Earth is sphere?
Okay. Anybody want to take this? I just open it up for you guys. I love my panel, so whoever wants to chime in from the panel.
Same reason I don't believe in Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster, even though there's lots of people who believe that, and there's quote unquote lots of pictures. The exact same reason. You go into reality and it doesn't seem to match.
If I could chime in, I think from a most basic level is you have to ask yourself about outer space, where these satellites are in outer space. You have to get into propulsion and what these satellites push off of. Here on Earth, Newton's third law of motion works perfectly well, where you have something that goes one direction, has an opposite reaction or medium go in the other direction. Works great with cars, airplanes, submarines, works great everywhere. But when you go into outer space, which is a vacuum, where nothing can ignite and nothing can be pushed forward because it's a vacuum behind, what causes these satellites to actually move around? What causes a spaceship, a rocket, to move in the outer space? What caused us to get to the moon in 1969 to 1972? There's nothing to push off of. So it's a complete fairy tale that we've been lied to since age 5.
I'm not Robot, and I want to chime in real quick. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
The main reason I believe the Earth is not a spinning globe is the natural physics of water. Yes. They tell us that water covers the surface approximately 70%, depending on what you look at, 70 to 80%, whatever it is. Anyway, water does not conform to convex shapes and make a ball. So there you go. You guys go ahead.
All right, let's turn it back real quick to a curse. A curse. Is there any more questions you want to ask? And if you don't have any more, I'll go ahead and go to another person. But if you have some more, go ahead and ask another.
Yeah, just go on to someone else.
All right. So we got Spank in here. Spank, did you have any questions?
Yeah, look, I guess one is
Even if it sounds silly, even if it sounds silly, I don't just ask it.
When I look through a telescope into the night sky and I look at, for example, when we can see planets like Mars and all that sort of thing, they are circular. They are curvature, and you can see that they're not completely flat. So, what makes you guys think that Earth is any different?
The guy responded 1 minute ago.
Answer the question. Yeah, answer the question if you guys can. Let's answer them because we're trying to move on.
Questionnaire in the chat. I'm just going to post a quick multiple choice questionnaire in the chat. I'd love you just to give us a quick answer. Are you able to see the live stream voice text? 4 minutes past the hour, you'll see a quick screen grab of what looks to be 4 spheres. Could you give us an answer? Are these all spheres? One of them is a sphere? Some of them are spheres, or none of them are spheres?
That's to Spank. Spank, if you're there, that's to you, sir.
I don't have access to text Discord.
Yeah.
Sorry, my internet's being really fucking
give me 1
shit.
second. Give me 1 second. I'll make sure you have the ability to see that. Or guys, I'm on mobile, so if somebody else wants to help them out with that.
He's got VC verified. That's the text channel that I was directing you to, Spank, at the beginning of our introduction.
Should be above the text. It should be above the voice.
Yeah, right above the voice channel. Let me know when you're there, Spank.
Well, I mean, with it being a picture, it's kind of hard to tell, to be honest.
That's fine. It's okay. We're just it's a good starting point for us here. So just A, B, C, or D.
Well, I would like to assume that they were all spheres, but it's like I said, I can't really tell. It's a picture, right?
It's okay. It's okay to get it wrong. We're just going to walk through this. So let's start with an answer, and then we'll move forward.
Sure, I would say at least one of them is spheres. Let's say.
Okay, so B, one of them is spheres. That's actually correct. So let's move forward to which one would be the one.
I'm tossing up between the first one or the second one.
First one or second one. Okay. Sasha, go ahead and post a GIF. I know you were a little quick there. If you want to repost it, I can grab it if you need to.
Wait.
I can grab it too if you need me to.
Oh, okay.
You were a little quick there, buddy. Almost gave me.
Oh, I wanted to help him that he have visualization.
No cheating. No cheating.
Okay.
But you're correct. So one of them is a sphere. You said between the first one or the second one. So, Sasha, you got it, or you want me to grab it?
Yeah, I posted.
So the second one, you'll see here in the GIF, it's actually a piece of paper. And what's funny is most people, when I ask this question, most people tend to go for the second one. The first one, hemisphere. The second one, piece of paper. Third one, another half circle or half sphere. And the last one is actually a sphere. So the fourth one in the picture was the sphere. So what happens is a lot of people go, well, I look in the sky and I clearly see spheres. Are you sure? I mean, I'm not saying that they're pieces of paper or anything, but are you sure you're able to detect that these are spherical objects in the sky? I'm not so sure. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, and I want to answer him. You said, I see the Mars, I see the planets in the sky. That's okay. Maybe you see them circular, not spherical. That's also okay. But that doesn't have nothing to do with the Earth because you are not observing Earth.
That's a good point, Sasha. When we look up in the sky, we see lots of things, and nothing up there resembles the Earth, even slightly. So it's kind of weird that people want to compare the Earth to things in the sky. Now, I'm sure, well, a lot of people have this outer space video game running. So you can't put Halo in a PlayStation. So you also can't gather around outer space and try to load a disk into outer space and call that flat Earth. A flat Earth doesn't belong in outer space. They don't go together. They're just not compatible. So it's not like all these spheres in space and then this one disk. It's just completely wrong programming. So we got to start from. Or from scratch, not from outer space.
Spank, did that answer your question with the visual anyway?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Do you have any other questions? Don't matter how absurd they are, we have to answer them directly.
None that I can think of at the moment, thank you.
Okay. Does that conclude everybody that's new? We got Russ still in here. I know you're on the flat Earth side, but
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I do like to ask Goldberg a question though, and this kind of got me when somebody asked me this. If you had never heard of the idea of flat Earth, of a globe Earth before, and you walked outside, would you think that the Earth was standing still and stationary, or would you think it's spinning through space and the sky rotating around the planets? Would you think So I butchered that, but I'm sure that was somewhere along the lines of the question I was asked, and I'm like, if I never heard of it, if I was never indoctrinated with it, I probably would say it's stationary and everything's rotating around us in the sky. I'm curious to hear their answers.
So to sum up the question, if you were never told about a globe, would you go outside and think that the Earth was moving and curved and globular? Feel free to answer that.
Yeah, I think it was Spank or Ethergrass.
No, Spank. It was Spank and a curse. Those are the two people that are
of
the mind that the Earth. They're the two people that are of the mind of the Earth as a globe at the moment.
Thank you.
So the challenge begins, gentlemen. So when you're in the server, we want to challenge the way you think. So hopefully you can start to engage with your critical thinking skills and maybe address what Russ just said. And also Creation Bear.
I see you want me to answer the question. If I walked outside right now, what would I think?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wouldn't really.
It's not like
asked the question. If I was asked a question, if I thought I wouldn't know how to answer it. Like school and all that teach you that it's sphere, so everyone just like learns that it's a sphere.
Yeah, the important
and through science as well.
The important part of that question is if you were never taught that it was a sphere spinning through outer space, if you were to go outside and you were never taught that, what would you think? Would you think that the Earth is standing still below, stationary below you? You're saying you don't know. Okay.
I wouldn't know. Yes.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
All right, Spank. How about you?
Sorry, I had to go my dog shit in the lounge room, so I couldn't hear the question. Apologies.
Yeah,
if
no
you
worries.
want to ask it again.
CB, if you want to run through that question.
Yeah, it was the other guy's question, right? I just was reiterating. If you were never told that you were spinning and the Earth was curved, would you go outside and then that would be something you originally came up with? You would go outside. Is that something would that even cross your mind if no one ever told you that? And it's not a gotcha question, so don't worry. We're not going to grill you if you say one or the other.
I guess not really, right? Like, it's not really something that you actively think about. But, like, when it comes down to it, like, how can you really know anything when you ask questions like that? Like, I guess, like, if you said the same thing to someone, like, how do we know the moon's real unless we actually go there and touch it ourselves, right? Like, what if it's just someone projecting something into the sky that we don't even know is actually there?
Well, the first half of your statement was great. You lost me there at the end with what if it's a projection? But like, yeah, I mean, how would you know? That's a good place to start. You don't just assume things. You find out what you can test and go test it. We can't test what the moon is, but we can definitely test what the Earth is and what the Earth is doing. So I would say start there. Go ahead, Mickey. Back to you.
All right, so we definitely do want to challenge you some more. So I'm going to actually call on one of the team members here to engage with you guys. And let's see if he can pose a challenging question for you. Sasha, go ahead if you want to ask them, the gentleman here, a question. Let's see if you can challenge them. The time for you to shine, dude. You got bad mic. What the fuck, Sasha?
How did that happen? Listen, this.
You're fighting. Listen, and the reason why I'm laughing is because Sasha's always trying to get in a word when it's real heated. Now that it's real clear that there's nobody talking, it's all about Sasha, and his mic doesn't work. It's so funny, dude. Like,
I do have one question while we're waiting, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead, Spank.
In regards to it being a flat Earth, how exactly do seasons work then? For example, so in the United States, it's summer, but in Australia, it would be winter. Like, how does that work in regards to how seasons work and all that sort of thing?
I'll pose it to the team. Anybody who wants to chime in? I'll pick up the slack if you guys don't. So,
if my mic bad, I'll answer.
For me, go ahead.
Hold on.
So it's all to do with the sun and the light and the angle of the sun.
Somebody else got it, my bad.
Yeah. Hang on, Dick. I'll let Dave do it, and then you can answer right after him. So, Dave.
Just real quick while my mic's working. The sun is obviously, we don't claim how far it is, but it's closer than what we all got taught. It only lights up certain parts of the plane as it goes around, or whatever motion it does. So go ahead.
Deck, you wanna say this?
Yeah, I was sort of saying the same thing. It works because the seasons are dictated by the light and the heat given off by the sun, and that's determined by the angle of the sun over the flat plane. Yeah, so in spring, when it pops over the equator at 0 degrees, that's when the sun starts to infiltrate growth, and it gives its light in different areas. And as it moves around and at different angles and heights, it dictates what happens on Earth with vegetation and growth. It's nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's all to do with the sun's angular perception onto the Earth.
Isn't it assumed, though, that the sun's rays always come in at the same angle, so therefore it should still correspond to the same season throughout all over Earth, no?
Well, you was right with saying the word assumed.
So it kind of disproves both theories then in that case, right? Because we don't know.
Well, you asked the question how the seasons work. Seasons are dictated by the light of the sun, its location, and its angle. And that's how seasons work. So that's the answer to your question.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Well, let's apply the same amount of rigor to both sides. What are they telling you? They're saying the Earth is tilted, spinning, and revolving. So is that true?
Well, again, it would be an assumption. So both sides would be equally incorrect if we're throwing out assumptions, no? That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Let me, real quick, guys. I had to pop in here. I'm going to address everybody new that's comes in so that we can make this forum today be a little bit more robust. So I might be interjecting in between you guys talking. So just to announce new people. So Crabman Jones has just popped in here, and I'm going to unmute Crabman Jones. Crabman Jones, welcome to the chat. Are you there? Crabman Jones, are you there?
Don't be shy. We're a diverse group.
If you want to contact us, Crabman Jones, and if you work out your mic situation, just hop in here and say, hey, what's up? That way I know, then I can stop the chat again and then address you. But you're unmuted at the moment, so you can hop in whenever you want. Spank, back to you, and CB.
Mayhem, could I address Spank?
Sure. I don't know. Spank, did you finish? Actually, I don't know if he was done.
Yeah. It's all good.
Thanks, Spank. Thanks, Mayhem. Spank, your side, the heliocentric, I don't want to call it your side, forgive me. The heliocentric side says that you got your seasons 4.5 billion with a B years ago when a large asteroid or planet called Theia, Theia, slammed into the Earth when it was perfectly north-south and caused it to tilt at 23.4 degrees. And part of that became the Earth, and the other part became what we know today as the Moon. So the seasons on the heliocentric model came about because of some asteroid or planet 4.5 billion years ago, and not the fact that our sun moves between the north, between Capricorn and Cancer at 23.4 degrees north, 23.4 degrees south to give us our seasons. Now, I don't want to get into theology, but which is more believable? The fact that maybe we were created with a perfect system that gave us 23.4 degrees north and south that moves up and down, moves that way, or that a something 4.5 billion years ago called Theia, Theia, slammed into a perfectly straight up and down Earth and tilted at 23.4 degrees, which is more believable.
I don't know, man. It's so early to be thinking about shit like that. Like, that's like so out of my scale. Like, I'm not thinking about anything like that, man.
The other, just sorry to interject. The other thing on that as well regarding the supposed tilt. I mean, if you look at the supposed poles and their weather conditions, they're supposed to get 6 monthly cycles of the same tilt towards and against the sun. And if you look at the climate on the so-called North Pole and Antarctica, totally different temperatures, totally different vegetation, totally different conditions, where they should be the same if that was the case.
If you had a 23.4 degree tilt on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, you would have similar temperatures at the north and the south. The record low in the North Pole is 89 degrees negative Fahrenheit. The record temperature, low temperature in Antarctic is negative 135. That's 46 degree difference. The highest it gets in January in Antarctica is negative 9 Fahrenheit, and it easily gets into the 20s and 30s in the North Pole. So if you lived on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, which gives sunlight to the North and the South Pole equally, you would have something similar. There is 3.3 million people that live in the Antarctic Circle or above, and there is nobody who lives permanently in the Antarctic region, 66 degrees south. Nobody. You have 56 countries of the Antarctic Treaty that live there. They come and go, but nobody is permanent resident there, where you have 3.3 million in the north. There is something going on that we aren't told about.
My point exactly.
Any more questions, gentlemen?
How seasons works on the heliocentric model?
I would think you have to address them directly, Sasha, because they don't know who you're talking to. So they're not answering. That's why.
Because there must be the answer, for that. If you're asking how seasons working on the flat Earth, that means it must work on the globe. It's some story there.
Yeah.
Due to the rotation or due to
But there is no tilt, especially when it comes to setting up your EQ mount to look at picture big stellar photography and all of that. When you look at that, all of a sudden there is no earth tilt. When you're alive, well, I would see that probably just go over. I probably should provide some diagrams if you guys are interested.
You're coming in and out, Elijah.
No, you guys are doing a fine job. Keep on rocking on. I'm probably cutting in and out because I'm trying to run COD Mobile at the same time, so I'm gonna just listen because you guys are doing well.
Cool. All right, so we got a Curse and Spank. They are both of the mind that the Earth is a globe. At the moment, right now, I I'm going to challenge them, but I'm waiting for everybody to kind of get their questions out of the way. So the challenge is coming, but does anybody want to pose any more challenging questions to them? Because Sasha just said something, but I don't know if Akirsh and Spank.
It's all right. Go with you with yours.
I mean, I
honestly didn't understand the question.
Yeah. The question wasn't understood, Sasha. So maybe
The question is doesn't matter if you don't know, but the question was how the seasons works on the flat Earth. That means that somebody has the method how that's working on the globe. My question would be how the season work on the globe.
So it's basically the same question, but back to you guys. So you were asking the question, how do seasons work on a flat Earth? Sasha's like, how do seasons work on a globe? Do you guys know?
I believe a really brief summary is the Earth's annual movement around the sun, as well as the 23-degree tilt of the Earth itself, means that during some seasons, obviously winter, the days are shorter, so the sun warms the ground for less each day. I'm no geologist or astrologist or anything like that studies that shit, but that is the brief rundown of what is the seasons.
I mean, I'll just, I mean, what we're talking about here is seasons and light being projected onto the Earth and heat and the sun movement. This has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's just the sun's movement and angular position relative to it. So if we're going to presume a tilt and a spinning globe, we first have to establish and prove that the Earth is spherical. And so for that, we'll need some measurements and proof of the measurements of your supposed Earth curve presumptions of a radius with 3959. So if you could let everybody know how the Earth was measured and in physical reality to come to that conclusion, we'd all be really happy to listen and hear you out.
That wasn't the question I was answering. And again, like I said, I am far too much of a small person to have any of that knowledge. Like I am just here for a bit of a vibe, you know. Like I don't have the answers to these questions because I'm not fully prepared to debate like this.
I might be smaller than you, a Mexican, so you're not that small.
I mean, I can appreciate that, but obviously, if you're talking about the tilt of the Earth and the Earth's a globe and spinning, you're making some assumptions. So, but in the first instance, we need to establish if the Earth is a globe and how that was determined. Before, and we cannot go any further talking about tilt, gravity, or any other subject until we can confirm that we live on a spherical Earth with a radius value of 3959. So we need to determine how that was established. So you need to be speaking about that and telling us how that was established in the first instance, then we can move on.
That I agree with that. That's all good. I agree with him too, because he was asked specifically about seasons on this globe model, and for that I described it well. So, yeah, good for you, sir. Learn the globe model before you reject it.
Facts. That's step one. Step one, know what the globe claims are. Then step two, test those claims. You can't skip those steps and then get to a flat Earth, in my opinion. I would recommend doing what I said.
Step 3, welcome to flat Earth.
All right, to the gentlemen that are in here who think the Earth is a globe, do you guys have any more questions for them? Like, obviously, the ones that you asked right now is you need to learn the globe, but what are we asking them essentially?
Great question.
No, well, I mean, obviously, you're saying you need to learn the globe, but is there anything directed to them? Deck, did you have something directed to the gentleman? What was your question?
I do. My mic still works.
Well, yeah, but I just want to see. Dick, are you there?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, mate. I was just cut out there. Sorry, mate. What did you say?
What was your question to the gentleman? What did you ask?
I'm asking them to demonstrate how the Earth is measured in physical reality. according to the globe claim.
Okay.
How is it
So
measured?
that's
How do we measure it?
yeah,
How
that's
do we
to
pr-
occur. Oh, sorry, I'm not overlapping.
Sorry.
You. Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, so basically, you're claiming a globe Earth. How is it measured in physical reality? How do we observe it, and how do we measure it in physical reality? Because I've never seen the curve, and I've never felt Earth spin. So it's got values, it's got geometric values. So can you talk us through that and explain who measured it and how it was measured, please?
Well, I just looked it up, and supposedly the Greeks measured it back in the 90s. And yeah, I honestly didn't come in here just to like I didn't really want like an argument. I sort of just wanted to hear your guys' opinions, and not really like
I mean,
share my own.
I'm definitely not arguing. I mean, I'm just like, it's just there's a claim out there that we live on a spinning ball with a certain radius value, and it's got geometric implications to it. So, which I've never been able to prove to myself or observe. So you're in the mindset that you live on a globe and it's spinning through a vacuum of space.
Well, yeah, that's just what I've been taught in school.
So it's a belief then?
It's like you get molded when you're young on what to believe in. You don't really ask questions about your teachers. You just answer the questions and the sheets they give you.
Yeah.
So what people grow up to believe is ingrained in them. They don't really have a choice.
Sorry to interject, but not the right place to come if you're looking for opinions.
What Arch Curse said was, if I may interject, what Arch Curse said was right on target. We are all born in, the eyes are useless when the mind is blind. We are all born into a prison system we cannot see, therefore we cannot get out of. But once the veil is lifted, there's no turning back. So Arch Curse, the greatest gift you can give yourself going forward is to think for yourself. Because once you think for yourself, you truly become free because you start to see the truth. And when you see the truth shall truly set you free.
All right, I'm just going to address something that the gentleman Curse said. You said, I'm not here to debate. You're kind of just like hanging back and asking questions. But what we want to do when you came in here, I did preface your guys when I, told you that, welcome and all that. I was saying we're going to challenge you. Okay, so it's okay to use your critical thinking skills in here to kind of think about the questions that we're going to pose to you. So it's not just learning about what we're talking about in here. It's also engaging with the questions and seeing if there's any merit to what we're saying versus what you previously think it is. So it's a lot to do more with your critical thinking than it has to do with just getting some answers. Because anyone can go anywhere and read up about it, right? I mean, that's not what you want. You want to hear how to engage with your critical thinking about the questions that are being posed to you. And that's what it is.
You say this with the critical thinking, but you want us to provide evidence and stuff. Like you guys want us to provide evidence, even though, like, I don't know much about why the Earth is sphere or why the Earth is flat.
Well, just a pro tip in general, brother, is to just stick to things that you do know, so that when you say them and someone asks you, okay, well, can you back it up? You'll already have the support. So it's okay if you don't know things. You'll end up learning in the process. But I wanted to add this one thing as well. It's almost like a game. I look at it like a game of catch. So we're going to have a point. We're going to throw it out to you. We're going to hope that you are able to catch it and return it. Instead of just us throwing heaters at you all day that you can't hit, we want to at least have an engaging back and forth. So, whoever said like it's not a place for opinions, I kind of agree with that. We need the dialogue is where a lot of the traction happens. So the back and forth. We need to kind of underhand throw like a nice easy point to you. Let's do that. We can start slow. Go ahead, Mickey. Sorry to jump in there.
Yeah, it's a good analogy. But what do you think about that, Curse? Yeah, and Spank as well. You guys, like, that's what it's all about, engaging with the question, say, hey, I don't know the answer to that. I believe it or whatever the case. But so that we know where you're coming from and maybe you can identify some of the flaws in logic that you might have where previously you're like, nah, man, it's a globe. Now when you're coming in here, like, well, shoot, I don't know if it's a globe or not. Like, you guys got me thinking, and that's what we want to do. We want you to start to think about stuff. I mean, if you don't have the answer, that is, but so go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's good.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that if anybody else wants to come and challenge Spank and Archcurse, with any more questions.
I'll say one more thing. It's important to know that I think a large majority, I'd say most flat earthers, started off believing in the globe pretty passionately. I know for myself, I watched all the documentaries. I believed in, all the galaxies and all that stuff. Very passionate about that. So, we were just like you guys. I just wanted to throw that out there. Some people have this weird idea that like flat earthers like fell off a truck and hit their head and never heard of the globe before. So when you were saying like, well, I was raised like this, so were we, bro. There comes a point when you start to test your worldview. And I think upon investigation is when things start to sort of fall apart. I noticed someone said something earlier about the seasons and the light rays coming in parallel, I believe. That's kind of what I heard. Well, that's something you would want to investigate. Are the light rays really coming in parallel? And if that's not true, then what does that mean? So, yeah. Your investigation starts here, folks. Think of it like you just arrived to the crime scene. The first thing you need to do is gather up evidence. Whose blood is that? I see that camera up there. Let's get the CCTV footage from that. Oh, there's a bullet shell. Let's get some fingerprints off that. So let's gather up all the evidence we can. That's what a good investigator would do. So
to Archcurse and Spank, a big portion of what the information you have in your mind has a lot to do with what you've been told, right? You've been told all this information and how to memorize it and then regurgitate it at any point in the future, which also, if you don't know any information, just hit the Wikipedia and there it is, right? So engaging with the idea that the Earth is a globe or not was never really something I guess you guys thought about, right? Because somebody out there figured it out and someone smart enough, and therefore you might say, I'm not a scientist. How should I know, right? I mean, that sounds kind of what you guys might be thinking right now. Archcurse, Spank?
Yes.
Right. I mean, we're just trying to be fair with it, but on the side of it being like that, then wouldn't you think that's kind of curious that you can't go investigate yourself? I mean, my goodness, you're standing on the Earth, right? You're on the Earth that's allegedly a globe. And so the thing is, if they give us the metrics to the size of the Earth, as in radius, diameter, circumference, they're telling us, hey, the Earth is a certain size. So if it's a certain size, well, can't we just figure it out geometrically, right? I mean, wouldn't you guys think?
Yeah, but don't you think the people that have satellites in the space that can see from outer space what the Earth looks like are telling the truth?
It would have to match reality then. We don't just stop at the pictures, just like with Bigfoot. We don't just see a picture of Bigfoot and go, okay, well, I guess it must be true. You actually go out and see if it matches reality. So if the pictures from space show curved lakes, curved oceans, then when we go to the lake in reality, it should be curved. So that's the thing you need to test. So you don't just stop at the pictures.
But if every single astronaut who goes to space and every single physicist,
what I just said holds
tells
true.
you.
But what I just said holds true. It still have to go into reality and it has to match what they're saying. And if it doesn't, then do you go with their personal testimony or with reality as it presents itself? I'll take reality all day.
Yeah, but sorry. What I was trying to say is, if everyone, like every single astronaut, physicist, all saying the Earth is flat. I mean, not flat, is a sphere. Then wouldn't you trust it?
No, it's not about what people say, because you shouldn't just believe automatically what people say. Not even what we're just saying. Point blank, you should go out and test what we're saying is true. So that's the whole point of this server. We don't just listen to people and their testimony and then stop. If you were a jury, think if you were the jury, right, in a courtroom,
You don't just go off of what people say. You go off of the evidence.
What do you think the judge does?
Yeah, he goes off of evidence. He doesn't just go off of credentials.
The evidence that's presented by people, but they could be lying.
But
that's what lawyers are for.
Yeah, that's what the evidence is for, though. Blood can't lie. If we test whose blood is that, that's the evidence. Fingerprints, that's the evidence. The camera footage with the person committing the crime, that's the evidence.
Yeah, but that can all be forged. That can all be forged, so you can lie.
Okay, wait. Here, let me just point this out real quick. This is what I find interesting. What happens? The mainstream looks at us like the conspiracy guys. We're the crazy ones. You're supposed to be sort of like hold on. Let me finish.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you are mainstream. I'm saying there's this idea that flat earthers are very crazy. We have conspiracy ideas, whatever. You are supposed to be sort of the mainstream representative. Hey, I believe in the globe and all that stuff. Why now are you all of a sudden going full crack pipe conspiracy theory mode? Oh no, evidence is fake. That's supposed to be us, bro. So just don't flip. You don't need to flip that switch and go full conspiracy mode when we're talking about evidence. That must be fake blood then.
Well, no, I'm just saying because like, do you guys? Doing, but do you guys have the evidence? Like,
yeah, of course. We're trying to.
So you guys been to space?
Yeah, no. The evidence of what. The evidence of the Earth. I'm just going to jump in here, Archcurse. Like, okay, so we need you to focus on one thing that was being said. So you were talking about pictures from space, right? Satellites and stuff.
Yes, and yes.
So what Gemsy? I was going to say Gemsy. What Creation Bear was actually telling you to do was to take that image, right, and say, okay, we have a curved surface here from this image. Now, we're not up there, right? And possibly you couldn't go there because of logistics and money and such. But you're on the Earth, so. You have a curved surface on this image, but I'm on the Earth, so I can go somewhere like a body of water where this image shows that it's curving, and now I can test that. I'm going to test that body of water to see if there's curvature on it. That's the most important thing, because if you're now saying that there's curved bodies of water, well, reality, when I go out into the field, right, and see it for myself and test it to see if it has that curvature, that's how I'm going to know it is indeed curving, just like they say it is in those images. And an astronaut says, hey, man, the Earth's pretty curved up here. And you're like, yeah, cool story, bro, but I'm going to go check it out for myself. And when you do, you're going to find out that is exactly what they're saying is true, because you're going to test it. So the testing phase is what we're doing after we make our observation, then we're going to test it. Is that fair? Because I mean, I don't think that's out of the realm of like, something that's really hard to do or something that's terrible to say. It's like it's not taboo. It's just go and test it. If they're showing curved bodies of water in an image, then say that's fine. Let me go and test it now. Is that reasonable, Curse?
Sorry, I was zoned out.
So you didn't hear anything I said?
Come on,
I heard the end of it.
Okay.
You see space pictures, selfies from space that show curved lakes. You can go to that lake and test to see if it's really curved. That's the ultimate point. And you said something about space I wanted to address, but no, go ahead.
Is that reasonable, Archcurse?
You didn't really answer my question, but yeah, I guess it's good.
Well, let me answer that. Let me answer. I think I know. I've got the answer because you brought up outer space. So I say this. I've been saying this lately. Halo does not load in a PlayStation. They are not compatible. So you can't load a disc into outer space and call that flat Earth. There is no flat Earth plus outer space. That's cap. So no, we're not talking about going to space and seeing a flat Earth. I don't understand
that.
Okay, well, I can explain. So you would see outer space, or sorry, let me start with the Earth. You would see the Earth, the globe, as a place that exists within a place called outer space. Right?
Yes.
Okay, so would you say that the outer space is another place that exists within another place, or is that the place that things exist within? Like the globe and the galaxies and black holes. Those exist within space, right? That's the place that they exist within.
I think the wording is confusing, so I don't quite get what you're trying to say.
So is there another space that outer space exists within?
Ooh.
Oh, hold on. Let me just get to the end of my point, Sasha. Hold on.
I still don't understand.
Okay.
What you're trying to get at.
So you see the Earth as a place that exists within another place called outer space.
Yes,
right?
I agree with that. Yes.
So is space a place that exists within another place, or is it the place? Is it the place that things exist within?
Like, if there are multi-universes, are there
Hold on, Brandon. Hold on. Hold on, Brandon.
Multi-species.
Hold on, buddy.
Yeah, I don't understand the description still.
All right, I'll just tell you instead of asking. Outer space is the place that things exist within. It's claimed to be.
Yes.
Okay, so there's not like an outside place outside of outer space. Do you follow?
Well, that's where people think of like parallel universes, right? That's what they think. That's like out.
That's where I guess that's where people's weird ideas come from.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
Listen, let me just get to the end of this. We don't see the Earth as a place that exists within another place. That's why people have issues with trying to put a flat Earth in outer space. So the flat Earth doesn't go in outer space. They're just not compatible. In the same way that outer space isn't a place that exists within a bigger place, Earth is the place. It's not a place that exists within a bigger place called outer space. I'm sorry I've had to say this a few times, but I'm not sure how through.
I'm not gonna lie. Just like you saying "place" like 1,000 times is confusing the absolute living fuck out of me. I can't think of anything.
I could call it existence. Is there another existence outside
Cosmology?
of
Cosmology could be a word. Do you know what cosmology is, a curse?
No, not really. Surely there's like an easier word.
If you went to the edge of outer space, what's outside of that?
Probably like people don't know, but like people say parallel universe and stuff like that. Yeah.
So there's no like you don't go to the edge of space and then jump off and now you're in like another place. Reality. That's how we see the Earth. There's not some outside area you can go to and look back and take selfies with the Earth. So that's what I'm trying to get at.
You guys don't believe in outer space? Is that what you're trying to say?
Hell no.
So you guys think?
We'll get.
So you guys think outer space doesn't exist at all?
It's a fictional setting. Yeah.
Okay. We'll get to that. Just we'll explain why. Okay, but
I wasn't like I was just understanding. Like I was agreeing with him.
So all right. So he just explained to you like the idea of what you have leaving Earth and all that. What do you call that? And so now you know.
Yeah, I believe you guys. Yeah, you guys don't believe that it exists and that they're just making it up.
Well, there's more to it. But like, so the thing that I was going to go back to was your idea that these satellites are taking pictures of Earth, and he answered your question. So now you have to see the reason behind what I was saying. Can't you just test it here on Earth? You know, the idea that, okay, so now I got an image that shows curvature. Now I'm going to test that. I'm going to go see if there's that curvature out in the beach. You know, go measure. I'm going to measure to see if I can find this curvature. Because it's going to be, if it's defined in the photo, then it should be defined in reality somewhere.
I don't agree with that.
Okay. Why don't
Miggy, please, only one question.
Why don't you agree, the curse?
Because pictures aren't everything. Like if you take a picture from space, like obviously it's going to be different if you go to that spot in real life. I mean, like on the planet, because you're 20,000 times smaller on the planet than in space.
Testing and measuring, not just looking. We're not just flapping our eyelids and stopping. Remember with the pictures, you don't just look at it and stop. You don't just go out to the Earth and look and stop. That's when you start the test. They're showing you curved lakes. So you go to test to see if the lake is actually curved. You don't just look out. Because even on a globe, there's mixed signals. But if the globe was true, you wouldn't be seeing curvature. Not from a plane, not from the ground, not from a building, not from... You know what I'm saying? So you wouldn't see it anyway. That's why you have to do the test.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. I get that. But so... I don't understand why you guys don't believe in space.
Real quick, because the word you said that you don't agree, right? But
you maybe in your own experience, you know, there are a lot of things that are real that even if you agree or don't agree, you don't have to agree for things to just be, right? Your opinion or my opinion have no effect on reality. It doesn't.
Yeah, that's correct.
It doesn't. So that's correct, right? So when someone is presenting information to you, right, and you look in your immediate experience, like right here, like where you're standing, right, and you're looking at the information, let's say as it's an observation or you're performing a test, you can infer from that information and maybe come with some conclusions about what you're looking at, right? So the thing that they're telling you about the place that you believe, that you're saying we don't believe, right? Right? Because we're saying it doesn't add up to the laws of nature. So you're saying you believe in that place, we don't, but
yes,
this is you and I. There is no like an opinion between you and I, because you both of us, we haven't been to that place, and you having an opinion that place that you haven't been to, it exists because you believe so, right? I'm telling you, the guys are telling you here, you haven't verified that, and you just believe it.
Well, have you gone to like supposed lake and measured it yourself? Or are you believing what someone else says?
The place that we're standing, the place that you're standing, the place that we can verify, check, experience, right? The place that you're always standing on, we have verified that place many times.
Yeah,
and when we verify it, our verification falsifies the claim that you have, that you believe that something is out there, right? We have falsified that claim.
Add that to your wish list, bro. You should, when you get a chance. You don't have to rush to do this, but you can combine a vacation with doing some of these tests. You asked, like, have you guys gone to the lake? Absolutely. I spent a solid month at the coast of San Diego doing long distance observations there. So, like I said, you don't have to rush to do this, but you should. You should add it to your your bucket list or whatever, and do this yourself. That way, you don't have to just believe what I'm saying, or just believe these quote unquote astronauts who are telling you that, don't worry, we've been there, trust us. But we can get into the space thing shortly, for sure. We can tell you that. That's not just an opinion.
Because you guys are talking about reality, right? And like, you guys don't think? Do you guys think rockets are real?
Again, can I?
Yeah, so you guys think satellites are real?
Yeah.
Then why doesn't
I did
exist?
Hold on. If you actually want to answer the question, let's try to answer the question before you move on. Why do rockets exist? Why did rockets in Boy Scouts? Okay, people love fireworks. There's no issue with being able to shoot technology into the sky. We have technology in the sky, no problem.
Yeah, technology doesn't equal. Technology doesn't, or rocketry or fireworks or any of that, or even if we send devices very high up to the layers above our heads, above your head, right? To the layers above. If you send stuff up there, that doesn't mean that where you're standing on is a cartoon globe going through the vacuum of space, okay?
I would say going up isn't going out. Yeah. I don't think you can leave reality.
My bad, bro, CB. I think Sasha has been trying to ask something. Let's give him a minute. Go ahead, Sasha.
Okay.
CB, you are quite quiet, bro. To be honest, your mic's a lot quiet now and again.
Because new guy can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you said that you saw the pictures from the space, from satellites.
Sorry, I was typing.
Yeah, I'm saying you said that you saw the pictures from the space, and they are showing that Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, that was said ages ago. Yes,
yeah. That mean that Earth is sphere also on the ground.
I don't quite understand what you're trying to say.
That mean if you make a picture from the space, and if you make a picture, and if it's sphere, that mean that Earth is a sphere. That means on the ground it's also sphere.
Yeah, he's saying you're saying that you saw a picture or a video, and you're saying that video looks like a sphere. Therefore, the ground that you're standing on is a sphere.
Well, I wouldn't just say that it. Like my eyes tell me, in the videos they explained it. Like in school, they explained why it was a sphere. I gave you all these like maths and stuff, and like all these formulas to explain to you why it is real.
Listen, in the math, in the books, you see the sphere. In the math, in the books, in the coloring, in the
eyes,
cartoon, you see sphere, right? Now we go, like Sasha's trying to tell you. Now, can you find that sphere in reality when you go out there in reality? Can you find it?
Well, I can't. Well, I'm not in space, so I can't see if it's sphere or not.
Can you let's put it like this? Does that sphere has the dimensions?
Dimensions? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
They supposedly they have got dimensions for it. I can look it up, but yeah.
Okay. Do you know what is drop over distance?
Drop over distance? Is that what you said?
Yeah. That every sphere has drop over distance. Do you understand? If you put on the sphere 2 points A and B, you will have drop over distance. Do you understand?
I don't understand.
If you put on the sphere point A and then you go a little bit away, let's say in this case basketball, doesn't matter, we will speak about that later.
Yeah.
And then you put point B somewhere down. Between them, there is a drop. Curvature, you know?
So based on geometry, if you have one point on let's say a ball geometry, a sphere geometry, right? You put a pinpoint on one spot in the sphere on the surface, and then you move away from that point. Any way you go on the sphere is gonna be dropping away from the other point, right?
Sorry, I was stopping again.
Just pay attention for like.
Sorry, bro. It's hard, bro.
This was your question. This was your question, so make sure you follow along, dude.
It's all good. It's okay. We can repeat it. No problem. Don't worry about it, bro. So geometry. So if you have a point on a sphere and you move away from that point, between those 2 points, there's gonna be a difference on altitude and a drop value between those points. Do you agree?
Okay.
I mean, this is geometry. It's not like I made it up or anybody here made it up.
Yeah, I haven't done geometry in like 7 to 8 years. I don't remember any of that.
Do you play soccer or basketball or rugby?
I played 6 years ago. I played soccer.
You play soccer,
football.
so you see that
Football,
sometimes you hold the sphere, the ball.
Yeah, I hold the ball. Yep.
And if you put your finger on one side of the ball and then use the other hand to put a finger on the other side of the ball, you see there's a difference there. There's a difference value on position, altitude, right? Right? It's a difference.
That's the drop over distance.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, because it's dropping over distance, right?
Yeah. Okay.
If you're on the sphere,
basketball.
If you're on the sphere, Earth, and now 100 miles away from you, there must be drop. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There's a drop in distance. Yeah, because it's a circle. Yeah, so you go down. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now we have dimensions. Dimensions are 24,000 miles in circumstances. Sorry about my English. It's third language.
It's all good. It's all good.
And radius is 3,959 miles. And then you have with observer height, they will tell you the formula, will tell you how much you can see on that big Earth. And with your height, that will be surprise now for you. I also was surprised. With your height, you cannot see more than 3 miles on this Earth because Earth is starting to curve and then it's dropping down, you know?
Yeah.
But when we go to in reality, especially to sea, because sea level, we can see 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 100 miles.
Yeah, his point is, remember the math that you said, the numbers, the images, the photograph that show you the sphere, that by consequence, logically following, you will have a drop over distance on this sphere because there's a geometry value, there's dimensions to that sphere, so we can measure that drop value from point to point to point to point. You get it, right?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Exactly. So when we go away from the books that you describe, away from the mathematical constructs that we read of on the book, right, or see on the image, and we go test that in reality, guess what we found? There is no drop over distance to the rate value claim in the cartoons and the figures and the numbers that you were learning from and reading from. In reality, there's nowhere to be found.
I don't remember ever being taught like the drop over distance in reality. They just sort of just gave you examples.
That's a foundation of the claim, because the sphere has geometry, and it has a certain dimensions, which is that there is the diameter, 24,000 miles, right? And the circumference, my bad. The circumference is 24,000 miles, and then the radius, which is the point in the middle of the ball, right, from the center point towards the surface. That's the claim. That's the claim. We can use these values to do math and check those numbers if they conform to reality. Because remember, we have the value in the books, in the figures, in the cartoons.
Right.
Now we went and checked that in reality, in the real world out there, with long distance observations, laser tests, all that, and guess what? The drop value is nowhere to be found in reality. You get that? It's pretty simple.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm pretty sure, like, in school they wouldn't teach you the studies that people do. Like, they wouldn't teach you the studies that people do on, like, let's say you're at the sea and you look out.
Let him reply. Let him reply. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead. Just reply, bro. Yes.
So, like, there is no studies in school that I remember that they talked about if you're standing at the beach, how far can you see out to the sea? That's sort of what I understand that you're talking about.
We can measure things, right?
Yes.
Do you need we can study and probably perfect the way of measuring things, but you can measure a table, you can measure a parcel of land, you can measure a lake. People do that all the time, right?
Yeah.
We're capable of doing that stuff.
I wanted to comment on that.
Go ahead.
Well, yeah. Well, you said it perfectly, bro. That they gave you the math, they gave you the claims, they gave you the explanations. They just didn't give you how to test that. So that's what we're telling you, how to test it. And Gemsy, that's what Gemsy is explaining right now. It's just like a table or a parcel, or, they've given you all the math, so you can do the test.
Okay.
Yeah. So Sasha told you some of the math already. They're telling you that for about a 6-foot observer, the distance to the Earth curve should be about 3 miles. We can get a little video. It's like 90 seconds where they kind of explain this, but yeah, and that's the test that you would need to do. They're saying that their distance to the curvature is at a certain rate, at a certain height off the ground. So 1 foot off the ground, distance to the curve, 1.2 miles.
I couldn't tell you guys if you're right or wrong because I haven't done the test myself or the study.
So I can't. Don't just believe what we're saying. We'll give you all the math.
It's like I don't have. It's like I don't have the input. I can't answer.
That's fine. We'll give you the information. You can crunch it, and I want you to test it for yourself. Obviously, we're trying to get you out of this auto-believe mode anyway, so you just shouldn't just auto-believe what we're telling you. Go and check to see if what we're saying is true. Is that radius claim we just told you was roughly 4,000 miles? Did you look that up and see if that's true?
I didn't look it up. I sort of just believed you, honestly. That was just like, surely.
You gotta also remember, bro, the figures, the numbers, the ideas, that you're not married to that stuff. You don't have to hold anything as a belief just because someone said so. You operate in reality and you accomplish whatever you have accomplished to this date in reality, right? In the real is level. Then the ideas that have been brought forward and presented to you with imagery, figures, numbers, math, it's up to you to verify if that claimed reality that they're claiming is there, but you haven't verified, you haven't experienced, you haven't seen it. Then it's up to you to verify that and believe it if you want to, or falsify it.
It reminds me of Santa Claus. Because everyone was telling me that it was real. I went to school and we were making reindeer food. My mom made the cookies and ate it halfway for years. I believed it. Okay, so it was up to me to creep down the stairs one night after hearing wrapping paper and cake and all this stuff.
Is that how you found out? Rip.
Yeah, I did. I creeped down. I'm like, oh, shit. So like what Jenny's saying is true. It's up to you to go and test because they're never going to tell you that. They're never just going to come out point blank and just tell you,
But let me tell you, we're not telling you, hey, bro, buy a laser, or you can.
Yeah, I get you.
You can easily go in reality, do everything you normally, and one day you can do observations, and you know what? I see that's. Let's say that building over there at the coast is probably this far away, and you can do Google Maps, or you can use a map. You can just make an estimate of distance, and then you use the global calculator, right? The sphere calculator, and you say there should be a hill of water between me, the observer, and that point over there, because the sphere supposed to have a drop value of 8 inches per mile square, right? And if you see beyond that 3 mile point, if you're 6 foot, right, or you see beyond those 2.2 miles, I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers correctly, but you can double check all these. Don't trust me on the math, bro. But I'm telling you, it has been done already. I'm just trying to tell you, this that we're talking about, it has been done already, and what we do is dependent on the foundations of reality. So the globe has been falsified in the real is level. It's just that some people still believe it. But you yourself can just look and go do an observation and falsify the globe claim yourself and verify reality for what it is.
Yeah, let me set the table for you real quick. Because they're saying that boats go over the horizon. So let me just play a quick 90-second clip from like 8 or 9 years ago. Somebody, not a flat earther, explaining how the horizon works on the globe. Here it is.
Wait, can you pause that? I can't see it.
It's an audio. Just listen.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea? That's the horizon. Well, it turns out, because the Earth is curved, that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water's surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little.
I just paused it there for a moment because what he's saying is he's doing an arc left to right. He's saying you can visually see the curve left to right, and then he'll say you can see it front to back. I wanted to just highlight that before we move on, but let's continue.
A little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean, as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am, about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon. Mind-blowing, if you ask me.
So this is where it all kicked off. When I joined this whole flat earth debate, discussion, whatever, globe earth versus flat earth, one of the first arguments I heard was boats go over the curve. Boats go over the horizon. The horizon is curved. So that's where a lot of things kick off here. Do you understand what he said about the horizon being the place where the sky meets the earth?
Yeah.
Okay. And
bro, since the bot is very, how do you say, sensible, when you type certain words, it will give you issues. But don't worry about it. You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that we have a bot that filters that stuff, so people are not falling.
I'm Australian, so I'm sorry for cursing. I'm so used to it. It's like what I use my daily.
Don't worry, I'm gonna give you the perms back because you've been cool and very cordial and very polite. You've been having a.
You should be able to see the chat now. I went ahead and unmuted you.
Oh, sorry about that. It's just how Australians.
No once you get a few other roles in the server, it'll go away. But anyway,
I removed it and gave it to him the VC verified again, so he can see the chat because the dictation will take him away from the chats.
Yeah.
You're back.
Oh, yeah, sorry, that's all right. Oh, so it's because I said the F word. All right, that's understandable.
Yeah, it's all good. I'll give you the out of jail free card. Don't worry about it. Got you, bro.
I had a question for Arch Curse. If you could hear me, all right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Screw the horizon, I guess. Forget the horizon.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't want to
Did you
derail
have
it. So you guys
real quick?
can ask me later. It would derail the
No, it's all
convo a
good.
little
Yeah,
bit.
go ahead. Bring that point to a logical conclusion. Go ahead.
Right. So we would just touched on the horizon. So we know what it is, the place where the sky meets the earth, and what the claim is that it's curving at a certain distance away from you, at a certain height off the ground.
Yep.
Okay. So we could walk you through testing that claim, but
I could just test it myself.
Seems like somebody else wants to go ahead. Jump in, guys. Go ahead.
You're done with the horizon? Because, like I said, this kind of is a foundational question. Okay. Well, go ahead. I was curious. After listening to Arch Curse speak a little bit, and I think it's great that he came in here. I wanted to get an idea of kind of your foundational beliefs. Like, I hear a lot of appeal to authority, obviously. So, do you look into have you looked into any other conspiracies? How do you feel about governments? How do you feel about have you looked into?
I think the government's always. I don't believe the government. I don't trust the government. Any of the governments.
Like the education system, pharmaceutical.
I think the education is bullshit. I don't like the education system. Not in the
Guys,
way they.
I like this, and I like your question, but let's keep it.
Yeah.
Let's try to keep it concise, not just overall term like operates. Because if we start talking about, like you're saying, pharmaceutical and stuff, we're gonna have to move on.
Yeah, I didn't want to go in depth on it. I just wanted to get a foundation, like where, because if he trusts all the institutions, all right, that may be. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that, guys.
No need to apologize. Just go on and keep it concise, because he's definitely following what we're saying. There's other people that are just a lot of stuff goes over their heads. Now, I'm not saying he's getting everything, but at least he's listening. He's receptive, and he's having a conversation. So if we can keep it specific to certain things, he can eventually maybe expand his knowledge on those topics and come back to us like, guys, I agree with you in this and that, or not, So
Understood. My apologies. Thank you.
Cool. No good. No, it's all good, bro. If you can ask him a question, but maybe in a specific topic related to,
Yeah, I got you. I was just curious because myself, flat Earth was the very last gate that I entered through. So I find it interesting that and cool that he's here. So I wanted to get an idea of the foundation of his beliefs, but that's all I'm going to speak about. That topic. I don't have any questions.
Go ahead and reply bro. Go ahead.
About what? The education system and the government and stuff like that? Is that what you wanted me to answer, or go back to the original topic? Yeah, I believe that the stuff taught in school doesn't really help you in real life. I believe that it should be changed. Obviously, I've never trusted the government because I don't follow the government or like any of the politics. I just it's too much energy, and I just think that the government can do what they want. It doesn't really affect my life, so I don't really pay attention on what they're doing. Other than when they pay increased taxes and stuff like that, it's sort of annoying because I have to pay more. But that's whatever.
Yeah, that's kind of like a general feeling that a lot of people have. So
yeah, I'm 23, bro. I'm too young to care about that stuff.
And try to kind of the mentality of the government and the overall mentality of people. You want to kind of have a different perspective of things, because if people are going somewhere, sometimes you want to know before they go there, and you can take an advantage of that, right? So if people operate under an emotional perspective of what the government is doing day in, day out, all the time, you're gonna be following the herd all the time. And if they fall off the cliff, you're gonna fall off the cliff too.
Yeah, of course. I am part of the herd, but that is just how it is right at the moment. And I got added about the NASA government. Maybe it's because I live in Australia, but I don't really get much input about the NASA government at all, honestly.
But remember,
I don't follow the news much as well.
We try to operate in reality, and things are not black and white, right? So when people say government bad, people bad, everything fake, that's a mentality that you don't want to be kind of just having that way of operating. You want to be practical. You want to be able to operate in the public and in the real East level with everybody. And if they operate in a fictitious way of operating, you can just move away from them because you can do that.
Yeah, well, if you guys were let's say you guys were the government and you guys were the teachers, obviously I would have a different output on everything. But
What does that mean? You mean if let's say I'm a teacher and I'm teaching you what is your output? Because I'm a teacher. I have a title of a teacher now, and what will be the difference besides speaking to a regular GMC versus the teacher GMC?
Sorry, I'm typing to the guy typing to me.
You're saying that if people have certain qualifications or positions, you're saying that it's gonna be different the way you hear what you're saying?
The way I would have learned about the world would have been different.
Okay. Because I'm trying to hear what you're saying, and I am.
Yeah, I talk fast. Sorry, it's
all good. The thing is that when you concentrate on the real East level, things get a lot. The spectrum of reality is huge, right? I mean, I'm sorry, it's a lot to do, a lot to learn out there, and you start by standing up, walking, and going out there, right? Step by step, based on your sensory and the limit, what you can do in reality, right? So there's a lot of information out there that is a waste of time. Obviously, we all know that, and you want to filter a lot of that so you can concentrate on the real thing instead of wasting your energy, wasting your time on a lot of stuff. Because we are here on the internet, we all do it. We talk about stuff all day, and I enjoy doing it myself. But we have to be more conscious about what we actually doing. We have to be the ones, at the least, and this vehicle that is in your body, you should be the one driving it, not other people just giving you inputs and you acting up on what other people are saying because they're saying it. Okay?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, the video I just sent you, dude, there is a cosmonaut. There's two, I think there's two cosmonauts now, actually, that have said they've never been to outer space. So what you got to realize and what we're urging you to do is that this is like third-hand knowledge by what I've sent you. So it's interesting. It's worth looking at, right? The people that you said, oh, they've been to space, they've been there. That's second-hand knowledge. We can't verify that, can we? So that's what we kind of do here. We just sort of say, can you look into things for yourself? Maybe even test it yourself. That'd be great if you live near a large body of water. That'd be even better. So just to urge you to think for yourself, that's really what I think is the best thing about this server.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. I'm just watching the video, so I'm going to be a bit zoned out.
Hey, man, you have a good one. Go watch some videos. There's a lot of channels in this server. The additional information, so just go through links. Also check the Wikipedia of the Flutter Discord. There's a huge Wikipedia, a lot of examples. So just go through the information, do your own thing at your leisure, and come back at us whenever you want, and we can have the conversation again if you want. If you have questions or comments and that kind of stuff, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm zoned out, sorry.
So good.
I was just looking at this yesterday. For years, I just look into I don't know how many years I've been looking into this now, 5 or 6, maybe more, I don't even know, but I just have little things, and you just eventually come to a point where you've just seen too much. Do you know what I mean? You've just seen too much, and it's like, oh god, that's it now. The heliocentric model, it's just laughable. But anyway, I was just looking at this. This is a Universal logo, the movies. And there you see like 1913 to 14. There's a Universal. That's the globe right there. They put Sputnik up in the air in about what, 57 or something like that. 59, I don't even, some mid 50s, 1950s. So there's your globe. Look at that one, 1936 to 47. So how did they get that? How did they know that? I mean, there's globes in paintings 500 years ago, roughly. That's your first globe that appears on the canvas. Something like that, 400 plus years. But it's just funny that they've got these images before they've sent anything to space. So-called outer space. I don't know. And when you keep looking into the subject, you'll see that more and more. You'll see like, wait a minute, they've done this before they've done this. As far as I know, they've not measured the radius, but they're sending things in space. You're going to need that radius, you know what I mean? So, yeah, just keep looking.
Spunk, do you believe NASA?
I don't know anything about him, bro. To be honest.
Yeah, okay. Because that's also good research. You can go. There is also about videos about NASA. There is so many suspicious things in ISS happening. People fading, bubbles in the space, strings that are attached to the strings, and so many other things. When you see that things, maybe also you will realize what is going on. That has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth, but it has with them. Because you cannot have, for example, people fading in the real time,
Yeah, of course.
And that's happening. Then you have bubbles and stuff. You cannot have bubbles of water in the space.
They got technology that can turn, like human waste into fresh drinkable water. They got stuff on the ISS that don't exist in the real world. It's not just that. I mean, maintenance-free O-rings, an O-ring that will last for 20 years maintenance-free. That doesn't exist in real life. That's why they can have it on the ISS. It's sci-fi. It's just TV. It's just a story about what government doing something. The smarter everyday guy said, no, it's not possible to have an O-ring hold back the vacuum of space. Don Petit said, well, with really good engineering, you can. That engineering doesn't exist, dude.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to deal with some extreme temperatures as well. I mean, it's just laughable.
Guys, I want to say something real quick. I can kind of tell that Arcus definitely needs good information. So whatever links you guys can send him, give him some good stuff, because a lot of people are very visual. They need to look at the visuals so they can process the information better instead of just talking about it. There's a bunch of all of us do it better like that, in my opinion. Some people can just talk about it all day long and get it, visualize it. Like I can do it okay, but a lot of people just want to look at the information, listen to it, and sit there for a while, because you guys have done it, I've done it. So yeah, send him good links to the guy. Thank you. Hey, PMAC, what's not adding up? Tell me. PMAC. PMAC. Haven't heard PMAC in a while. It's in the text.
Oh yeah, PMAC.
Something is not adding up here. That's PMAC when he was young. Look.
I was talking about all the things about space alone. Never mind the Earth and measurements and stuff that we can find here and prove to be true. Just things about space, photographs, flyovers, ISSs, barriers, vacuums, just about space. Just that alone itself. There's a list as long as time that tells you something's not adding up. That's what I was talking about. So speak, alright, man. Good to see you, bro.
Hey, PMAC. Good to hear you, sir. You've been talking. You haven't been talking for a while. We see the panel. Bunch
Yeah,
of people.
been away from a while. Yeah, it's probably better that the less I talk, the better, probably.
Good for you. Good for you. You don't want to be doing flat globe all day long, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's the same thing in real life. The less I speak, the happier people around me are. So I tend to keep quiet. Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, I just make jokes and shit. Shoot the breeze and all that kind of crack. I just shoot the breeze, make jokes, talk about shit, and that's
you
what
listen
I do.
to us. You listen to in here. Listen to us cracking jokes, and then that's a good one. Let me say it, and you're the funny guy in the house.
Yeah, I can't articulate as well as a lot of people. I'm not going to mention any names, but we know who they are. There's quite a lot of them on the server. People I admire a lot. They are very, very good at articulating stuff. I am not.
That's great. I've learned thanks to you guys, and thanks to Prima, I learned a few things too. If any of the new people have any questions, open your mic. This is the time to open your mic and ask questions. Because PMAC is here, Miggy is here, bunch of people. One deck, Wave. Black Sheep is new. Back to Sleep is his new. I mean, I gave him VC last night.
Yeah, he didn't realize he had VC. He's actually a flat earther, but and he's been on the server since 2021 or something. And he was surprised, and I says, "Well, it probably happened when you went back to sleep." Anyway, yeah, he's
one deck is block on voice. My bad. One deck. Let me unmute one. Let's see. One deck.
One of us.
What happened to one deck? I was okay.
Yeah, it's been going well for the past, 2 hours. I've just been sitting listening, bro. It's been interesting. I've actually enjoyed it.
Tell you one day, you should be able to open your mic now.
The new people there, the new guys, the guys that aren't actually flat, they're asking questions. They were good questions, and you guys were answering well. I was enjoying it. I had the popcorn out and everything.
Mic check 1 2.
Check.
Check.
I don't know what happened there, guys. I was on earlier chatting to the Globies and having a speak, and then I came back on, and I had no permission to speak. So I did message Mayhem and I messaged a few of you guys, but obviously, yeah, man. Yeah, what for, mate?
I apologize because I was in your managing your roles to give you a few others, and I was trying to give you some other roles, but and then I was doing something else, like talking to the guy, and I got distracted. And I think I removed the perms to speak because I was gonna give you something else. And
Something,
I apologize. I messed it up.
If something goes wrong,
No
it's
worries.
always Jamesy one deck. You'll learn that.
I thought I'd said something wrong because I was putting a few points forward to the Globies, and I thought, well, I'm having a chat.
No, you were doing a stand-up job, bro.
Sort of challenged them a little bit.
Because I thought that if I gave you the valued
Planted
or
a few seeds, and then
are you like a globe skeptic?
Thanks, guys. Sorry,
are you like a globe skeptic?
Globe skeptic. I'm a flat earth.
Flat Earther, all right, you got Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. So now I can remove the green tab. It's all good. You have the perms now, and you got the Flat Earth role, bro. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you. Oh no, so yeah, I've been on it a few times. I've spoke with Mayhem. I know Eli. I've spent a bit of time on it.
You're cutting out. You might be driving or something. But yeah, it's no worries. I was just trying to manage the roles to make sure you have what you needed to participate.
I've been around a couple.
So it's all
of
good. But
years
you're
on the
roboting.
scene. But I'm enjoying the server. I think I like it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, do apologise, but listen, I'm in a bad area at the moment, so
yeah, we can tell.
Bad satellite coverage.
Thanks for putting me back on. Thanks for the privileges. I'm really enjoying the server and getting involved. Yeah, and I like the way this. Yeah,
Cool.
Yeah, okay. I like the accent. I was going to ask him what part of England that accent's from. That's a nice English accent that he's got. What part of England are you from, Dick? Where you driving at, Jamesy?
Sounds like it's from much further up north.
Somewhere up north.
Yeah, I don't know.
He's from the rich part of England, bro.
Buckingham Palace?
Definitely not. No.
You know he's on a good spot because he has bad signal.
So, happened to the Globies before. They was talking about bloody seasons and the tilt, jumping the gun away from measuring the so-called sphere. How did that end up?
Oh, I can't remember. Was it Foucault's pendulum he was talking about?
No, it's the guy. The guys come in. They make me laugh because they start asking questions like they was asking, well, how do seasons work on a flat Earth, and all this, and it just makes me laugh. Them questions, how do seasons work? It's the sun and the light and the angle of the light on the Earth. Yeah, you can change things in a globe model and have the light in the same places for different circumstances.
Yeah, you answered that pretty well.
This is what I'm saying. I don't.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. Go on. It's okay.
You answered that pretty well, but you're going to get that a lot. You're going to hear that if you're here for the next few years or whatever. You're going to hear that all the time, bro.
Yeah.
So get used to it, right?
Oh yeah. But what I was saying is, I like this platform here because I like the way you guys are dealing with it because it seems to be from where from the times we've been on the last few weeks, I've not heard any heavy, like, it's been sensible conversation, trying to get the point across, trying to get these guys to critically think, and it's been good conversations, and I've missed that for a while. On Nathan's show, you don't get any of the Globers coming in anymore, but when you did, it could get quite hectic and overpowering, so you're not actually trying to teach anybody, and I'm finding that here we're getting the opportunity to try and make these guys realise and show them how to critically think and question things, and that's good.
Yeah, it's very amicable. There is the odd time where there's a little bit of a flip out, but yeah, it is very amicable here, which is why I love the server. You were in Nathan's show, okay? But yeah, it's very amicable for the most part. Yeah. Like you were mentioning there, it's not like you're trying to tell somebody how to think. You're just nudging them in a direction, and you're suggesting maybe you should think it in a different way. You're not trying to inundate them or change their minds about anything. You're just giving a little nudge in the direction. It's not, it's nothing. It's not overpowering or mind controlling or any of that kind of stuff. It's just logical thinking.
And you know what I think it is? I think personally, I've been talking about this with the guys on FED and the after show with guys that I know. I come to a point where I'm thinking, where do I go now with this? Now, where do I go with this knowledge? What do I do? I'm happy with. I know the Earth's flat. I write a few poems about it and read a few poems out about flat Earth. But apart from that, I'm thinking, well, how can I get this? And I have been approaching it with people, not in the correct manner. Now, and since I've come here for the last 3 weeks or how long it's been, this is what I've been looking for: the new approach, not the angry approach and saying this, just having the conversation and talking about the facts of the matter, and trying to get that point across to the person that you're talking to.
I know.
I think I've found what I've been looking for.
Good. Yeah, I know what you're saying. You're not going to get anywhere if the two of you are throwing chairs at each other across tables, calling each other names and saying you're a fucking idiot, you're wrong. You're doing it in a more congenial, polite, humanitarian way.
Yeah, more professional as well. It's more professional.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good word. I like that. Yeah, we'll use that.
In creating a more open society is better for discussing this topic.
Precisely. Because I've always said, I for one, do not have any inclination at all to tell anybody how they should think about religion, science, life, or anything at all. It's their life, and that they must live it. Who am I to try and interject my beliefs or my knowledge or my faith onto somebody else? I find that abhorrent. It makes me feel dirty. So, yeah. So that's kind of what we're doing here.
It's the whole thing we're fighting against, the heliocentric. You will believe the heliocentric model, whether you like it or not. That's what we're trying to fight against. So we can't approach trying to show people the nature of the flat Earth by using the heliocentric approach, because then we're just joining that paradigm ourselves.
Yeah.
If you understand what I'm...
Yeah, I do. Instead of using a big hammer, you use a feather. You tickle them.
Much better. Soft approach.
Soft approach. You kill them with kindness.
I say bring back Knights Templars.
I'm just gonna I'm just saying thank you again. I'm just going to drop out now, but thanks for putting me back on voice. Thanks for the upgrades on whatever you've done. And I'll be back in touch with you guys tomorrow. So have a good night, everybody. See you soon.
You too, bro.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The more I watch like the news and all this shit happening in the world, I say bring back Knights Templar. Let's get going.
Nah, you don't want those fucking guys back, dude.
Pull out the sword. Let's go.
Nah, you don't want that shit. You don't want to take somebody like that. You don't want that. Because if they're going to fear you by the sword, then what difference did you make, actually? You're just another tyrant like the rest. You don't want that.
Holy shit, bro. Bring back the Spanish Inquisition, eh?
You don't want that shit.
I mean, yeah, it sounds bad, but...
Are you going to be the receiving end of that sword, or are you going to be the one actually cutting people down?
Well, with my mindset, I'll be cutting people down.
But then you're no better than the rest of the, then you're no better than the rest of the tyrants that run this place, man. You know what I mean? Think about it like that. That's not the objective here. The objective here is to actually make people see that they've been deceived by critically thinking about the topics that get presented to them.
Because the one thing people will do when you open the mind a little bit is automatically get angry and upset because they can't believe that they've been fooled that way, so they refuse to accept it. And so, yeah. How could I be fooled so bad? It can't be possible. The ego kicks in. You want to push them in the direction without offending the ego.
Yeah, no two persons are the same, though. I will say that. And then there's many levels to like how you address someone. So on the one hand, you have like the soft-spoken person, and then you have like the really staunch, dug-in people. It's a wide variety in between. There's no like certain category.
Yeah,
one person that's dug in today could be easy going tomorrow.
The one thing I've done the last 10 years, and it's working very, very well, is it's an old axiom, but it's so the old axioms or the old sayings are so they're good because they're fucking true. Is I treat people the way I would want to be treated, and I stick to that. And it's a different world then, you know. It really is. No drama. No drama.
The young people that were in here, Accursed and Spank, seem to have really taken to the conversation, and at least Accursed did. I was listening to him while I was making my food.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah,
he really took to the conversation, which is good. It was just a tiny bit apprehensive at the beginning, but it wore down throughout the conversation.
And it could have been easily missed, but it was one of them, I can't remember which one, that actually said through the conversation while CB was talking to him or something about, he actually said the words, well, that's true. So whatever CB, whoever it was that said to him something about the heliocentric model or whatever the point they were making, the guy admitted, oh, that's true. So that's a good start.
We got Memories in here. Memories? Who's Memories? Flat Earther.
Memories often on lobby and stuff.
Yeah, same right. What often?
there's a saying on memories about me. I gave a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid.
I'll rate this.
Oh, the way he makes me feel that love isn't real. Cupid is so dumb. I'm hopeless romantic all my life. Has Memories ever spoken in here? I never heard Memories. Memories, are you there?
I guess he just wants to listen, I suppose.
Yeah, a bunch of new people came in today. That's good.
One of them has the best question.
Hey, Sasha.
Yep.
I had opened up your mic so that you can have free reign to talk to Spank and to our.
I know. I was telling
And
you that
your shit just like it went wonker. You know, your internet just went wonkers, dude. Like you couldn't even respond or nothing. I was like, fucking Sasha, dude. Like you struggle to get words in, like when all of us are talking. But then I roll out the red carpet so that you can speak, and then your shit doesn't work. I'm like, fuck, dude. Like you have the worst luck, bro.
It was working, but I took off the headphones because I was driving, and it was difficult.
No, I know, but I was like, I
understood. Yeah.
I even told them both. I was like, man, fucking Sasha, man. Like he's always struggling to get a word in, and then like the time that he can speak to both of you, like as long as he wants, like there was nothing.
But for me, moment of the day was this. Guy, people, I have questions for you. And then why you think that Earth is flat? And I said, oh my God, I cannot believe that somebody asking this question.
Oh yeah. But let's be a little spatial aware, because I think we got Enrico Di Laro that just joined her. And I probably butchered your name, bro. Enrico, are you there?
Yeah, man. What's up?
Welcome to the chat, man.
Thank you.
See, it says on your About Me that you're a songwriter.
Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of cool. What brought you to the server, bro?
Just wanted to be home.
You wanted to be where?
Home.
Home. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, what does home mean to you? Like, what's going on?
Free thinkers.
Okay. Not gonna deny any of that, but so how far you been looking into this topic? Like, what's the extent of your knowledge?
Since before they censored it on YouTube.
What are we looking at? Like 3 years or something?
I don't know. Before it blew out in the public.
Probably like 5 years or 4 years, something like that.
Yeah.
So are you a flat earther, or like? And I'm not just saying that you as a person. I'm just saying, do you think the Earth is indeed flat?
Could be.
Oh, you're on the fence then, or?
No, I mean, I don't know for sure, but
that's on the fence.
It's either. Yeah, Brandon, thanks. On the fence is like if you're not sure.
No, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not a ball, but I don't know what it is.
No. The entire, I'll put it to you this way: the entire realm of existence, nobody knows what that is.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's just say that. But where we are, we can know what that is. Like, we know it's a level plane. From every place that people are right now, we know it's definitely a level plane, and there's no curvature. But
but what if it's like the skin of like a giant animal, and it seems flat, but it's not, and we're on a giant animal?
Well, the giant animal part. The giant animal part.
Any animal.
Hang on, guys. The giant animal part seems to be like something you're adding extra, which means the entire Earth realm, which I said nobody knows. I don't know if you caught that. Yeah. Nobody knows. So what you're saying though is that you can't tell if it's flat or if it's curved, right? Am I mistaken on that?
No, I can't tell.
You can or can't?
I can.
So what can you tell then?
What do you mean?
What is it? What can you tell? You said you can tell. Is it flat or is it curving?
Definitely not curving, man.
Okay, well, there's only one option after that. If it's not curving.
Yeah.
What would it be if it's not curving, Enrico?
I need to say that, man. You know.
Why not? What's so wrong with
it?
Why I don't? Unless you don't. Why are you allergic to saying the word flat? I mean, what's going on?
No, I'm not.
Come holler at me, man. Tell me what's up, man. Like, why is saying the word flat so allergic? Why are you so allergic to that?
I'm not one of those people who don't want to be flat earther. I mean, I don't like labels anyway.
I'm saying that, but
that's nobody's. You're not a label, bro. You're not a flat earther, as in that's who you are. It's your description of the earth. That's all. Like if you're describing the surface, you know what I mean? That's it.
I don't know. I don't like to think of the earth as an object.
It's not an object.
It's
like as in
the surface is more or less flat, even though it has
more or less. So it's not. Topography is it's understood. There's topography. You know, mountains, valleys, hills, all that kind of stuff. We know that.
Well,
nobody. Hold on, Brandon. Nobody here is saying that we don't have that, Enrico. So I guess what I'm trying to say is like, if it's curving somewhere like they tell us it is, then definitely. If there's no measured curvature anywhere, then it's not curving. It's flat.
Yeah.
And this is all I'm saying. Like, if you're allergic to saying that, I'm trying to figure out why.
I'm not allergic to saying that.
Oh, so why did you say you know what it is? Like I'm trying to get behind the psychology of why.
Because I understood you wanted me to say it, so I was like, why does he want me to say it? I'm not going to say it.
Oh, just on the basis of not saying it, bro? That's pretty childish.
No, I just wanted to not say it because you wanted me to say it. I just wanted to see what.
That's childish, bro. That's childish, man.
I'm just having fun, man. What's up?
I mean, what's the big deal? You're on the internet. Like nobody knows who you are. You're on the internet. You can speak.
Well, he's
Enrico.
Yeah, you know who I am, so.
You actually put your full name?
Jeez. Yeah, I'm the only idiot, apparently.
No,
my name is Sasha. I can tell you where I'm living. Even I can give you address. I'm not.
Yeah, but we don't.
No, guys, give me a second with Enrico. Enrico, bro, don't worry about any of this. Tonality. We're just here talking, bro. It's all good.
Todo está bien, Enrico. Todo está bien, brother.
Mine forgot on you until they changed it.
Oh, Brandon, your freaking shit is turned up, bro.
Yeah, Brandon.
Sorry, I got to back off.
Brandon, what's wrong with your mic? Take the mic out of your mouth.
It was close. It was close at that time. I moved it.
Yeah, take it out of your mouth.
Dude, I'm eating my mic.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, it's like Jemsy said, man. We're just talking over here, you know. Like it's all
yeah, but I don't know. It's live and shit. So.
Yeah, Enrico, I get it. You know what? The thing is, if not anybody, at least myself, I'm gonna speak for myself. If I speak to you, and I don't have anything against you, against whatever, but if you're saying something that is claiming something that someone else told you, right? Then we might have a conversation about that. About hey, what does that mean, and how we can verify that, right? If you're talking to us about your immediate experience, things that we can observe, verify, we can talk about that as well. We can do that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally fine. Go ahead, Miggy.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of drilling down on like how we can just say, you know what? I'm going to be real with you, right? This is how it all is. Like, that's cool. But when there's this kind of like mask that we can't say things, you know, that I don't understand that. Like to me, it's easy for me to tell you, man, look, if there's no measured curvature that we've got anywhere, then I can't tell you that there's any curve. The Earth is not curving. It's flat.
Well, that's a social thing for some people. Some people are socially awkward. I'm kind of like that. Now that I'm getting used to you.
Yeah, but I don't paint nobody in that light, Brandon. I can't say they're socially awkward because if I was to say that about Enrico and he's socially awkward, I'm already making him to be some kind of character.
No,
over time in his discussion with me, then I'll figure out what he is. But like, I can't tell him right away just from like a few sentences.
It'll take time.
Yeah,
You'll get used to you.
Everyone's an individual.
You'll get used to each other. Yeah.
Anyway, but getting back to the whole, the discussion is that's what this server is built on. It's getting to the conversation that people usually don't have. And because they take it for granted, right, that they already think the Earth is a globe and so on. But, from your experience, and you said you've been doing it ever since the internet started to come out with Flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just feel like, I don't know. What do you find it hard to communicate? I mean, I'm trying to figure out where's the barrier here. Like, I don't see one, but.
Biggie, can I answer?
Hold on, let him respond, Sasha.
Not for me, in my opinion, not of.
Yeah, but I just want to. He was going to respond, is what I mean. Like,
does he have a YouTube channel?
Oh my God! Can we hear Enrico respond?
Someone is being addressed. So we have a guest in the room. We want to speak to the guest. So let's have a cohesive back and forward. There's a question on the table. If he wants to reply, he can reply. And then the next person, after a logical conclusion about that, maybe the next person can ask a question if he wants to continue the conversation. Come on, let's not be. Come on, guys, please.
Yeah, I will wait.
Oh, what was the question?
No, I was just saying, man, like, when we're having a conversation here about the topic of the shape of the Earth, and obviously you came in here, right? You're VC verified, so somebody must have checked you in or talked to you before. But what I'm saying is, like, I'm just drilling down to, like, so when we come to the understanding of what the Earth is, we pretty much say, like, hey, this is how I came to this understanding. But I feel like you're more or less, it sounds to me anyways right now, like you're on the fence. You're not really sure. But then you say, I'm sure. You say, I'm sure. So then I'm just trying to figure out, okay,
I can explain
so how
that.
are
I can
you
explain that.
Go ahead.
Well, what you witnessed is basically me not wanting to say it clearly because I just, as soon as I came in here, I realized, oh shit, I got my info and shit on here. This thing is live. I don't want anybody to, like, maybe find out and shit that I believe this.
Oh, I see. Hey, all right, man. Like, shit.
Because it's, like, attached to my artist image, whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah.
But other than that, no, man, I'm pretty open. Yeah.
Hey, listen to this, right? Miggy, let me talk to him about this real quick.
Yeah.
Enrico, you can listen to information and have conversations and think about things. You don't have to, you don't have to necessarily put a label hat that says, I'm a flat earther. I'm going to go out there, show people. That's not you, bro. That's not you. You don't have to be that guy. Okay?
Yeah, exactly. I don't like that labels.
Oh, you don't have to be that guy. You can have a real conversation because remember, flat earth is just a term to open a conversation about other things, a perspective into the immediate reality that we all find ourselves on top of the description of flat earth. It's a description. It's not what it is, because there's way more than two words making up this place. Okay? So it's at least a door that you might be opening, and you can walk in it and then come out of it if you want, because that's not what you're gonna do all day long, right? You make music, you're an artist, and you want to at least have a bigger perspective of things to be a better version of whatever you want to be, like the artist that you're saying you are.
Claro que sí.
Sí. Yo hablo español, ese es mi primer idioma, so el lenguaje aquí no hay problema con eso, aprendemos de todo.
Claro.
Yeah, so just like Jemsy said, so when we talk about it here in the context, it's really, to be honest with you, man, here's what's going on. The whole deal. It's a false dichotomy. Meaning,
what's a dichotomy?
When you put two things against each other, like globe Earth and flat Earth, right? So I'm going to show you, like globe Earth and flat Earth. It's false dichotomy. There is no such thing as those two things existing like that. There is only Earth.
Right.
That's it. The reality, basically, like, and so Jebsy would probably elucidate on that. Like, that's why it's difficult when we have this conversation. It opens it up because people are of the mind that the Earth is a globe because we've been taught that it's not a globe, basically. So the only way we can describe it to people that are coming in brand new that can understand it's not the globe is when we determine that we know that the Earth isn't curving, so therefore it's flat, and that's why we call it the flat Earth. But it's not like that's not its name. It's a description, basically. It's not the Earth is the Earth. It's reality. It's when you go out there. It's not.
Yeah, it's
we
hard.
Don't call
I
it flat Earth,
imagine. Yeah,
you know what I mean.
And situational awareness, right? You're standing on the ground. You're probably sitting somewhere right now, talking to us. You're sitting over there. Situational awareness, right? Immediate experience, first-hand knowledge. That's how you know how to play your guitar, write your music, and do all that stuff and make it happen. For fruition into reality, right? Your music, your art. Yeah. So that's how you operate. And then when someone offers you an idea of something like the globe idea, you can choose to listen to it and look at it, but you don't necessarily have to believe it. In this case, a lot of people believe it because it was told to them as reality. Exactly. You believe it. That's totally fine. But what we're presenting in here, at least we're presenting a perspective to reality, not just the idea in the mind. So you have a perspective from the immediate experience that you're having, and an extension from there. Yeah. My bad. Go ahead, Miggy. My bad. I'm on mute. Sorry, guys. Go ahead. You can reply to Miggy, bro. You were gonna say something.
Enrico, that's a nice tune, bro.
Nice what?
It's a good tune, man. I just checked you up on YouTube.
Thank you, man.
Hey, that's good shit, bro.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, but what were you saying, Enrico?
I was basically just saying that I do believe it's flat, man. I don't think it's fucking ball, man.
Well, yeah. I mean, but we got a lot of people out there, Enrico, that they were told the story just like everybody else, right? So they take it from the step of belief and they perceive it like their perception. They're like if their eyes are seeing something that their mind is trying to make it a reality that's not there.
Yeah.
I mean, none of us have a choice. We're all told as kids, coming into school that it's a globe and it's in solar system and all that kind of stuff. But we don't have a chance. Like nobody's showing us the way. So we have to ourselves help each other out, like humans, the human family. But other than that, like there's nobody else out there. There's no organization that's like helps prevent this information from getting out there because there's no such thing. So the only thing that can stop it is critically thinking people that can tell you, hey, look, man, are you sure that's what they told you it is? Like, have you checked? And if there's not that, then there's nothing. So that's why this server exists the way it does, because that's what we're doing.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
But at the same time, like we understand your position. Maybe you have your livelihood and stuff, and you don't want to be mislabeled. Like people are gonna follow you around. But I would say it's important to speak truth, no matter when wherever you can, like speak the truth. So sometimes though, that means that it's gonna be to somebody that's not gonna want to hear it. But at the same time, you have two choices, right? Two choices. Either keep quiet or speak the truth when it's time. When it's time to say something, you're either going to keep quiet or you're going to speak the truth. And that is only up to you. Nobody can make you say that. You're going to have to contemplate whether it's time to say it or not.
Sure.
I mean, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But the more you know, that, like for me anyway, the more I know, I feel like I need to speak the truth when it's time to speak the truth. I can't stay quiet. But other people, they might, because of course their livelihood and whatever other things in their life.
There's a lot of fears. There's a lot of fears in the world, but the wealth is already here. It's just for you to take it. So you're gonna operate on this world and do what you gotta do to make it, bro. Nobody's gonna make you into a fear little ball-minded guy and just be scared of doing things.
That's very true. That's very true. Sometimes you got to be bold and brave, and That's not easy either, right? Doing
bro, but composing music and playing guitars, you gotta be bold. You gotta put some time into that stuff. Yeah,
That's too bad I got long hair though.
Did you say in the beginning I want to be at home when you came here?
Free thinker.
I like that because
that already
maybe
explains everything.
Yeah, I also came here to be more how to say, not secure, but more relaxed, more chilly. Everything is okay for me here.
Yeah.
Among like-minded people. Yep.
To find people alike, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to agree with everybody. Everybody says there's a lot of individuals,
of course,
people from all sorts of life, from different cultures, and you do you. And if you want to access other doors and open and connect bridges in different places, that's how the world works. That's how things get done.
Well, as an artist too, you're putting yourself out there. You really are. You're opening your heart. You're putting yourself out to the world when you make a song and you put it on YouTube. You know that's brave. That's brave. You know that's.
Yeah.
It's also egotistic.
Huh?
Yeah, either way.
It's also egotistic.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
We all have a little bit of ego. It's fine.
It's nice when somebody tells you that the thing that you just created, they enjoyed it or impressed them, or it brought a tear to their eye or something. As you know, it does stroke your ego. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. Yeah, but a year, bro.
You know that feeling when you know when a brother is or a sister, when you do something for your brother or your sister and they smile, or even for your daughter or your son and they smile, just like you're making music. It's not that far away from that.
Why are you guys telling me this?
Because you sounded scared of being here. Scared.
No,
and you shouldn't be scared, bro.
No, you mislabeled me as scared. I'm not scared at all.
Okay. Good for you. Good for you.
How dare you, Jamesy?
He's not scared, dude.
It's more about this, Jamesy. When like 2-3 years ago,
You know, I apologize. I did mislabel him. It's not about being scared. He's just navigating and being careful, because I do the same thing. I navigate in the world, and I'm cautious of the places that I go and the things that I do and the people that I speak. I'm careful about that too.
I don't give a shit anymore.
Not even me, even more. But before, let's say 2-3 years, when I was in 18 shows and like circulating everywhere, and I always said I'm flat earth, and I had problems with that, a lot of problems, because I could not reach the point of information. And I started to think, I will never ever say that I'm flat earther. I will always point at the globe, and I will say that I'm globe skeptic, because like I don't want that they put me they will start to put you are flat earther. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, I'm not flat earther. I'm human being. Let's go to now to speak about geometry and globe.
Yeah.
That means that the person I know now. I don't care now. I will call myself whatever I want. But that was the point, that people were attacking you because of that. You're flat earther, and then you cannot start with the point because of that.
Shit after that.
All right, we got somebody that's new here, so I just want to address all the new people that jumping in. Fortress is brand new, looks like. I'm gonna mute Fortress. Fortress, are you there?
I wanted to address Enrico still. Just open their mics, and I want to keep talking to Enrico a little bit before he goes, because eventually I know he's gonna have to go. So
yeah, I just want to say hi to Fortress, so not let the new people out of sight. So Fortress, are you there? I guess Fortress is not there. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Might be listening. Enrico, so the things that you have learned about what you're doing, your immediate experience is based on your sensory system, right? So when you're standing on the ground or sitting, you don't feel any movement of that ground, because you have something called the sistema vestibular. It's the liquid in your inner canal, right? That is horizontally level to what everything is level from, which is the sea level. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So if you make some movements, you know that you're making that movement because of your sensory system, right? Some people has it out of whack, but that's not the rule, right? That's not the rule. But you don't feel any movement, and if the ground starts moving, you will feel it, Enrico.
Of course. Yeah.
Yes. So that's your immediate experience. You can observe it, feel it, and that's how it is. That's axiomatic. Okay.
Same.
Then, when you use another of your senses, your eyes, you can make observations, and it makes sense based on your visual periphery that you can see really far. You can see things that are really close to you. You can see them. And depending on your altitude and the angle of view and distances, you can see things to a certain, depending on the size of the thing and the distance to it and the angle of view and your altitude, you're going to be able to see things. And then behind that point, you won't be able to see things. Because, like if you're holding a book in your hand, you can read the pages. You pass the page, you can read it. But if you grab the same book and put it 300 feet away, you won't be able to read it, right?
Yeah, of course.
Exactly. So when you look up and see the sky moving, because a lot of people that come from from certain belief, they look up and they say, hey, look, I see movement in the sky. Therefore, the ground that I'm standing on, that I feel that is motionless, is moving because I see movement in the sky. You following what I'm trying to tell you? Right?
Yeah, nobody thinks like that.
People do think like that. People think that the ground that you're standing on, it's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, because when they look up and see the sky spinning, that's their conclusion, that the ground is spinning.
That's crazy.
Okay. So yeah. All right. That's cool. So I just wanted my last point. My last point is that that claim that goes against your immediate experience and your observations that are part of your senses, your sensory system, they're claiming the opposite of what you're sensing, making it, by definition, nonsensical. So what their claim is nonsense. Your immediate experience is axiomatic, factual, true. Okay? Just wanted to say that.
Yeah, of course.
I just wanted to say that, I don't know, maybe Enrico just wants to chill out here, not say anything anymore, because I don't know. I don't want to be having a convo with him.
No, man, everybody... No, I like to speak, man. It's all right.
Yeah, but...
It's just, I know these things. I've been through it. I've had years to think about this, so...
That's cool. You can just hang out, man. We'll just, like, if you want to chime in, you can chime in whenever you want.
Thank you, Enrico. Thanks for listening. Thanks for the talk. I didn't know you've been listening for years, but that's great, bro. Have a good talking to you, man.
Yes.
I also subscribe to your channel, so that's great.
Yeah, so did I. Yeah, and the opening lyrics is, I drew curved lines on the... What was it? I drew curved lines on the wall. That was pretty...
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm gonna address a new person that jumped in here. Ed J just popped in here. Ed J, are you there?
I'm here.
Welcome to the channel 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, man. What brings you by, Ed J?
My friend Jim Waterworld was here, and I came in because he's here.
Jim Waterworld, who's that guy?
You guys know him.
Yeah. He's above. He's at the very top of the Discord right now.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Welcome. And if you have any questions, or do you come from the mind that the Earth is a globe, or what?
I'm a spinning ball earther.
Spinning ball earther. Okay. Well, do you have any evidence for that, Ed J?
I don't typically like to talk about this subject, but I'm just here to listen. I used to like listening to Mark Sargent stuff, but I think that they offed him with the COVID stuff and remdesivir.
Okay, so yeah, you don't have to talk or anything, but if you want to, you can do so. I gave you the tag globe earther, so nobody will ask you the question once again.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Hey Ed, are you a globe earther?
I'm a spinning ball earther.
Spinning ball. B-Mac,
Isn't that the same thing?
Yeah, it is. But I like that term. It's like it sounds like something to say that when people say flat earthers. So I figured I'd say it the other way.
Hey, how about this one? How about spinning ball in the vacuum of space Earth?
That's a little lengthy, man. I don't know what's going to cut the mustard.
Yeah, what's going on the outside, we don't know.
Are you empiricist or you're a believer?
I'm a Christian.
You're a Christian. Are you sure?
He didn't understand what you said, Sasha.
It's okay. Funny. It's okay, but he said that.
Was that a joke? I don't know.
Are you Christian? Pinning what you said.
Ball earther.
Spinning ball earther.
You cannot be Christian then.
Why are you telling me that I can't classify myself in any manner?
Because your book is saying that. I'm not saying that.
The book.
I'm Christian because my mother and father are Christians, but I don't feel like a Christian, Well, but if I say that I'm Christian, then I will believe in my book what is written by God. Do you believe in your book?
I do.
Then listen your book. What is saying to you?
It talks about the round Earth.
Yep.
Oh no, it don't. No, it don't. I'm also a biblical.
There is not your book. There is no religious books saying any words about any sphere in any religious book. Did you know that?
Yep.
He's confusing around. That's the issue.
Yeah, you said round, not spherical, by the way.
Yeah, but it means spherical. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not a globe Earth. The Bible doesn't speak of the globe.
Yeah, and the scripture says Earth has 4 corners, right? So how many corners does a fucking sphere have?
Yeah, it's not a globe. And settle down, Fortress.
That's pea drinker, isn't it?
Yeah, PD. But yeah, it's not a globe. And we can actually point to different scriptures that will depict it not being one. And on top of that, in the beginning, when God created the heavens and the earth, on the 4th day, he created the sun, moon, and stars. On the 4th day. That means the earth was already in existence. So it wasn't going around anything.
The sun was created on day 1.
No, it was not. Day 4. You don't know this, Ed? Yeah, look it up in Genesis, bro. If you look it up in Genesis,
do I get to
I'm not even a Christian, dude. I'm not even a Christian. I'm
the 4th day.
When somebody presents something to me, ain't I allowed to respond to it, or is this going to be a monologue here?
Well, no. If you point to the scriptures, you can. Don't just say something now, because I know where it says that in the scriptures.
Wonderful. On day 4, it's talking about the lights in the night sky. In case you didn't notice that.
Well, can you read it, please?
Can you? The moon and the stars
and the sun.
Yeah,
he created the 2 lights on the 4th day.
He created the sun on the day 1. You can't have a day without a sun.
No,
yes, you can. Yes,
you can. He separated the waters.
Hang on, P-Mac. Hang on.
Okay, sorry.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Or at least, as the words say in the book, you can, which is what we're really talking.
And God said, "Let the lights be in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day. That was which was created on day 1. And the lesser night that he made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of heaven to give light upon the earth, to rule over the day and rule over the night. From the darkness, God saw that it was good, and evening and the morning. So this is talking about, the focus is the lights that are in the night sky.
Where is the sphere?
Wait a second. Wait, I just want to address what you just said, which is 2 great lights, right? On the 4th day, he created those 2 great lights and set them in the sky. Now, that being said, where do you get anything that you're drawing from that was already done on day one?
Oh, where it says God said, "Let there be light," and he saw the light, and he saw it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness, and he called the day, he called the light day, and he called the darkness he called night, and that was the evening and morning were the first day.
Yeah, but that didn't say the sun were the two great lights.
Well, whoop-de-doo.
No, it's not whoop-de-doo. You can't say that to the Word of God. Are you saying whoop-de-doo to the Word of God?
I guess you got to use your brain, don't you?
Are you saying whoop-de-doo to the Word of God?
No, I'm saying whoop-de-doo to you.
No, you're saying it to the Word of God because I'm telling you that the light that was talking about there was actually Him.
Your interpretation
he's the light. What do you mean? Now, let me. You know what? No, it's sola scriptura, my good sir. It's scripture interpreting scripture, meaning, okay, so where does it talk about him being the light? Well, let's look to the book of Revelation, shall we? Where the light of the sun and the moon shall not be shown any longer. What will be the light at that point?
It also says the darkness and the light are
What will be the light at that point, my good sir?
Huh?
Answer the question. As soon as the sun and the moon shall not give their light any longer, what will be the light of the world at that point?
That's talking about that's not talking about physical light. That's talking about awareness light.
No, that's physical light.
I don't need your interpretation.
That's physical light. No, it's not my interpretation. That is the interpretation.
No, that's your interpretation.
He is the light of the world.
Your interpretation doesn't concern me.
I think
it's not.
What you mean to say is it wouldn't be interpreted, just taken word for word literally. I think no interpretation is what you're aiming for, right?
Well, that's what he's aiming for, but I'm saying you gotta believe what God says, and you gotta also understand what He means, because He says, "My thoughts are not your thoughts, and my ways are above your ways."
That's your obfuscation. That's your obfuscation to say that we can't understand Him now in this context.
Well,
when in fact, He's very clear. He's very clear, Ed. Like, I don't understand why you have to make it sound like God's saying something else.
You can't understand God.
No. It's not. You can't do that because now you have a secret interpretation that no one else can hold. I don't think so, sir. You're not
Spirit of God to understand the things of God.
At any rate, we're gonna table this discussion because
you don't like.
No, I can't continue because this isn't a forum for discussion religious matters. It is only one to actually just expose that your idea of that is incorrect. We may take this to another channel to continue this, but I won't continue this any longer because this is not what we do in this specific channel.
It's nice when you back down when you're wrong. That's great.
Oh, I'm not. But like I said, per the rules of the server, we can't continue down this road because this is not a religious channel.
It's my fault because
can I ask this guy something?
Wait. He didn't understand my question in the first place. I asked him, your belief, you said I'm on the spinning ball. Okay. Is it that empiricism or belief?
I didn't understand your question.
Does you know that you are living on the globe or you believe that you are living on the globe?
I don't know how to answer that question.
Hang on, Ed. The word he's using is rephrase it.
Do you know of any time? Do you know of any time when anyone's ever directly measured? Actually, wait, hold on. Let's just to make sure we don't spend the next 5 minutes galloping about this or that. I'm going to clarify what I mean by direct measurement. So if I take a yardstick and I press it up against the surface of my dining room table, and I use the yardstick to see if I can detect curvature of the surface of my dining room table, see if it's there or not. All right, this would be a direct measurement of the surface of my dining room table. So now that I'm very clear with you on what a direct measurement is, the question I have for you is, has anyone ever directly measured the surface of the Earth and detected curvature? And who did that? And what was the method?
They got curvature calculators on the internet.
Okay, so do you understand the difference between a calculation and a measurement?
Not by your terms, I don't.
My terms? It's not my terms. It's just the definition of what a calculation is and the definition of what a measurement is. It's got nothing to do with my terms. It's just what the definition of these two words are. Do you understand that?
In this case, it's English.
Yeah, in this case, it's English. Yeah.
If you want to explain the differentiation, go ahead.
All right. So what I just described to you a minute ago with my dining room table and a yardstick, so that's a direct measurement. That is a measurement. All right. A calculation would be like me writing down on a piece of paper 1 + 1 = 2. That's a calculation.
Okay. Great.
So you see, so now the question I have for you is, if I write down on a piece of paper 1 + 1 = 2, does that prove the surface of my dining room table to be either flat or curved or any geometric shape?
No.
Right. So you see the difference, right? See how one doesn't demonstrate what we're talking about to be true and the other does? See the difference?
Calculations don't necessarily demonstrate things to be true.
Geometrically, yes. So again, the question still stands. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever directly measured the surface of the Earth and detected curvature?
No, I wouldn't be aware of that.
Good. Second question.
Yeah, so you believe the Earth is spinning, right? 1,000 miles per hour at the equator?
I wouldn't know how fast it's spinning.
Well, the claim, what I was taught in school, what I was taught in school is that it's 1,000 miles per hour, roughly, at the equator. That's what they say. All right.
Like you pointed out, I would have no way of measuring that.
Well, then you just answered my question right there. You have no way, and you don't know of anyone to have measured it themselves, ever?
I wouldn't know.
All right. And I guess the third question is, since the claim is that gas pressure contained here on the surface of the Earth due to gravity and caused by gravity, the question that I have for you is, do you have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity?
I'm unaware of those claims.
Really? You weren't taught this like in school? Like public school?
I went to public school.
Well, anyway, yeah, it's what they say about on the TV and in the schools and all that. They yak about it in the movies too. They say the claim is, the story goes, as the legend goes, gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth is caused by gravity. But we still are waiting for a practical demonstration, a real life demonstration of gas pressure in the X value form, consistent gas pressure without a container due to gravity.
We know that helium balloons rise up and they go upward because they have a lighter density.
That means no gravity.
In fact, they do, but that's, it's still not a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity. In fact, actually, the balloon itself is just yet another example of gas pressure in a consistent X value form with a fixed volume and container. So you have the helium balloon. That's just another example of gas pressure inside a container.
Can you demonstrate gas pressure being contained by gravity, sir?
I don't even know what gravity is. That's something that they claim that I've never seen such a thing. I don't know if it even exists.
Fair.
Yep.
I know that when I stand next to a tall building, and I don't feel any pressure to lean into it or anything like that.
Yeah, that doesn't happen. That's for sure.
When I look out of a tall building and look downward, it makes me feel queasy.
Yeah, you'll fall in the medium of air, no doubt.
now we have this. We don't know who measured the curvature of the Earth. We don't know and how was done it. We don't know who measured the rotation of the Earth and how was done it. And we cannot demonstrate that we are spinning in the vacuum of the space. Conclusion: are we on the sphere?
Well, one of the things that I have great difficulty that they say is that our what do they call that? Our solar system is flying through the space at so much speed. I would think that if that's the case, like they're claiming, that we would see the stars changing positions, and we don't see that. So I have difficulty believing that one.
Pretty simple.
Yeah, we don't see the stars changing positions, so that one's kind of hard to believe.
Not only that, with the mind, I will tell you with the math. In 1 hour, do you know how much you moved left? Let's say.
How much I move? Depends on how much I move.
You moved 66,000 miles in 1 hour left.
Holy shit!
Oh, you mean what they're saying that the solar system's flying through air? It's right.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's
yeah. We would definitely see the stars changing positions if that was the case, wouldn't we? We don't see any of that. So
okay, that's the speed in 1 hour, and that's the speed of the Earth going around the sun, and that's the speed of
yeah. There's all kinds of little.
Earth has the atmosphere, and that means that all that atmosphere is going together with the Earth with that speed.
See, there's all kinds of little things that give someone pause, like, what the person was talking just a few moments ago. But see, the thing is, it can be maybe explained away or what have you. But when you look at many of them all together, then you have to come to go in some sort of direction that something else is going on and there's more to figure out with this.
Well, I have question with the flat Earth. Some of the things because how do they explain? What do you call that? An eclipse, where the spinning ball earthers put the Earth between the sun and the moon, and that's how you get a shadow on the moon. How do the earthers get a shadow on the moon?
Well, with the last solar eclipse, that was pretty interesting. Allegedly, the shadow went the wrong way, and the shadow was kind of the wrong size. The shadow of the path of totality for the solar eclipse, I think it was in 2016. I think it was like 50 to 70 miles wide. That's really strange because from what everybody on Earth can observe, I know there's some trickery that could happen, but generally speaking, a shadow's not larger than the object that it's casted upon when it's at a greater distance.
If you got a picture on that, I'd love to see it. Feel free to DM it to me.
But even if it's that not happening, for example, that's selenium. How you call it? That eclipses.
But with the solar eclipse, I think you might potentially be able to Google it, because I remember the information about it being the wrong way. I remember that being on the mainstream news, or maybe it was a local channel. I don't know, but the shadow went in the wrong direction. According to, they didn't say it, but the implication is that it was contrary to the heliocentric model. So it was kind of deemed as yet another quote unquote anomaly.
Yeah.
But it's been a while since I've talked about that.
I haven't seen any videos on that, but I would be
quite a while
willing to watch it if you DM me a video on it.
But I'm looking like this perception.
Just telling me stuff and telling me to go search it out. No, that ain't going to happen because it doesn't interest me.
For me, it's interesting. If they show telling you about eclipses,
if you're willing to do the work for me and post me a video, then yeah, I'll watch it.
Can I say something about eclipses?
Can you say something about the clitoris? Did you just say?
Oh no.
Eclipses, he says.
Oh, okay. Thank fuck.
What?
Mine's always in the gutter.
Jedi, mine's in the gutter, bro.
Yeah, do apologise, guys, but that's exactly what I fucking heard. Do apologise. Do apologise.
No worries, bro.
Jen A.
Yo.
Being as I got my segue into the conversation. Good evening, guys. How you doing? Hope everybody's well.
Hi.
What?
Hi.
What up, diggity dog?
What's up? What's up? What's up to you, Ed J, as well? Nice to see you've joined the server. Welcome to our lovely abode. How are you?
Thank you. Yeah, I've been a member of the server for a while now here.
Oh, awesome stuff. How are you finding it, man?
Ooh.
Been a member of the server for what? Not over. It looks like about 8-9 months, something like that.
I found something on the topic I was talking about, you guys. Hold on, I'll share it. Sorry to interrupt you guys. Go ahead.
Sorry, not sorry, huh, Jenny?
Whatever. Well, no. For us girls, we got to wedge our way in a little bit more sometimes. So,
you gotta
all right. So yeah, that's that can be that video I just posted could be a starting point. And it's interesting to think about the different paths throughout the face of the Earth, the different solar eclipses that happen.
Could you please?
Just doesn't seem like what?
Could you please DM me the video?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
No problem. This is Ed, right?
Ed, yeah. That way,
right.
if I want to go back and reference it, then I can find it.
No doubt.
I gotta figure out what server and what channel, and I'm on
Dude,
100 servers, so it's like it's hard to find things.
Oh, most definitely. So yeah, that's from like an old list. I just reconnected with this new phone.
Okay.
Thank you, Google, for keeping all my stuff together for me. Thank you so much.
Google's your
But
friend
yeah.
until it tells you the Earth's a globe.
Sometimes Google's our friend. Sometimes Google stabs us in the back.
That's right.
You can't count on Google. You can't count on Wikipedia, but you can count on God.
Google's they're owned by China.
China.
I talked to Mitch and I found out the virus, it came from China. I'm going to build a great big wall.
Damn, that sounds just like him. What the?
I do voice impersonations.
Nice, because I love the way Trump says China. It just cracks me the fuck up to no end.
Everything comes from China.
Yeah,
well, he ain't lying there, but I mean,
people that try to do Trump, they talk like he talks like this, but Donald Trump does not talk like this.
That's good, man.
Yeah, well, that guy's in on it. Sorry to say.
I have that on TikTok. I will post it now.
You know what he does Steven Crowder does him fucking brilliantly.
Yeah, he's actually got two voices. He talks like this when he talks, and then he talks like this too. He's got those like two voices that he uses.
Trump.
I got that too. I got like
that probably adds to the conspiracy that some people think that there's more than one. You guys remember hearing about that bullshit?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it could be true. I think it's quite possible. Why not?
Joe Biden's ears. I mean, he's got two different kinds of ears sometimes too.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think there's two different kinds of Joe Bidens too, not just Trump's, bro. Or sister.
Every time I see Joe Biden, it reminds me of Weekends at Bernie's.
Yeah, no doubt.
All you need is sunglasses, right? The big arrow going through his head.
Yeah.
He'd be walking around like him, bobbing his
You
head.
notice he's always being like walked around by somebody. So who knows?
I told you it was another being
Where am I going? Where am I?
mimicking him.
What's my name?
Yeah, I don't see how they could possibly have elected somebody with dementia to the White House. That doesn't really make sense. Anything but Trump, as the saying goes.
I feel like these days it does make sense. Par for the course, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
might as well put a guy like that in there, since you guys are. Never mind.
John Fetterwoman.
Yeah, it's easier to puppet him.
Well done.
There's a
Well done, Pennsylvania. John Fetterwoman. I mean, how did John Fetterman win that? Guy shows up in shorts and a fucking tracksuit top.
What else we got in here? What's up, Edward? Edward is back. What's going on, Edward? Eduardo. Timbo Slice.
What's up, Migs? I'm just out walking around town a little bit, so had it on mute, listening in.
Shout out to your friend Cole.
Shout out to C.
Wherever he is.
Yeah, it's good. I don't know. Hoping it's his first name's actually Charles. He goes by Cole, but maybe we can, we switch it up. He can leave that Cole shit behind, become Charles, who he's meant to be. I keep nailing him. I've got a little group chat, me and a couple of guys, him included. And it's just been, that's all it's been lately. It's always me spitting some sort of so-called crazy shit. But it's definitely lately that it's been just the random oddities about the lack of evidence for the so-called shape of the earth.
Yeah, you should just like hit him sideways because you guys are boys like that. You'd be like, do you know what's so messed up? There's no evidence for the Earth being a globe. I'm just saying, man. I'm just throwing it out there. Like, see what he's just to mess with them.
That is definitely how it goes, and then because I try to break it down real, just kindergarten type shit. I come listen to something you all have, and just like, how could I put this in 20 words or less that they can't avoid reading? Like they open the message app. And no matter what, it's got to be short enough that they can't just see it and be like, oh, it's a big ass paragraph. He's on one again. I just hit him with the short summary of something like a question. Like, is that weird? So
from another point, that I like that. But another point as well, when they start throwing labels back at you, oh, you don't believe in the globe? Therefore, you are this label. You are flat earther, right? When they say that kind of stuff, I like when the other day I did it. Oh, you are flat earther too? Flat earther? What's that? I asked them, what do you mean? What do you mean by that? Because they start throwing labels and saying you are this and you are that instead of concentrating on the actual information and just trying to make you less or something for some reason.
And that can discredit you, or in their minds anyway, right? Like anything else this label says is nothing I need to hear. But that, I liked it. I was listening in, I don't know, it was about 2 hours ago or something. There was a Glober here, and he was kind of talking like, I mean, man, it's what they taught us in school. And you all and you realize how you just took that information. All your task was to memorize it and regurgitate it later on. That really hit pretty deep, because that's what it's like. I always bring her up, the little one. For me, it's how do I teach her to be a thinker as someone who had to learn how to think in their 30s or something, late 20s maybe.
That's what I was telling the gentleman that was in here. We had Snack and Arch Curse.
Arch,
So I was talking to them, and I told them that because I think that's important. Because that's how we're all brought up. We're all brought up that way, man. We're just taught how to memorize stuff and pass the test. No critical thinking involved, just memorization.
This one.
And it's weird.
It's cool.
I had an argument with people, with friends with kids too, that'll talk all that shit, like, and because they're kids in public schools, and which whatever necessary evil type shit, but. And she like stomped out of the room mad, like, what do you mean they don't teach them to think critically? That's all they're doing. And I'm like, oh my gosh. No idea what the 8 hours your child is out of your house is doing, apparently. Like, it's another one of that dissonance stuff, man. We call it an education center, so people think it means that. But yeah, so it's kind of dealing with Cole, whether it's him. It's nice because my other buddy, he's more like, man, I just like to fish. Let me out. We'll see how it goes. I'll keep y'all posted.
Didn't you went to James Panda and had a conversation with a bunch of people there? Someone told me. And how do you think that went?
Is that the debate flat Earth thing?
And more, yeah.
Yeah, I did go there. I've gone there 2 or 3 times, I think. The first time, though, it was, I don't know, it was, well, here I'm going to, like, well, do you believe it's a globe? And y'all have heard me say, I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm at this point where I don't know shit. And they're like, oh, okay, so you're saying it's not a globe, so it must be this guy. You must be this type of person. It was just getting harangued, like, oh, so you've been stupid. Because I'm like, oh, it's been 8 months or a year or something, been reading, thinking about it. Oh, so you just must have hit your head, been a dumbass. It's that kind of stuff.
Wow.
They did end up showing me some stuff and asking some different questions. I don't know.
That's not nice. I mean, it takes some people a month, takes some people 3 months, takes some people a year, 2 years. It takes a while. So we're all different, right?
Yeah, but he went to a place that is designed to sway him away from questioning the globe. He went to that place.
He talked to Jim Panda?
Yeah. Yeah, so it for him, he didn't work on Sir Edwards because his logic is not as flawed, and some people might just think he is, right? And he went over there, and they're gonna sell him the globe, but it works on some people. When they go there, they stay there, bro. It's not gonna work on everybody.
I could see. There was one guy there, kind of sounded some younger 20s cat type thing that's real into radar and shit, and he had an interesting thing that I've just kind of had in the back of my head. I hadn't thought about it, but like I download a picture from a satellite that's essentially, I don't know, above Brazil, and I download that every 30 minutes or something, I think he said. And he shared the picture of it, and it's like, how does this work? Which I think it's always funny when they're like, well, how's this work? I'm like, I don't fucking know how my toilet works, first of all. So, but it was like, I mean, I appreciate it. It's a beautiful picture. How did the fucking picture get there? Was it taken? Was it sent to the ship machine? I don't have a clue. The fuck's going on
when
here.
You put some context into that, we have a whistleblower from Raytheon that was the manager of a ground facility that operated the satellites in outer space, right? So he's he's the engineer head of many engineers. It was like 31 engineers, right? Yeah. And he himself, when he went to check on these ground system computers connected to the satellites that are doing all these important tasks, he realized that was a bunch of BS. It didn't add up, the computer programming in the ground with what they were claiming, and he found flaws between those 2 points, which is the ground system that he's supposedly under control. He's supposedly under control, but he didn't know he controlling the satellites. But then he realized, we're not controlling any satellites. What are you talking about? So the data was so wrong, the data was so out of whack for him as a top engineer that he contacted his superiors about it, right? And he tried to tell them, and they say, just lie about it. Just lie about the data. Don't worry about it, right? Basically, it was way more than that, because I imagine this takes days and weeks and months, right? Then, since he was ignored, he was told that by his superiors, he went to the government, to the department of one of those departments, whatever. I don't remember right now which one. But then they ignored him, basically. But so eventually they demoted him, and he sued and that kind of stuff, and they gave him $1 million. But the globehead came to him and said, "But if you ask that guy about the shape of the Earth, what do you think he's gonna tell you?" Yeah, he's a glober, so therefore your point is mute. He was saying your point is mute, right? doesn't matter what he was saying about the satellite connections, it didn't work or not.
Yeah, let's just avoid that altogether, right?
Yeah, let's just avoid that. The guy was saying, "Hey, I know the soldiers' lives are at stake. You know, when we send soldiers to fight wars and to all these places, we require." He was saying that the satellite connection is important, and the accuracy of that information is vital for our troops in the ground, right? And that was the message that he was trying to bring towards the government, but they didn't care. Because they knew they know something, right? What is it that they know? Maybe that it's just like some type of money laundering funnel that is just flowing money, because they were over budget like $1 billion, over budget $1 billion on something that the top engineer said that this shit doesn't work.
And I love how you have a bunch of people with cushy jobs, right? Like they know they've got a cush job where they're not really sweating at all. So imagine someone comes to you and he's like, "Hey man, I need you to work harder about this shit I found out." And no, you're not going to get paid more or anything, obviously. It's just an ethics thing. And imagine that guy, 6 figures plus whatever, who's like, "No, that's not what we do here. we play golf." Give me, I'm going to pin that for just a second. I need 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
The thing is that, can you hear me? Oh, sorry. A point about that is that a lot of these guys on the ground saying, "Hey, you look at this picture that I got here on my device. I got it from outer space," right? They can't verify that, bro. They're just saying so. They're just saying that. The guy presenting you with the data figures. Well, he said he had a photograph or something from the satellite or whatever.
We know where that goes.
You know, one of the interesting things about Flat Earth is it gets covered in the mainstream media sometimes, you know, and they talk about how it's the younger generations that are more inclined to be Flat Earthers.
Wow, really?
I mean, we all know that, but I mean, it's like, yeah, it goes to show, like, once you get something in your head and you grow older, like, it's very difficult to even entertain a possibility to the contrary. But it makes me wonder.
Cognitive dissonance, it happens to a lot of people. A lot. Everybody. I feel like I can easily admit if I've been wrong.
It's tough, and because the boomers, not to pick on them necessarily, but like they grew up with the moon landing was like there's like a huge emotional attachment to that, and they're not really willing to entertain that whole thing was just a fraud.
Which is really interesting to me because like when I picture that day, like people nowadays, if they hear about it, they'll think about like their little phones and you watching videos and stuff. But then it was people sitting around a radio in a living room and just hearing like a really terrible audio quality, someone announcing that, "Oh, there we go, they're flipped up, you know, they're just announcing and they weren't even there seeing it, and they're just like, oh my god, oh. And it's like, okay. And I don't know, there's just no evidence.
Yeah, that's a good point. They didn't even have any visuals, really. It was just a radio transmission.
I know. I was like, what? What?
All the newspapers next day, "We landed on the moon. Yay!"
Yeah, then if you even just throw out a possibility or another anything, you get told you're a retard, you're wrong, you're brainwashed, you're stupid. It's like, what do you mean? Explain the model. Explain how the textbook version of the heliocentric model. How does it work? What are you arguing for? Tell me how it works. Oh, you can't? Oh, okay. Interesting. So how was it ridiculous? I think it's the most fascinating subject, and it's hard to have it, people, because people immediately go, "Oh, you fucking idiot."
Yeah, because everything's in the mind, bro. Everything is in the mind.
Young people, it becomes less and less plausible that we ever went to the moon. Obviously, because the years go by, and for them, they're thinking, "Oh, how long ago that was? That long ago? We still haven't been back, really?"
Yeah, and there's no telemetry data. Yeah, we lost the telemetry data. And if we had it, the machines, we can't even play them back anymore anyway. So yeah, no. But we went.
Yeah, yeah.
We had to record Friends. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, by the way, you guys are like over $1 trillion, $2 trillion over budget. Oh, don't worry about it.
They're gonna go to Epstein's Island. Oh wait, we can't talk about that here. Sorry.
I never really thought about it before, but Bart Zabrell, I'm sure everyone's familiar with Bart Zabrell, but he really emphasizes the fact that the moon landing is considered to be the greatest achievement in human history.
They told me that in school.
Yeah, when he said that, and he really emphasized that, I had never really thought about it before. But that is,
bro. He got a right hook for that too. You know that, right?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. Oh yeah.
Put your hand on the Bible and swear that you walked on the moon. Pop.
Biden fell 36 minutes ago.
You know, I in school they told me a list: the moon landing, GB Jabbies, those two, and the internet. They told me, like those are the three greatest achievements: the GB Jabbies, the Aushi Fascist thingies. That's one of the three.
Is there an online tracker that tracks when Biden falls? Is that weird?
Yeah, Versatile Venue. Did you just say he fell 36 minutes ago?
Yeah. I'll send you the link. It's hilarious.
I feel like there should be an app that actually does track that, man.
That's what I'm saying.
What an idiot. They made fun of Trump because he walked down the railing and used his hand for support or something once.
Yeah, but when you're wearing an actual silicone mask around your face to almost 16 plus hours a day, it will have adverse reactions like, you know,
he has no mask
suffocating you.
No mask. Yeah.
Yo, dude, he fucking fell hard, bro.
Yeah. Remember when he fell off the bike?
Oh my god.
Remember when he fell up the stairs? Air Force One?
Yeah, I gotta see this.
You think I was meaning like a face mask that people were using the past 2 years? An actual facial covering on top of his real face. That's the one I'm talking about.
Twice he fell walking up twice.
That's the mess I'm talking about. Go ahead, guys.
But Trump's not worthy. He's unfit. He can't read. He wore a bathrobe. He eats McDonald's.
Hey, one of those guys was laughing, bro. One of those little military guys were laughing.
So as an administrator of the U.S. corporation, I think Trump could probably look better and it make things shinier, but it's the same job for the same people, and they have shareholders and owners.
Not Trump. That's why they fear him so much, and they spent a lot of money to smear him in any way they can, including releasing a virus.
Well, like I'm saying, if we have a driver that can drive the vehicle better, yeah, we can make it there safer, right?
Yeah.
He's not the controller of everything.
Oh, understood.
Yeah, he has people the system needs the backers of the system. Without the backers,
I'll put it this
just
way,
falls
right?
apart, the whole thing.
He knew it was corrupt. He didn't know how bad it was. He has experience. He learned the hard way. He was impeached multiple times in all these investigations, all this raiding in his houses, all this, and they found nothing. If he was really bad, they would have found something, bro. Come on. So if he gets back in, now he knows how dirty it is. He's going to do better. He's got experience. This next.
So are you voting for Trump? Are you voting and campaigning for him?
100%.
Dude, Biden must be on like crazy drugs, man. He just fell and got up really fast. Like, what the hell?
I think it's all like he's just falling on purpose. It's not real.
I said this years ago during the election. I'm telling you guys, these guys are paid actors. Like they're giving you a show, and people are believing it.
Well, you know how
not true.
You know how the internet shows you funny things that I seen the other day, and there was a thing about there's different Joe Bidens, and they have pictures of the ears.
They're giving you a public face, and there is a private side of things that you don't see.
Yeah,
It's on the private. And
yeah,
when you watch TV and you see these characters acting as an acting officials in positions of power as the president of the company or the vice president of the treasury, they're acting on a public, they're
really fell,
operating
bro.
on a public side.
Yeah, but he has two different ears.
Me too.
They don't look the same.
Yeah,
He did look like he took a tumble though on that video.
He definitely fell. They're not putting on a show. They want him to pretend like he's powerful and in control.
People do fall. People do fall to the ground. Now, I'm not saying people don't fall, bro. Things are just going over your head, huh?
Are you for Biden? You think he's a fit leader? He's in control.
Things are going over your head, bro. That's all right. No worries. Just forget about it.
Gravity, bro. Gravity.
You actually think that that's Joe Biden?
I'm telling you, they're acting, and you're saying I'm for Biden. Go ahead.
That's defamation. You're going to get sued for $1 billion. You can't say that.
I knew you were trolling.
That's fine. I'm just interested to find out why people still think that that person who's Joe Biden isn't somebody wearing a mask.
Yeah, thank you, Jim.
I haven't seen any evidence of that. If you want to go down a weird rabbit hole.
Oh, you want to hear that?
We're talking about clones now? I'm confused.
You don't need any clones for anything.
No problem at all. But please don't think that these political figures are fucking anything. Definitely don't follow them. Definitely don't turn around and say that they're controlling the world. Look at the degenerate. He's definitely not. Fucking
Jedi, you were cutting out when you were.
You're cutting out, Jedi. We couldn't hear your wanking.
Look how quick he got up. He was lifted off the ground.
Joe Biden.
Yeah, you can tell. Look at that grip.
He's like, who put that sandbag down there?
You're coming in. Try again, Jedi. Bro. No, hell no.
What did Jamesy just say?
Did you see that?
You couldn't hear me wanking, mate.
Wanking.
I said that like 20 seconds ago, and you just heard it, bro. That's kind of funny, actually.
It's also you don't need any clones or anything nonsensical like that. If you look into the past at world leaders, many of them had body doubles. Putin, the current president of Ukraine.
True.
Why not Biden?
Saddam Hussein. I think it was Pope Paul VI. There was a big thing about him being a different person, pretending to be him at some point.
People are surprised that there's a bunch of actors in TV. People are surprised.
Look at Zelensky. I mean, that's like the perfect proof that they're actors.
Some of them, yeah. They obviously have body doubles for people like stuntmen in movies, of course. But he's definitely the political puppet they put in power.
Yeah, he's the president of the company. Have you seen actors being president of companies? Yes.
Have you seen what Trump's campaigning on? The things he's saying that is going to get him elected? Just like you might think it's not, but he said like day one when he gets in, he's going to pass an executive order. If any adult person suggests to a minor child that there's a different sex trapped in the wrong body, they will be arrested, prosecuted. They're going to get fired. They're going to chart. He's running on these things. Listen. And it sounds shocking, right? But it's going to be just like the Budweiser or the Bud Light thing, the Anheuser-Busch. People that they go along with these things because they don't want to get destroyed. But like they're going to vote, and it's going to show that you're everybody's going to be like, really, you're going to eliminate this whole fucking cancer in our society? Fuck yeah, we're voting for you.
But didn't he also say? Awesome. Hang on, didn't he say
division? Trump is the bad guy character. He's the actor of the bad guy, and the others are like the good guys. And the bad guy says the good things, but he's still the bad guy. So you disagree with him because of that.
He's like a vigilante. A vigilante.
Oh, listen, please. Didn't he also say that if he got into office, which he did, he would tell us within the first 3 or 6 months or whatever who did 9/11?
This is like deja vu.
Did he?
We know it was them boys.
We know it wasn't. We know.
He campaigned on that.
Yeah, the first time he got in. Are you serious? You didn't hear that?
I don't remember him saying he's going to expose the entire operation.
Bro, I thought you were a Biden fan. Sorry, Trump fan. The first thing he said, one of the first things he said was, if he gets into office, Hillary Clinton will be in jail, and he'll tell us who did 9/11.
Exactly. So, like I said, like about 8 minutes ago, when he first got in, he had an understanding, right? He thought he knew it was corrupt, but he
Yeah,
didn't
but
know
it
how
didn't
deep it
happen.
went. Now he learned. So, you know.
And for the past 4 years, he learned what he didn't learn for 70 years. Yeah, he learned.
No, he didn't. He was never president. He was never president for a term during those 70 years.
Yeah, he's a better person today than he was 4 years ago. 100%, because I'm a better person than the one 4 years ago. Yeah.
Sure. People learn, they grow. You know.
You think if he came in here, we could turn him to flat Earth?
I think it would be a bad time. He'd probably entertain the idea, but he doesn't want that used to discredit him some more, because it would be.
I think I could.
I think he could, Mickey.
He would blow us off. He would totally blow us off. We would get no respect from him.
You guys are from China.
China.
The only thing
He
you can
would
get
mention
anything
Space
done
Force.
is if, like AA was saying last night, if it's the military actually get something done, like cleansing the parasitic infection in the positions of power that are just ruling this administrative positions. Administrative positions are important. You need people doing the right task, the right job at the right time, but not overdoing things, over just doing their job like freaking parasites.
Yeah, I was gonna say if he mentions that word in that kind of in that way that you said, I bet you anything you're gonna cast your vote for Trump. You're gonna be like, oh, he's gonna cleanse them parasites, man. Let's go for it, man. Trump is the man.
Space Force.
Hey, he's not perfect.
He must say something. I mean, he's not all bad, right, Jemsy? Like he must say something that you agree with.
Hey, it is the American dream. You must be asleep to believe it.
I haven't heard any.
I mean, not Biden, not Biden. Trump.
No, Trump, like I was saying, as an administrator, he can do a better job and hopefully position the U.S. on some strategic commercial agreements with other nations that we can do commerce peacefully and no need for war, that kind of stuff. We will create a better environment where people can operate under commerce, and probably things can get a little better. Things are okay. The wealth is here already. You can achieve it. You can get the wealth. It's just that there's too much waste of time of information and too much waste of resources and energy of people, like these wars overseas and all that stuff. Yeah, 1 second. And all these wars and all these good people, good men, our brothers and sisters that are being damaged by these political wars and war in the land. The environment is needed where people can thrive better instead of this environment that we have right now.
So I heard from my brother-in-law that problems on the world stage right now, currently, is that there's certain larger countries or what have you that no longer want to use American currency any longer. So there's that type of thing to consider when you're talking about Trump maybe being president again. I mean, because American currency is supposed to be the world currency at this time, but
in our conceived way of thinking, that we as Americans were told that the petrodollar is the currency of the world because our politicians said so in a meeting in 1913. They agree after World War I. They agree into using the petrodollar to do settlements between nations on international transactions like petroleum. So since a lot of the developed nations need petroleum to do things, right? Like for the machinery, for the vehicles, the transportation, they need dollars. So they have to be productive. They have to produce foods. You see how when you go to the store and you buy things from Mexico? So Mexico needs to send you avocados so that you can give them dollars so they can buy petroleum in the international markets, right? So they have to be productive, but they have to export their productivity. And as an exchange, they're getting a bunch of dollars. But when the dollar is being weaponized and just being printed like it's paper that has no value, the value is gonna be diluted, and those nations that are being productive need to get more dollars and more of it to just get by.
I don't understand how people don't see this. Everything that's been made in the world is being produced in China. There's drugs coming into America.
My last point. Not everything is made in China. That's a fallacy as well. That's another fallacy. Not everything is made in China.
Let me finish.
I wasn't done. To the point that the lady was asking me is that many nations can make decisions for themselves about the exchanges that they're gonna have internationally with their neighbors, right? So now you have this coalition of nations. They're claiming that they're gonna have an alternative system to the dollar-backed system, and they're gonna compete with it. But that's just the market. That's how it's been for forever. This is not the first time. The dollar hasn't been the only currency of the world, and it's not the only currency of the world. There's many currencies. There's gold, silver, resources, and all those kinds of resources. It's not just the dollar, guys. That's a dream. That's just an American dream. America is not the world, guys.
Also, it's important to understand that the U.S. dollar is being destroyed by design from criminal elements within our government that want to seek to destroy America.
Correct.
They create a new world order or the Great Reset, because the new world order, nobody really responded to that well, so they rebranded it as the Great Reset.
And I apologize, James, I thought you were done. So there's drugs coming in from China that are destroying Americans. There's a virus, something that was created in China that was written about in 1980 by Dean R. Koontz. They're buying up most of Africa.
They're leasing. There's a difference between buying and leasing. They're not buying. They're leasing land.
Right.
It's not the same thing.
Can I just finish the point?
Yeah.
How do people not see that it's a passive takeover of the Western world by a country that begins with a C, or as Trump likes to call it?
That's only a dream. China cannot take over the world. Come on, bro. That's just another global story in the TV, bro. Come on.
Okay, fair enough. But they have a big army.
Yeah, they have a big army and they can make a lot of damage, but not everybody in the world is gonna take their shit because they say so.
That's what happened to Gaddafi. That's exactly what happened to Gaddafi, yeah.
Well, he mentioned the gold dinar.
That's what's happening to Russia, too. That's what's happening to Russia, too. They weren't down with all that gay stuff or trans stuff. And they're not going along with things, so they're a problem. They're going to be destroyed. Just like Alex Jones, Mike Lindell.
Destroyed? Are you saying that the world's going to be destroyed by men? I mean...
No. They destroy your image. So let's say you're...
an image is a statement of you. You're not the image. You're not the actual, tangible, functional thing that you are.
I don't know what he's talking about.
You can be destroyed and trashed and burned in many spots in the world because you can make many images of something and burn it all you want.
So sometimes things are actually true, Jamesy.
If Justin Bieber had a huge legion of followers, started telling everybody something against the narrative of the elite, then they would destroy his career, make sure he has no credibility anymore and nobody likes him anymore. They would release something that's a scandal that happened 30 years ago, like they do with Trump when he doesn't follow orders or anybody else. So, I mean, they'll destroy your image if you speak against the narrative.
And this is something that people value because today's standards is basically, you have a lot of followers, that means you're important, when that value is really out of whack. The real value things that are real fundamentally valuable because of their utility in reality, it's not as superficial as some of these images that are being destroyed in the internets of the world because reasons or opinions.
Yeah, but the world isn't real, man. The world isn't real.
The world is very real.
No, well, the way they present it to us, it's not real at all.
That's the image of the world. That's the imaginary version of it, the one that you look into the screen and see that imaginary world. You can see reality through the screens as well, but the flooding, the overflooding of fake information is all over the place. That's why a lot of people believe in the fake information because they're being overflooded with it. But even though we still operate in reality, when you go out there, you're not thinking about images when you're crossing the street, bro, or when you're driving the car. You're taking the input from the real thing and operating based on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Reality. They learned from Martin Luther King that you can't create martyrs, right? So you have to kind of like character assassinate people, you know? Because killing them is just,
not a good thing.
Yeah.
I had like I don't know what it was. The doctor counted 2.8 875 billion parasites were in my body about 5 years ago, and they almost killed me. So I should have known.
Congratulations.
I should have known Gemsy back then, but I didn't. My bad.
Was he one of them?
Oh, poor Gemsy.
Hey, my bad, bro. I didn't get the joke. Can you repeat it? I didn't get the joke. I'm sorry.
Gemsy's a parasite, bro.
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Hey,
no, I didn't. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. Fuck, you can't say anything these days.
Hey, if the world sees me as a parasite, hey, I'll take it, right? But I can observe and I see parasitic behaviors and I can describe as a parasite. It's something that takes from another, and in many occasions, it's not giving anything back. It's taking away. Sometimes it's not giving anything back, and other times it's making things worse.
Sorry, I meant Gem Panda, not Gemsy. Gem Panda is a parasite, not you, bro. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, maybe he has parasites. Who knows? Maybe. Anyways, any questions? The new people, where are you guys? The new people kind of like they've been kind of in the background mostly, because the Glober joined and he was like shut down easy. Oh, I'm a Glober. There was a guy that joined. He said he claimed I'm a Glober. I'm here. He got shut down earlier, fast. Why?
Can you imagine some of them tomorrow when I went to the Flat Earth server and all I heard was China. Fucking China, bro. China.
Well, if you go to China and you have Discord, the chances of you saying China, it's pretty probable. I mean, if you're in China, you're probably not talking because you're already there. But since you want to talk shit about people in China or people talking about it, you just
China.
Use the word China. But the practicality of it, people these days talk shit about everything is thrown in the TV, right? What is the image of China? There's mothers and fathers. There's generations of people, families in China, right? That you don't know of. There's a lot of stuff that you don't know that is in China. But then people look at TV. People look at TV and say, "Oh, look, China, China, look, China, oh, China."
I like what you say.
Show me China.
China.
And people believe that they know what China means in reality.
They take
because they look at an image in TV. Huh. Imagine that.
They take good care of their parents and everything like that. There's no like old age homes or shit like that there. That's your responsibility to look after your parents, your grandparents. They will live in the same house. That's nice. That's admirable. You just don't send your adult parent or your parent who has a Parkinson's away to a fucking home and forget about them, or go and visit them every Sunday on the first Sunday of every month or something. They keep them in the house. They look after them. You know what I mean?
That's an American European thing, because Hispanics also take care of their parents. Like,
that is not a label. That is an actual functional family. When you have a mother and a father that came from the beginning, since day one, mother and father having children, having a family, right? And you have that circle. Why would you expand that circle away from the source and just let it dry and die, right? When the children grow and they turn into adults and come of age and comprehend things how it work, they know for a fact that things of value, like their parents and the grandparents and great grandparents, and even there's people alive that have like five generations alive. You know that, guys, right? There's people alive right now that have sometimes 4 or 5 generations of grandmother, daughter, mother, grandmother, great grandmother, and the one behind that still alive. So that circle, you people value that, and when parents get old and sick, people around that circle take care of that stuff. No, you don't just send it to other people. Right? You don't export your value to others. Your family of value, you don't export that easily.
Where are you living, Gemsy? America?
I'm living in my body right now, and I'm standing somewhere around the Americas. because America, United States of America.
Are you Mexican, Jumsy?
I speak Spanish, but I'm not Mexican. I mean, Puerto Mexican Rican? Is
hola.
Yeah, from Caribbean, yeah, from those islands, that island, Puerto Rico. People call it today Puerto Rico, but I guess that's the name now.
Sí, bueno, eso es lo que nosotros lo llamamos, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Puerto Rico. Nuestros ancestros le llamaban Borinquen y otros nombres, no era uno, varios, multiple names. Our ancestors called it. Some ancestors call it Borinquen, others Borinquen. There's other names. It's not just Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico means rich port. That it was established by the company called the imperialistic section of the Spaniards that went to their territory, the parcel of land, and they reached it and they just colonized it. You know, they changed administration. They just took it over by force.
Of course.
And as administrators, they changed the course of functions of how things work over in that territory. They labeled it Puerto Rico, rich port, because they found a lot of valuable things that they said it's a strategic region, right, for strategic purposes. So that's why they took it over. And then after a while, after whatever they taught us in history, right, I'm not so sure about everything because the records show other stuff as well, but it's very gray and dark, the history of that region of the world. It's super difficult to find real information.
Same as the rest of the world.
So then after a certain period of time, the U.S., you know, when they already have a higher military position in the 1880s, they went over there with a huge military vessel, stealed hundreds of thousands of pounds of military machinery with all the military force, and they went, "Hey, we want this parcel of land. Can you give it to us?" Like to the Spaniard, but they did a under the public. It was the American-Spanish War. That's what they teach us in story, and by the change of hands of administration, but there was a transaction of gold. So basically, Spain sold that parcel to the United States corporation for a sum of gold and other stuff.
That was a strange one. I didn't even realize until about 10 years ago that there was an actual American-Spanish war. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's basically a public side version of two companies. Spain, which is they were kind of like an empire or they had their own thing, and they were doing business with the U.S. corporation, and the U.S. corporation bought a bunch of territories, including American Samoa, where Bong is from, and Hawaii. I think it was related to some of that stuff, but I don't know. Hawaii is separate, but American Samoa and other areas, Philippines, I think there was something with that as well. And Puerto Rico included, and other islands as well. It was way bigger than just that spot. It was a huge operation, kind of like creating some type of territorial perimetry on the military side of things.
America needs to take over Cuba, or at least do something about that.
Well, what they need is just allow commerce to let it, because the thing is, the dictators sitting in power. What are they? Just, I don't know. That's a tricky subject. Yeah, it is. It's amazing. Technology can fix a lot of that stuff, and if they were growing hemp, it will fix. If the U.S. and Cuba and all of these nations were allowed, if the war on drugs was over, that waste of time. The war on drugs, trillions of dollars, resources destroyed, farmland, land taken, property taken from the government. Because if you're doing something with that, they took everything, right? The industrial hemp will fix a lot of the issues many of these nations have. we wouldn't have the border issue that we have right now. If these nations didn't have the war on drugs and they were allowed to do them, you guys do you, they could be a big difference from the border situation that we have right now, which is, they call it an invasion. They're thinking about waging war against the cartels with Mexico, like actually sending military drones and personnel to go, destroy the cartels. And that's the same story in Mexico, our neighbors near us, right? They're considering this right now. And those are our neighbors, right? And then remember that same story that they said about the neighbors over there in the Middle East? Oh, let's go bomb them. We gotta bomb them. Remember in the news, 24/7 news.
Turn into glass car park, yeah.
And now they're saying the same thing about Mexico. Similar, not the same, but similar.
Yeah, but the Mexican cartels are now military operational. They're like well kitted out, bro.
And, yeah, exactly.
It's like the police couldn't deal with the Mexican cartels. They need the fucking army because the Mexican cartels have the same equipment as the fucking army.
They definitely have an army. They don't care about the police or anything like that. Yeah. But the point is the war on drugs. That's the cartels and these military forces are an adverse reaction of the globe-term mentality that bring consequences, like the scarcity system, the destruction of millennia use crop that was industrial hemp, right? And waging war against a multi-resource that can be harvested multiple times a year for over 30,000 products, including fuel, textiles, infrastructure, feed for animals, right? It also good for the air. It's like a filter for the air. That they call it weed because it grows everywhere, so you can grow it in many places. So that mentality has brought us the situation that we have today didn't just pop out of existence out of nowhere, right? It's a cause and effect relationships that it's we are at this space right now, and I think tomorrow the sun is coming just like yesterday. Anyways, go ahead, guys.
Well, thank you for that, Jamesy. Appreciate you.
Yeah, people want to talk shit behind, and they go, they're not talking about flat Earth. Open your mic and bring the topic. Come on, where are you, people? Where are you?
Yeah, but sometimes it's nice just to lose yourself in fucking politics and cartels and economics, and sometimes
those are adverse reaction to the globe-tard. Adverse, like remember adverse reactions. So if your foundation is the globe-tard, then everything else that we're talking about, right? If you forgot about the design, the creator, and you switch that, the foundation of this reality, you're on top of the soil, in this medium, with the heavens, the luminaries above and the heavens above that. If you're not aware of that, if you're not aware of that yet, then that globe-tard, look at the consequences that we have today. It's kind of crazy.
I think the purpose, one of the purposes is to realize that the world is a foobar. It's a fugazi. Most things that they tell you are full of shit. And then start looking somewhere else for answers. Which inevitably leads you to creationism, creators, and godlike things.
I see design, and when I just follow the money or follow step by step, backwards engineer and look. That's not possible for just backwards engineer everything, but you can look at the trail. You can look at the trail and see certain things. And I don't see randomness when I'm driving my vehicle, when I'm operating with everything that we have devised as things that we use. And beyond that, your body, your mind, your eyes, your biology, the relationship between the body and the medium that is in, and all that. There is no way that is an accident, bro. There is a fingerprint of design what does that actually goes to, and where does it extend? How many layers beyond that it goes to?
Fingerprint of the
Maybe one day we'll find out.
Maybe. Yeah, I just forgot.
Remember, people say, "Oh, he passed on," or they passed away. Maybe there's another.
Nobody.
Yeah,
nobody.
Genty. I don't know too much about geopolitics, but why is it that America has allowed Cuba to exist the way it is for so long? I mean, you know, with the dictatorship and communism, all that.
Well, the bank's down there, isn't there?
I mean, I don't know. Cuba's like, if you go on a plane, you can get there in like 45 minutes. It's really close to America.
But did Fidel's son take over now with somebody else, or is Fidel's son still in charge? Or I'm not quite sure. I think it's more democratic now, or something, is it?
No. I went there a few years ago. It's pretty bad.
It was like communistic.
Of course.
Oh, okay. And are the people happy?
I mean, I don't think they know any better. Most of them. A lot of the people I know from there, they get money from America, brought over there, and so a lot of people over there just live off like family that lives in America. Believe it or not.
Oh yeah, that happens here too. People are sending back money from Europe to Ukraine and parts in Africa. And I actually know a guy, black fella from Sierra Leone. He sends money back, and his family's living like kings over there with the mountains and all. He works as a chef, but he's that's going on here too.
Yeah, the only people that leave good over there are the people who get money sent to them. Those are the only people living good.
So another thing that struck me as really strange, and I mean, I suppose we're talking about geopolitics and shit like that there. I've heard that 80,000 Ukrainians have moved into Ireland, and maybe, 20,000-30,000 to Germany, and another 10,000 to Italy. We got all these, like, we got hotels over here, right, that are completely taken over. 33% of hotels in Ireland alone are taken up by asylum seekers and Ukrainians and all that there, right? Now, isn't the whole point of winning a war, because Ukraine is the breadbasket of Russia and half of Europe, to actually keep your people there? But they're all fucking leaving, and they're all living in Europe now. They're in Germany, Ireland, France.
Because they're not winning, probably.
That doesn't sound like it. But if you look at all the propaganda, it's like, yeah, they're doing fine. Go and send us some jets. We're gonna, but whatever. It's gonna take us 6 months to train the pilots or whatever. And I don't know about this whole Ukrainian thing, this whole war. And him too, he's a bit dodgy. Now, I'm not saying I support Putin, but when they talk about Nazis, about the whole thing is about the EU and about NATO getting too close to Russia. That was the pressing point where Putin went, okay, that's enough, right? You're on our fucking doorstep. Stop. That's the whole reason why it started. Well, it's the same thing if you're American. And the Russians moved into Cuba. Remember the missile crisis in the 70s with JFK? Yeah, that's the same thing. So I can see Putin's point. you're getting a little bit too close. You're putting bases all around our fucking country. It's you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So yeah, and yeah, and Europe's just been overtaken by immigrants and asylum seekers, and like there's actual towns, wee towns, right, wee villages here in Ireland, right, where the population of the wee town has got more asylum seekers than the actual Irish people there. And of course, I don't mean to say this, but it's fucking true. The crime rate goes up, and the rape rate goes up, and it's all this kind of, and so like
So yeah, there's a link to poverty and crime for sure. I mean,
but they've had enough. There's a whole movement going on now in Ireland where we're saying, well, that's enough, okay? Because you know, the whole liberal agenda is just like, oh, well, if you don't do this, you're a ball bag, you're a shithead. You have to believe it. You have to be nice to people. You have to. Do you know what I mean?
Guys, this isn't 24/7 nonsense or political server. We want to try to keep it more on Flat Earth, please.
Okay. My bad.
It's all good.
Oh.
Shit happens. We all get.
Turn on the bot then.
Pulled along.
AFK.
It's still a fugazi. I mean, the whole world still it's bullshit. It's not a spinning ball. I hate governments.
Has anybody spoken to Back to Sleep yet?
Yeah. We did, yeah.
I'm here. Yeah, I've been talking in here a little bit here and there.
Yeah, I just joined, and it was not the conversation I expected.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther, even though I don't have the tag yet.
That's all good. It'll come with time. Has anybody had any good conversations in here today about the flat Earth?
There was quite a lot, Trace. I apologize again. I'm sorry. I go off on a tangent sometimes. I apologize.
It happens to the best of us. No worries, bro. I'm still just waiting for this mythical globe proof the Globers keep telling us about.
Who's out there these days who's actually like defending the globe in debates on YouTube and stuff? Is there any particular people who are actively defending the globe these days?
Yeah, fight the flat shirt.
Yeah, there's always going to be anti-flat earthers, people whose egos are too big to come to terms with reality.
If you want to invite,
it's been pretty toxic in the Earth Awakenings channel. I tried to do two hours, maybe 2.5 hours, but they stayed on magnetic declination the whole time, and it was probably about four pretty strong anti-flat earthers, globers fighting Witsit, and they're just blind, totally under a veil. Can't see any of the truths that he was bringing and other people were bringing, and it's real disheartening when you care about your fellow man, but they're clinging to philosophy and a religion, which is not true. So that's kind of hard to hear.
Run, JT, run. Hey, babe. What's up, man? What's up? Hey, Mark Reed is somebody that you can bring in. He does modern day debate YouTube. You can maybe look into Pseudoscience Tony. He goes by PhD Tony. You can bring him
I was
in.
commending this channel and sharing it the other day, saying that there's like a system. It's beautiful. People working together to actually systematically help people wake up. And sometimes, like I've learned, you got to be direct and you got to use discernment. And crass sometimes work and gentle sometimes work. But you guys got it going on over here, so I'd love to pop in and listen.
You can also bring Ozian in here too. So Mark Reed, Ozian, and PhD Tony are three that have been on Modern Day Debate that might be interested in debating.
Most of them have been in here already and gotten banned eventually for their endless use of sophistry. But speaking to the point that Ron Boston was saying, the way I look at it is everybody has a lock and requires a specific key. Like some require it to be very soft in the right tones. You need to use the right wording for them to get it. So it's really nice to be able to have all these different people with these different approaches, because one key is not going to work on every lock.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I think the way the delivery counts for more than it should, really. I mean, it should really be about the substance, but the delivery, whether we want to admit it or not, we are affected by how information gets delivered to us. I see that as an obstacle sometimes when people they dig their heels in because they don't like the other person that they're, the interlocutor, so it becomes like an emotional thing rather than a logical thing.
Yeah, totally.
Or an ego thing. Pride and ego comes into play.
It's kind of the biggest things we have to deal with is pride and ego. And oftentimes it really helps just trying to not create this us versus them mentality, which happens here a lot. And it really helps getting them to understand it. But for some, that's what's required. So it's really hard to judge it in the moment. You kind of got to feel it as it goes.
It does get people, the topic gets people very, very tuned up emotionally. For sure. I don't think any other topic really gets people as excited as this one.
Well, when you think about it, like these other cultural topics that are like hot button issues right now, those things came into their consciousness way later than the globe. The globe was programmed into them as children, so it sits underneath their whole personality, their whole identity, and it's a part of who they are. So they're on the globe. So to them, you're denying reality, and you're a crazy person if you don't believe them. And it's just they have such flimsy basis for that belief, and when we point that out, they get very triggered.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
understandable. It's understandable. You see the same thing happen with the other things. There's other cultural topics. People get very triggered over them, but because it's not as deep, I think they don't get as attached to arguing against the other side, like we do with the anti-flat earthers. The anti-flat earthers literally think that they're saving humanity by fighting us.
Absolutely. And, at first I thought because I was born in 1980 and didn't have a pager and didn't have internet, and then internet come on the scene and technology grow in my life over time, I thought that was a benefit to me letting go. But then I realized that it's not that what helped me is I've had so many different changes in my life where I've had heartache and change, like massive changes, and I've had to adjust and reset and reset. And I'm kind of curious to ask how many of the hardcore globers have had like a lot of paradigm shifts in their life, or have they always just been good students and they liked school and they've been told that they're a special boy? And I don't know, does anything happen, do you think, with life experience and then what they've had to let go of previously to this argument? Because it seems valid to me to question that.
Yeah, I think you're right over target there. I think it was easy for me, I say easy. It took me like almost 2 months to come to terms with this because I was a sophist. I lied to myself. I lied to others when I was younger. So as soon as they came to this, I was like gravity, refraction. But because I'd already gone through so many changes, I realized that I need to at least have some substance here. I can't just go on like I used to when I was an idiot. I need to dig and find the evidence so that I can support my case. And I really thought there was evidence for the globe. There just isn't any valid one.
Well, I like your accent, and I like what you're saying. It's really good to hear someone that's free and pursuing the truth and finding it.
Yeah, I'm from Iceland. Like when I came to this, I didn't believe a single flat earther. Like, it was the astrophysicist and the engineer trying to teach me the evidence and show me the experiments for the globe that fully convinced me that there was something massively wrong here, because the astrophysicist and the engineer were fighting like cats and dogs. One was using Newton, the other one was using Einstein, and they were calling each other retarded. So I'm sitting on the side just being a devil's advocate. Like, I don't believe in this, guys. I'm just saying this is what they would say. And they're like flipping out and getting really triggered. And I was like, these are supposed to be my experts. I thought Newton and Einstein worked perfectly together. What is this? Like, the public gets taught all this nonsense, and the highest levels of academia don't even agree with that.
Yeah, that's a good point. The physics people are that's not a unified front by any stretch. The physics crowd.
Yeah, that's what got me. The more I dug, the worse my belief system looked, and the less substance it had. And I was like, oh no, like, refraction must save me, since gravity is not proven, and they don't have any gravity, and they don't know what it is, and they're looking for quantum gravity. Okay, I'll put that to the side. Sure, I don't have gravity, I can't make balls. But maybe if the light is all bending around the ball, it could explain all this other stuff. And then you look into refraction and you learn, oh no, they don't actually have the conditions to refract stuff around the ball. And it just all goes out of the window.
I feel like one of the hurdles for a lot of people is they're not confident in their ability to make a conclusion on their own using logical deduction, let's say. Like, if you show them, like, there's no curve. If there's no curve, that means it's not a sphere. And even if you convince them, like, I feel like it's that difficult for people to get to that next step where it's like, well, okay, then that means that it's not a ball. They are comfortable with being told something and believing it on authority rather than reaching a conclusion through their own reasoning process. I feel like some people don't have confidence in their own reasoning process enough. But eventually, a lot of us got there in this on the flat Earth. You know, you have to come to it on your own. You can't have someone just tell you that it's not a ball. You have to come to it through your own process of reasoning through it and seeing the evidence and making the conclusion and being confident in that conclusion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Back to sleep.
100%. I think a part of the problem is the education system. In the education system, you're just made to think like these are gods of science. You're standing on the shoulders of giants. You cannot understand Einstein. The teacher doesn't understand Einstein. So you just have to go to further education to actually be able to understand Einstein. And very few people even do at that level. It's just nonsense.
Theory of gravity, theory of evolution, theory of theory of gravity, evolution. I kind of blew my mind at the start. Kind of realized everything was a theory.
I've also noticed personally that it seems to correlate a lot with the emotional investment, because the more you like space or love space, or the more you got confidence out of being really good at telling the story in class and getting an A for it, the harder it seems to be for people to let go of it. For instance, I never really had any interest in that kind of stuff, so I was really quick in figuring it out when Trace showed me everything. Especially the help that he'd already looked into everything and gone through every single question I might have, he'd already found all the answers. So when he showed me, within the day, I'd already been like, "Oh shit, okay, so it's flat."
But who showed you? Sorry.
Me. She's my sister.
Oh, okay.
For me, it was much harder because I really loved space. Like my favorite movies and all that stuff.
Shut up,
space
bro.
stuff. I watched all the videos from NASA. I knew the moon landing was fake and all that stuff, but I still believed it because I wanted it to be true.
I still fucking love it. I was the biggest Trekkie. I watched Star Trek, Deep Space Nine, fucking Voyager. I did like fucking 3-4 times, bro. I was, and if you ask most flat earthers, we were all the same.
Most of us did love space. That's one of the reasons we already had all that information, and so when we start looking into it, it starts clicking. Because we're like, wait, they said this, and now they're saying this. This is contradictory. This doesn't work together. And it starts breaking down. For me, right after coming to terms with the Earth being flat, it was like all these sci-fi movies, all these sci-fi shows, I couldn't watch it. And it wasn't until like 6 months later or something that I started like being able to watch it again. And I thought about it in the terms of it's just a fantasy. It's like watching Lord of the Rings at this point.
Yes, you suspended your disbelief.
Yeah. The only problem is the more you understand physics and that kind of stuff, the worse those shows are, because you're like, wait a minute, this is not what would happen if you were ejected into a vacuum. Like,
they have
keeps
to
changing, and none of it actually
talking
works
about the Big Bang,
physics.
bro. Sorry, Bruce. You talking about Big Bang Theory, Bruce, by any chance?
Just in general, space movies and that kind of stuff. Like, if you watch the Star Wars, the latest trilogy, they really push the physics there.
But I mean, see, when I watched fucking, like, back at the very start, fucking, what do you call it, Big Bang, it wasn't as noticeable. See, now, it's blatantly fucking propaganda, man. It's so obvious, man. Like, I still like some of the jokes. Because I always used to say that's kind of intelligent humour where you've got to kind of think about it. But the longer this fucking flat earth journey goes on, the more fucking obvious it is how ridiculously fucking, how much shit they're trying to push, man. And then they get Hawking on, all these different supposed fucking scientists and air quotes and stuff, Nobel Prize winners. Like, if these dudes were really serious, do you think they would really go on a slapstick comedy show, man?
If you notice, the Big Bang Theory is such a joke that they made a comedy show out of it. I mean, well, they named it after it.
Yeah. What I find most annoying is they use all these scientific-y sounding terms incorrectly. and it just it destroys all absorption for me now that I understand what the terms mean and how things work. It just destroys all absorption. So I have to really like suspend my belief and just imagine, okay, there's a magical new physics that works in this world. None of it actually works like it works in reality. I just have to imagine it's magic science.
Paranormal physics only works in another dimension.
It's funny because the same thing kind of happens when you have expertise in anything. If, for instance, you're in the medical field, watching Grey's Anatomy is something else. Same thing. Like, I remember when the first time I felt that is because like I'd been practicing archery, and then I watched the movie, and somebody was supposed to be like shooting a bow, and I just started laughing my ass off because that would not have gone 2 meters. He shot it so badly. But like the more you know, the harder it is to look past stupidity in entertainment.
I spoke to, I'm not sure, he must have been a doctor or something. It was over a year, maybe a couple of years ago. I checked him in, and he told me that he was in the medical field, and we got onto the same parallels about Big Bang Theory. Because not specifically Big Bang, but I was like, I really can't watch space stuff anymore. And that he piped up and says, well, I'm in the medical sort of field, whatever. Like, I don't know specifically what it was now because it was so long ago, but he says he can't watch like ER and stuff like that just because it's so fucking ridiculous. It's like,
There was something.
Constant problems.
Yeah, there was something that happened last night. I was thinking about something to watch, and one of the things on BBC Three was atoms and how they created the universe. And I just thought to myself, are you hearing yourself? Are you listening to yourself? An atom makes the fucking universe. Something so vast and so great, like light years to travel. Something so tiny, and I can't. Yeah, I just
Believe all that, man. I remember Brian Cox described it, and he said that the centre, the nucleus of the atom, and then they were in like this big desert sort of scape, and he was like the protons and electrons that are circling it, and they pointed across, and the camera zipped across the desert, however many miles, pointing out that basically they're empty space. And I used to lap that stuff up, man. I was like, oh wow, man, Brian, you're amazing, bro. How can you explain it so simply? All these complicated subjects, because he's literally explaining it to a fucking monkey. Literally.
It's absolute bullshit. Like it's like a tiny atom, like a Big Bang. Holy shit, bro!
I mean, it's just a coincidence that these things look like planets spinning around a central sun. Just a coincidence.
You're telling me there's so much mass and so much antimatter and dark matter and dark light and dark energy and dark things, and it all came from one tiny little thing that you can't even see? How you fucking real?
Bro, I was so convinced of that stuff. I used to literally shoplift the New Scientist magazine. That's how much I was into that shit. I used to steal it, man. I used to go to the library and take out I've got the universe in a nutshell, and the black holes to Big Bangs, or Big Bang to black holes. I took all those books out and kept them.
Fuck's sake! I would lend you a couple of pounds, like.
I tried, but it was just I used to do that. I was kind of a kleptomaniac back then.
All right. Anything changed since then?
I was youngster, man. Like 20.
Have you stole anything recently, Spick?
No comment. Nah, no. I'm an old guy now, man. Jeez.
Once a kleptomaniac, always a kleptomaniac. That's what I say, bro.
Because that's what they say about fucking if you're once an alcoholic, always an alcoholic. Like if you stop drinking for 30 years, you still are. And so I suppose maybe.
That's true. Same thing with smokers.
Yeah, man. I mean, I've stopped for periods. Like longest I think I ever lasted was about 18 months with the cigarettes. But it's just the slightest thing can click you back into it, like a stressful situation, maybe a death or anger or whatever the fuck, man. But I don't think I'll ever go back to the globe. That's one habit I've definitely got rid of, man. I'm definitely never going to be a globe earther again. Never.
That's not a hard habit to kick. Once you realize
regardless of... Sorry, bro. Regardless of anybody who claims these so-called flat earthers that made their way back to the globe, that's complete and utter bullshit, man. Absolute fucking bullshit. I don't believe anybody who says that.
Yeah, I don't know a single real flat earther who's ever went back to the globe. We do have a new person joining us, Lucid Dreamer X. Are you there?
Welcome, Lucid. We'll just call you Lucy for short.
Yeah.
Hey, Lucid. Welcome.
Welcome to the server.
Hope you
How you doing?
Seems like we have two more. There's Rue and Vaccinity. If either one of you wants to speak, please unmute your mic and ask a question.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hello.
Can you guys
Welcome
see me
to
okay?
the
Is my
Flat
mic
Earth Central.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we hear perfect.
That's great. So I just kind of joined the server to kind of know more about flat earthers. I'm not necessarily one myself, but I'm kind of open to the idea. Can I just ask you guys some general questions?
Of course.
Okay. You've probably heard these a million times, and it's probably really draining to hear.
No, on you go. That's why we're here.
Thank you. But I'm just confused about kind of how the kind of theory of like if you look off into a distance and there's a ship and it's like going out from a harbor or something, and it like slowly disappears. It shows like the Earth's curvature. Like,
Does it?
you know what I mean? Like that's what people say. Like,
But does it
what
actually
people
show
assume, yes.
curvature, or is there a phenomena that you can see it, but do you actually see curvature, or is there another possibility why this phenomena is apparently in front of you? Like, can you think of any other reasons?
that's the thing. Like, I don't know because I'm not really well. I do kind of. I'm not kind of completely sort of ignorant to kind of science in a way. I've had like my education. It doesn't really make sense in my like mind how it kind of happens. Like why does it just kind of slowly kind of sink in a way, you know what I mean?
It's perspective.
Can you take a little look in live stream voice text, my friend? Can you see that room, the text channel directly above the voice?
Yeah.
Or have you got roles yet? Are you able to view that channel?
Yeah, I can.
Well, if I could just like point out something as well, like basically you have the optical phenomenon essentially of what you see when a boat sails away from you, and then you have the claim that is attached to that this is because of the Earth curve. So like they're two separate things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what we do see is things can appear to disappear bottom up, and there's no proof that that's caused by Earth curve. However, we can see the same thing happen on very small ponds using small aperture cameras lowered down to the surface of the water, allowing us to see RC boats appearing to disappear bottom up. That is not possible to be happening due to Earth curve because the lake is too small for that.
Okay, that's really interesting. And kind of like the obvious kind of, well, not really obvious, but kind of, I feel like this is kind of one of the more asked questions about kind of how you would be able to see the sun and like the orbit of the Earth, or is there an orbit at all?
Well, if,
Okay.
but like
Sorry,
the way I would respond to that is like I wouldn't say that the Earth is in the same system that the globe is claiming in it, right? Because in the globe model you have the Earth, and then the Earth is like embedded in a larger system, the solar system, and then that is embedded in a larger, et cetera, et cetera. So when we talk about flat Earth or people hear flat Earth, they tend to think of it as within that entire cosmology. That's not what anyone's really claiming at all. So I just point that out.
Kind of mixes up the both cosmologies, so people have got the idea that we think we live on this sort of disk idea that's also mixed in with the solar system that you've obviously been taught and that gets like pushed in schools and media and stuff.
Okay.
So Rue, take a look at back in the live stream voice text. You'll see quite a several. There's quite maybe 3 or 4 memes that have been posted. One with a long hallway, one with a coin on a table, one with like a little boat sort of model on top of a flat table as well, where you see the same like phenomena that you're talking about, that these boats supposedly disappear bottom first as they like get further away from you basically. So like that coin on that flat table, that is disappearing bottom first due to the fact the bottom of the coin would be the least angle you've got to view that like basically that image. So things can possibly disappear due to different things other than curvature. And if the Earth truly, like if a boat was disappearing bottom first, just a handful of miles away from you, the Earth would have to be absolutely tiny in comparison to what it's claimed to be.
Yeah, we have multiple observations of things either disappearing way too close for it to be Earth curve or way too far away to be the ball of the size they claim. And if you, for instance, look down this corridor, when they invented the globe idea, they had no conception of optics. And the Greeks believed they saw via invisible laser beams coming out of their eyes. When in reality, we actually have something called perspective. And if you look down this hallway, you notice that the walls appear to come together, the ceiling and the floor appear to come together. And at a certain point, there's an unresolvable point called the vanishing point in the middle. Now, if you take those walls away, that point turns into a line, or the horizon line. Now, none of that is accounted for really in the globe. They just assumed it was a globe.
Okay, I think I'm kind of wrapping my head around that slowly. That does make sense. So, I heard this from like another person, but do kind of people who believe that the Earth is flat have like different models of like the Earth?
No.
Or is it all just kind of one sort of solid like model
There's
that everyone
no-
believes in?
There's no
we
model.
don't make a model. We don't need to make any models because falsification is independent of replacement. We don't have a new cosmology for people to believe in. There's nothing to believe here. We just have the evidence that proves that what they told us isn't true.
Okay. So okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for answering my questions, guys. That's been really useful.
Anytime.
I would just add, like,
I have a question.
like part of the reason that we don't really like claim a model or anyone's making a model is because you can't really model variables that are unknown, right? You just like have to use imagination at that point, which is not very useful.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's just certain things that you can't actually physically measure or test, or like about the things in the sky, for instance.
Okay.
So I had a question. How did you guys like come to realize that the Earth was flat? Did you like used to believe that it was round, and then you just like realized it was flat?
Precisely.
It's lucid
All the
dreamer, I
evidence
think.
points.
Yeah. The thing is, I didn't believe any flat earther when I heard this. I wanted to debunk them. And most people in here who are flat earthers came to it in a similar manner. Most of them didn't believe it when they first heard it, and they believed in the globe their whole life, like most people. And so we just looked at the evidence for the globe, and it started to look more and more less substantive. So it was there was no evidence really for the globe other than just assumptions and fallacies. And the more you learn about logic, the more you learn that the globe just doesn't work logically.
Yeah, there's also a problem where so you hear about this flat Earth and you go, yeah, how fucking stupid is that? And then you go, okay, and you start learning more about the globe. And you go, okay, how did they come to this conclusion? And the more and more you learn about the globe, you learn that it's all based on assumptions and assumption after assumption after assumption after assumption. And then you start going, what the hell? I believed this for so long because someone told me, but they never gave me any evidence for it or any explanation. They just go, yeah, these planets fly around this big star called the sun, and we live in a vacuum of space which is infinite and expanding. And you go, there's actually no evidence for it. So this is why we're all here.
Yeah, for sure. And quite the contrary, there's more than enough evidence, as well as what I think is the best, which is personal experience of yourself. And if everyone that's ever lived, we all experience the same thing. No motion, no curvature. I think that's the best we've got. Like, people say don't trust your senses, or they say that from the other side, but I would always go with my own senses and personal experience.
Yeah, 100%.
They tell us we experience all the globers even they admit that the Earth appears locally flat and stationary, but we are supposed to ignore all of our senses and all the measurements that show that the Earth is flat and is practically used as flat and non-rotating in favor of this story that these people tell us, but there's no evidence for it. So at that point, you got to think: am I being told the truth, or is the reality just the way it presents itself to me? And so a lot of people went out and tested it using lasers and different wavelengths, and turns out their claims just don't match up. We can see way too far. And the funniest thing is we can see way too far, and then we use infrared cameras, which use a frequency basically that's supposed to refract far less than visible light, and we can see even further. And that completely debunks the ad hoc excuse of the globe believers who tell us that, well, you can see too far because all the light is bending around the globe. Well, infrared doesn't refract as much as visible light, and so you should always see less in infrared, but we always see further, so it just completely destroys their idea.
The thing is, man, I never even needed, like, I know you guys, you like your optics and you like these long range observations and laser tests, and like, if you like maths and stuff, I suppose that would sort of like go well with somebody who likes that kind of stuff. But as soon as I lost NASA, like, I literally knew, as soon as I lost like these people who claim they're in space and claim they see around Earth, when that kind of fell apart, so did the globe, literally. Like, these are the only people that kept me believing that I lived on a globe Earth and that there was a place called space and that there's people in it. But as soon as I saw the flaws in the footage that these people constantly put out, like endless footage, like you could constantly watch hours upon hours of literally like movie mistakes. And once that was done, the globe was done in my mind as well.
You've got to ask yourself this question, yeah? What reason do I have to not trust my senses? Because both of you experience where we live as flat and stationary. No one can deny that, even the scientists say that. So what reason have you got to not trust that you don't experience any curvature or movement? You know, that's the question you got to ask yourself.
Mountains aren't flat.
Say that again, sorry. Could you say that again for us?
You were cutting out. Can you repeat what you said?
Yeah, there's roboting going on there.
Yeah, slight connection issues. I'll try again in a little bit.
Damn space satellites, man.
But back to the English girl too. Are you still there?
I think she left the girl.
Okay. Because I think she ended too abruptly, you know, like she goes, okay, thank you very much for that. Did we get a chance to tell her to go and actually look at some of this shit, or
what was her name again, bro?
I mean, she left on her own accord, so I guess, you know, she took what she wanted and then left.
I'll try and send her Flat Smackers playlist if I can find her name someplace in the VC
hopefully
world.
she comes back.
Well,
Can you remember her name? Was it Rue?
Told us Rue had to go, so.
Right.
Some of these girls that come in are much more level-headed than the guys that come in. You know, some of these guys are way too emotional, and some of these girls, they come up and they listen, they ask questions, they take it in, and they go, okay, maybe I need to have a look at something. You know, and the guys get emotional and start fucking arguing for the sake of arguing. You know, it's weird.
Well, I think it's because the guys are more sort of invested in space and its belief and documentaries and all that kind of stuff, whereas generally I would say, because there is my ex-girlfriend, she was really into space. That's what kind of made us have some real angry conversations, because she loved space and I was trying my damnedest to take it away from her. But I would say generally females in general, I think, are not quite as into that kind of stuff, possibly.
Not as attached to things, yeah?
But to people.
Yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
That's why they're more suited to caring roles than engineering roles.
Yeah.
Or building roles, you know? Like, men like things. I know, it's a general...
That's what they say, yeah. Possibly. Probably.
Shed's friends with that girl, and also maybe this other guy that just came in, Vixinity. So you guys maybe came from a server together. It seems like to me.
One sec. Hey, Professor Phil. This is one of you're messaging me again. If you've got something to say, just jump into VC, mate. You're saying shipping companies use a map. Now, my wife works for the biggest shipping company in the world and controls the routes between Asia and Europe and Australia. Now, what they do is they use local shipping maps and they use beacons to follow around the plane. That's all they do, mate. They don't sit in the cockpit with a globe because it wouldn't work. All right? So, Dr. Phil, I think you need some therapy, buddy.
Oh, this guy. What? Is he too scared to join the VC and tell us that?
Yeah, I don't know. He sends me these random messages, like disputing what I've said. But it's not even disputing what I said. Like, here he goes. Oh dear. You still believe this flat earth nonsense. So you say there's no model, yet every single day shipping companies and airlines are navigating around your flat earth fantasy. So what do you think? It's easier to fly around a ball? That doesn't make any sense, mate.
I'm sure all those companies use flat maps and chart courses and straight lines.
Yeah, they use local chartered because they need depths of the shipping lanes and stuff like that. So they have to follow beacons along the shipping lanes. Otherwise, they're going to end up on a reef. So they use, I think the biggest ones they use are about 100 square kilometres, and then they go on to the next map, and then the next map, and then the next map.
Coincidentally, all flat maps.
All flat maps, always.
That's just a coincidence, bro.
And airlines follow beacons as well. They follow the same shipping beacons. Oh, you're off course by 10 kilometres. Correct.
Can you imagine how complicated it would be to try and chart courses over a globe, taking into account the spin, wind, all these different variables, man?
Yeah,
it'd be fucking insane.
And then you got to imagine yourself being upside down when you go on the other side of the world, and then you got to flip your globe upside down to chart a course. Like what? What are you talking about, mate?
Oh, I found a good GIF yesterday, man. I'll post it if I can locate it because I downloaded a stack of them. But yeah, this is a fucking classic. Yeah, I just sent Rue Flatsmaker's playlist and told her to come back anytime.
Yeah, I think the lady mentioned mountains. That's all I heard before she cut out, and it's a little bit sad that we still have to say yes. We acknowledge there's mountains, hills, valleys. We get that.
At least she never said that she never said that in kind of a trolley way. So.
Oh no, I never said she did, but that's all I heard before she cut out.
Yeah, you live on a 2D plane. You know when you hear that.
We don't deny.
Live on a...
Sorry, we don't deny things are fired. You're right, dude. We don't deny things are fired up into the sky either. These big fireworks. We get it. We've seen it too.
Yeah, it's where they're going. That's the question.
How about we buy some land and we all go live there?
I love that idea, man, but it still ends up the same way.
What way?
So you get a big enough community, someone ends up being the leader because you picked him that way, or he takes control because he's the biggest guy going around. He ends up making the rules, takes all the women. You end up with a hierarchy again, and you're back in the same situation where you were before.
Well, I'm a good troll sniffer, so as long as I'm there to sniff everybody and shake them upside down, shake the troll at them.
So it might be
the resident troll sniffer. Oh.
It may be utopia for a while, but it always ends up the same.
I found that little video clip, man. It's a classic. It basically looks like Hubble viewing the world upside down. They just posted it on live stream voice text.
Or did they show the planes and boats in Australia
Yeah,
upside down yet, or what?
Yeah, bro. Take a look. Yeah, it does, yeah. Yeah, man.
But I'm thinking, what if we don't make like a village, but instead each one of us has like their own independent house and their own independent space without anybody who is the leader, right?
Yeah, but human nature is to follow a leader. Yeah. So someone's going to put themselves in a position where they are the leader, and then people are going to follow that leader because he, gives off strength and stability, and then that person ends up making the rules or making another government, and then you got to follow their rules.
I'd like to destroy completely gravity or the gravitational idea. In the globe idea, gravity is holding all the gas on the ball so you can breathe. But in all experiments on Earth, gravity cannot contain gas from expanding into a volume. So there's no evidence that any gravity can hold gas here. So if you believe in the globe, you can't breathe.
Well, they would say that to prove it, you would have to go outside of the Earth.
Yeah, that's incorrect. Because on the Earth is supposedly the gravity that's supposed to hold the gas, and on the surface of the Earth, the gravity is supposed to be the strongest. However, on all experiments on the surface of the Earth, the supposed gravity where it is strongest cannot hold gas or prevent gas expansion into a volume. If gravity could prevent that or overcome the second law of thermodynamics, you could not exhale without bending over.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem with the when you show this contradiction to people is that if they believe something else and you show them the contradiction, they believe that there must be some other explanation to their belief. They don't be like, oh, okay, maybe my belief is wrong. They'd be like, nah, like there's got to be some other explanation. They cannot shatter their belief once it's there.
Well, some people can. That's why we are here. But
yeah, exactly.
Sure, you're right that there are many people who have a really hard time coming to terms with this because it's tied into their ego. It's tied into who they think they are. They think they lived on this ball this whole time. They've thought they were intelligent because they could repeat some of this nonsense. It's tied into their ego. That's why.
Ego, yeah. Because that happens even with small things.
I had a hard time letting go of space, man.
Yeah, well, I never had a hard time, but I was quite sad. I still look back at it and think, oh man, like my fucking my wee, like it was just a wee hobby thing. I used to love watching all this stuff, man. I was like amazed by it, bro. Even after the documentary finished, I would be like, wow, like amazing.
Yeah, the Magellan Clouds.
It was quite painful to lose space, man. But no, eventually I thought, like after so long, I thought to myself, it's even more amazing now because all those things that I thought were answered, they're all back up for grabs again.
Yeah.
Space is like the perfect fantasy, man. It's like, that's why so many people get attached to it.
Yeah, and now the mystery's back, Spike?
Yeah, man. Fucking right.
It's also kind of scary. Like, didn't you guys... I remember when I was younger, and I was like a kid, I used to think of how space was infinite and we were so meaningless, and I kind of felt like shit. You feel like empty and meaningless.
When I was young, they scared us with the ozone layer. They were they were telling us that that there was a hole in the ozone layer and that we were going to get sucked up or something like that.
It was right above Australia, apparently.
That's climate change right now, basically.
But how the fuck can you have a hole in gas?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like when I thought as well, like the Big Bang Theory, or the Big Bang supposedly it happened. How can you have a bang in a vacuum? All these ridiculous things that they put out deliberately, man. Hey, man.
The issue is people watch TV. They should stop. That's how they control
what
us.
happened. See, when I got rid of my TV, well, I never got rid of it. I took it through to my ex-partners, and I took it through on the train. And it was an LCD TV, and you couldn't tell, but I'd cracked it, and you couldn't tell till I switched it on. So literally, when me and her finished, and I went back to my house, I never had a TV. I still had my iPad and my mobile phone for my hotspot. So then I just started digging into stuff on the internet, and then came across that guy who told me about Flat Earth that night.
Yeah.
Once I lost the TV, I'd never want another one, man.
A TV or like a journal.
Poison.
That's how the government gets to our mind. Like the news, and before it was the journals, paper, and now it's infiltrated everywhere. Like,
well, it's been around even before that. You remember the town criers? Oh, yeah, I'm sure you don't remember them, but you remember hearing about town criers? They also used to have this thing where, so it'd be a guy who stood in the middle of an old town. This before
Yeah.
Yeah, the king has they were waging war on their neighbouring you know. So even before that, what they do is they send like a guy on horseback into a town to start rumours. Oh, they've just lost the battle of the bridge, you know, like and then everyone would start to turn against whoever was in power in that village to say, okay, we're going to have to side with the victors. But it could have been the opposite way. So all of a sudden, these people who, you know, they say, oh, these people won the battle, but it was the other way around. And then the other way around is sent someone into the village to fuck up the village before they get there.
That's fucked up, man.
It's been around forever. Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, I remember that, I think it was prior to World War II, one of the generals or colonels or whatever, he was reported to, it was the burning of, it was like some central, oh man, it was on the tip of my tongue there and I've completely forgot it, but it was like this
Dresden.
huge, no, it was like a huge building that was full, it was like a library sort of thing, and it was literally jam-packed full of like local sort of, and probably international as well, but history and other records and all that stuff. But he was supposedly reported to be, they were driving past in a car shouting, the communists have done it, or like whoever the fuck he was, this basically reported to be, they were driving up and down the street shouting at the windows. So then obviously like it spread from person to person. Obviously back then it wasn't quite as wildfire as nowadays, man. But, oh man, I'll remember the name. But when I stop thinking about it, I'll remember the guy's name. I can... I just... because that's my opinion. Shit.
Was it in Germany they did it?
Yeah, it was Germany, yeah. And it was like a... I mean, I'm sure it was like a really ornate... It was what would be classed nowadays as a listed building, I would imagine. But, I don't know, I'll find it, bro.
Oh, by the way, that's why I like the movie Braveheart. Because he basically rebels against the government that was the king at the time.
Well, that's kind of like, see, a lot of people, I mean, they think it is a good movie, but I saw this, there was a program called Trial by Night, and like somebody would go up and for maybe the first 4 or 5 minutes, they would come out with a statement, and this guy's statement was, Braveheart is an embarrassment to Scotland. And I was quite shocked when I heard it, so I kept on watching it just to see his little spiel. And the amount of stuff that he came out with, one of the facts was that Robert the Bruce and William Wallace, that they were never, like, there's no evidence that they even met. So then to say
they
that
were in
he was
different
a traitor,
timelines too.
Yeah, man. And that Prima Nocta, supposedly, that never happened as what they say, but obviously,
wow, man,
disinformation, I don't know. But I mean, it's good for a movie. I mean, for a movie, it is. I think it's fucking amazing, man.
I like the message, fighting for freedom. Like, amazing.
Yeah, the idea is nice, but who knows how factual it actually is,
Yeah.
Well,
personal
it's not at all. But look at what happened to the person that went,
that was the name
went
of it,
against.
bro. The Reichstag, 1933.
Yeah. Can you put that in?
Sorry to interrupt you, bro.
No, you're all right. Can you put that in the live stream?
They burnt it. Yeah.
So look at what happens to the person who goes against the establishment in the end. Yeah, he gets ripped in quarters
Yeah,
by
he
horses.
dies, bro.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, at least he died
a
fighting
martyr,
for
I
freedom.
suppose.
Yeah.
A horrible fucking death.
There's that saying that goes like it's better to how was it to die on your feet than to live on your knees. Yeah.
I feel like the more I look at stuff, the more I look at history, the more I think it's all just just made up.
Fugazi.
There's a link for that burning of the Reichstag building, but supposedly the Hermann Goering, or one of the like well-known like Nazi Party generals or like colonels or whatever the hell, but supposedly he was reported to be hanging out the car window screaming. It was either the communists or whoever they were trying to like blame at that time. I can't even remember where I saw it.
Was it the brown shirts? The brown, yeah.
Hey, Matt, are you talking in your sleep, bro?
Yeah, I am. Sorry.
P-Mac, where the fuck have you been?
Sorry, P-Mac.
I've been fucking right behind you, watching everything you do, you motherfucker.
Good to hear you, man.
Yeah, you too, you Aussie bastard.
Seems like everyone's come back this week. We had Bong, Lunatic came back. You're back. Who else came back?
Oh, Lunatic! I love Lunatic. I love Lunatic.
Roger, he came back the other night.
Roger came back.
Yeah, he popped his head in for a night. And then
I seen that. I was here. I was actually here when it happened. It was fucking amazing. Bong Sao.
I could listen to that guy all day.
Yeah, you have
Sometimes
to
I
say
go, wait, what the fuck did he just say? Wait. He trips me out sometimes.
Hey, we're all coming back. This is the return of the Max.
I just found it was Joseph Goebbels. He says he wrote in his diary. I don't know, where is it? But yeah, they were blaming the communists. But it might have been Goebbels that was supposedly hanging out the car window shouting, "The communists done it!" Like, how fucking insane was that they have to fucking shout out of a car window, where now everybody's constantly tuned to their TV. Like, they do something and it's instantly international news within seconds, man. The generations coming up are goosed. They're completely fucked.
I
there's really something that's just a little bit ironic about that false flag operation you're talking about. Is that it's a little bit ironic because, like 50 years later, 40 years later, that same region of the world, that same part of Germany was, a shithole because of communism. It's like he was telling the truth just 40 years too soon.
I'd quite like to live in a commune, to be honest. Like, communism, capitalism, like, regardless of either or, it depends on who's at the top pulling the strings. Like, both of them can work.
You don't want to be in a communism. No.
Well, I'd like to be in a commune. Fucking right. Imagine living in a commune, man. That'd be amazing. Water from the ground, vegetables from the ground, no stores. Like, I know it's a bit different when you think of communism on like city or country scale, but
it's nice to hear Speak talking that Scottish accent.
last week I thought I wasn't going to do much more talking, mate, with that lung infection. I was like, trying to check people in, like, welcome to the server. I was like, fucking hell, man. It was in a bad way.
What happened?
I just got a chest infection, bro. And I hadn't had, like, I'd had it for God knows how long without getting antibiotics, so I was fucking fucked.
You one of them people that don't go to the doctor unless your fucking arm's hanging off or something, or what?
No, well, I mean, I went to the doctor. I seen it was the actual nurse. I saw just a prescribing nurse, so she gave me the antibiotics. But I don't think, like, it was on the last day of the antibiotics, and I was like, chest was kind of clearing up, but I still had pains in it. But I mean, it's still kind of the same, man. So
It's
I don't know if I
strange,
need
like,
another course.
people today still die of pneumonia. You know, it's like a common disease, but pneumonia.
That's what she said to me. That it could be viral or what was it? Viral or there's two kinds of it. I can't even remember. But I'm supposed to get
Parasitic.
checked.
Because the version of that we get in the TV is the glow version of things, the fantasy of escaping trauma and that people burn that's not real, right? Because it's true, it's not real. But then in reality, you do get organisms that can invade the body and be parasitic, cause disease, and cause problems. And there's also natural versions of that and man-made weaponized versions of those. Yeah.
Whatever it was, man, I was in a bad state of affairs. Like, Jesus Christ.
They didn't give you a shot of like penicillin or something like that?
Nah. Well, I've had bad reactions to vaccines and stuff in the past, so I've not even, like, I never even got a TB jag. Or when I was at, like, or BCG, it gets called as well, because of the bad reaction I had to, like, it was a tetanus or something that I had, and my arm swole like a balloon. It was like 5 times the size. So I've got some medical records that I have bad reactions to these things, and I've not to get them. So thank God.
Do you want to get a shot of whiskey in me?
That might help.
Oh.
Especially in Scotland, man. Nice Scotch whiskey.
Yeah.
Fucking right.
Text anything. Doesn't want text anything be talking to people or no?
Gotta watch those viral infections. You just never know. Gemsy is in viral infections as well as parasitic. So, if you need to talk viral, talk to Gemsy.
No globe stuff. I don't like globe stuff. I don't like that stuff.
Oh my goodness.
It's a parasitic thing to do to just telling yourself globe, flat, globe. It's a parasitic behavior. So you gotta be careful because we can look at the window and talk about things and read the book and pass the page and then go to the next book as well. But just gotta have reference of reality about what we're reading, right? That's what we do here. Many times I learned from you guys.
See what
reading.
See what the nurse says. It was either bacterial or viral. It was one or the other. She thought, but she says, "Oh, you have to see the doctor first for them to check you." Man, when I seen the doctor, he never done shit. He never even listened to my test.
That's what I would have to ask the question. What's the difference between bacterial and viral?
I googled that, but I can't even remember when I looked at it because I've been awake for days.
Those things are not labeled. Those real things in the real world are not something that you can just write a word in a piece of book and say this word does things, do things. This word right here do this and that, and it came from this cartoon globe and evolution. You could put that in the book and talk about it and sell it to people and put it on a label, and people will buy it. Right? That's still not the real thing. The real stuff that is in real. It's a straw man to burn down.
Nah, I'm not buying it, bro. No chance.
I'm not fucking selling it. I'll sell it, but I want a half decent price for it if I sell you at PMAT.
Oh yeah, you can definitely sell some stuff in the real world. A lot of stuff. We can sell real stuff. Even the
real reality.
I mean, the whole globe thing is just like a sale. They propose an idea, they sold it to people. People they are invested in it, they taxed it in it. So yeah.
Who was that?
That made the box.
What happened?
Fucking dude, this is Jamesy.
I got family in the background. Why you want to hear from them? Pima?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, why not?
Hi, come.
Tell them to say hello. Hello.
Say hi, Pima. There you go, Pima. Pima, say hi. Hello. Hi.
Hola.
In an English accent.
¿Cómo está?
¿Cómo está?
5 de mayo.
It's 5 de enero. Oh, come on, Pima.
Huh?
It's back into Ireland.
5 de Mayo had there was some celestial event that day. There was something, I think it was during the new moon. There was something about it. I think these dates, even including 5 de Mayo, is in reference to what happened in the what we'll describe as a like a word for a better term, like a clock that we kind of use a reference from the movement of the luminaries, right? So 5 de Mayo is based on that as well.
Yeah,
We'll do the stronger version of it, the one everybody want to burn. Like, let's go get drunk, oh, in Mexico, blah blah blah. It's not just that.
It's fucking 5 de mayo, bro.
Same thing with the 31st of March and the 1st of April. Those days that say April's full. That's the end of the physical year and the beginning of a new one. In many business cycles, that's a big date, especially for the taxes and the IRS. Those dates are important, and they call it the physical deal, the physical year, right? For a reason.
Fiscal, yeah, fiscal.
The physical year. No, I mean there's many names. I'm probably using that one not in the correct reference, but they
fiscal, not physical. Fiscal.
Fiscal, yeah, but you know, have meanings. They do label these dates with certain connotations that have meanings.
Yeah, wasn't that the start of? Didn't that used to be the start of the year before they changed the months when they had 13 months? I'm pretty sure that was the start of the year.
Oh, when it was 28-day months.
Yeah, and I heard they would gas people by calling them April Fools when they would try to revert back.
So when you see the movement of the sun that they call it the new year, when it starts this around the springtime in March 31st, it starts moving closer to this region that I imagine, North America, north of the US, right? And we got longer days, spring and summer. So that is a big event when you think about it. It's an actual, it has real life consequences in reality when that day comes. Even the farmers follow it. So yeah, because when they're trying to be productive and produce the grain and do it correctly based on that, those cycles. So yeah, it's important. Important
Yeah,
stuff.
well, the year was always based around life. Yeah, so okay, it's going to start getting warmer. It's almost time to plant the crops. Let's start the year now. And it's always based on the northern hemisphere too.
Do you have any regions that kind of like have the springtime all year long, like near the equator?
Yeah.
Regions of the world are like that, so they have. That's probably some of the best weather conditions you could ever wish for.
Oh, you can just grow all year round. We've got up in the tropics in Australia, they just grow and grow all year round. Bananas, avocados, mangoes, everything all year round.
I don't know about you guys, but avocados are amazing.
Oh yeah, I love them.
I agree.
You know, we have Australia does not import one avocado from any other country.
Well, I don't think I've ever even tasted one.
What?
Really?
I don't think so. I know
That's
what they
kind of
look
racist.
like. Stuff they've got a big
Steak.
nut in them, but
It's
nah,
racist.
Have you ever eaten guacamole?
Not missing anything. They don't really have much flavor.
That's not true.
Bullshit.
That's
You know,
bullshit.
in Spanish,
I always thought they were like they weren't sweet. I didn't think they were sweet like a normal
No,
fruit. I thought they were like
Yeah.
a savoury fruit.
Gorgeous, man.
Here's
they're
the
not
thing,
I could
right?
try one.
Avocados
it's a
can
savory fruit.
avocados can be watery where they don't have any flavor, but usually those are like the bad ones. The really good ones. I have a tree in the backyard, so
Nice.
the ones that I grow are fucking amazing.
Yeah, and those are the ones that are kind of like creamy that you can cut them like butter. They just cut them like
I
butter.
saw Piers Morgan had like this vegan activist on his show, and
I remember that one.
he kept asking her like, "Do you eat avocados?" And she kept going, "I'm on a fruit and veg diet." He's like, "Do you eat avocados? Do you eat avocados? Do you eat avocados?" And she wouldn't answer. And then eventually, when she answered, he's like, "Do you know tens of millions of bees get imported into, I think it was California at the time,
California,
basically end up dying?" He's like, but he says like 30 million bees are murdered for you eating avocados.
You know, the other day we were talking about vegans, and I wanted to say something, but I never got to. I think the only reason why they even do that is for the animals. That's it. It's not really like, I don't know.
I'm not. Let's say based on their logic, right? Based on their logic.
Sure.
I'm an animal, so I'm important. So I'm gonna eat the other animals because
To be fair, I've met an individual before who assured me that basically any animal product, including eggs that he ate, would make him sick. So I wouldn't say it's everybody.
Sure, yeah, that's fine.
I always see them like they want you to eat it for the animals. That's it. I don't know.
Well, you're describing mental illness. That's separate from diet.
Hey, speak.
I know, bros. I never meant to get it onto the vegan conversation because the weeds pretty quick. Yeah.
Maybe that's where you got sick the other day. You didn't eat enough avocados, bro.
P-Mac, Spake was speaking. Go ahead.
No, no worries, man.
This guy.
Shit, go.
No, I was just going to say that conversation got out of hand the other day. So we all know that, you know, everyone eats their own things and they do whatever they do. But for them to claim that meat is bad for you was fucking stupid. You know,
I've got views on that about the commercial meat industry, but I'm not going to get in it because everybody will get right in about it, so it's not worth it, man.
Yeah, don't worry. We have the public side of the conversation, and then we have the private side of the conversation. No big deal. We just move on from it, and that's it. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not a TOS topic though, so it's not like.
Nah, but this is a flat Earth server, and we are discussing flat Earth in the live stream. Any of these other divisive subjects gets their back up, starts people get agitated. They want to chime in, they don't want to back down, and then before you know it, everybody's fucking shouting and everything, man.
Yeah, whenever it happens, it has to be moderated correctly. So someone's gonna say something, and let's say we take 5 minutes to talk about food. All right, 5 minutes. All right, and people say this, say that, back and forth, versus respectful, and then move on. It's not a big deal.
It's a never-ending. Like conversation or argument. It's like politics, you know. Like everyone's got their own opinion, and no one can actually produce any concrete evidence that they're correct. You know, it's one of those roundabout arguments.
Are you kidding me?
Never goes anywhere.
Yesterday they were talking about belief, and that lasted like 3-4 hours.
Yeah, I know. I
was talking about belief.
Yeah, I like those conversations.
I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, and if you have an emotional reaction to one word, you're already having an issue, because it's the same thing with the globe or the flat. When you hear that, people start picturing things in their minds, like when you hear belief. Oh, belief means you are a globe-tard. That's not what belief means.
I'll leave the belief for the globers anyway, man. They've got their religion, so I'll let them stick with beliefs. I'd rather just go with what I can experience.
Speak.
Yes, man.
We have a cattle, right? A little bit of salt, white pepper, some turmeric.
Salt on a fruit.
I'm telling you.
That's probably why I've not tasted the motherfuckers.
You know something funny about turmeric? So, like, I don't know if you guys have Trader Joe's over there in Europe, but like a long time ago, I realized that when you go to Trader Joe's here in the United States and you buy this turmeric extract, that's like 95% curcumins. Curcuminoids are the actual antioxidants you find in turmeric. Anyway, so it's like 95% curcuminoids. But what I think is just so funny is that when I buy these capsules, and they're these like clear capsules you can break open if you want them, and when I break them open over my food, this refined turmeric, that's refined to be healthier and more nutritious, like it tastes better than regular turmeric over my food.
Nothing into it.
I can't even think what turmeric is.
Turmeric's very good here.
That's kind of racist as well.
No, turmeric's very good. It's very,
you
very
have
good.
to eat it. So the only way for your body to absorb the goodness from it is to eat it with black pepper. So it's the only way.
So the black pepper slows it from passing through the digestive system very quickly. It slows
Bro, turmeric is an excuse to change your food's flavor. If you don't eat it without the turmeric, don't eat it, bro. If you can eat the food without the turmeric, it's probably food.
All I'm saying is
and salt.
I ate oranges, turmeric, and avocado with salt and turmeric. I've never felt better. Superfood, bro.
The funny thing is, I don't think turmeric's ever done anything to me, like, medicinally. It's only made my food yellow and taste good.
That's my point. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. If people use it will give you flavor. It sounds fine.
So you haven't heard that turmeric is actually anti-cancerous or
it's anti-inflammatory as well. So.
It's turmeric like a sort of curry flavoury sort of type thing. I guess added to curry.
No, not even. No, it's a wee bit sweeter. It's a wee bit sweeter than that.
So we know we breathe oxygen, right? And oxygen oxidizes. I mean, we breathe air, and there's a lot of stuff in the air, right? Oxygen being one of those. That's what they claim. And that oxidization is part of the breakage of the gases in the body and whatever the body's gonna use them for. Turmeric as a anti-inflammatory. People say it's anti-inflammatory. It works for some people, but you don't want to be having that action always in the body because you're not always under inflammation. Some people are under inflammation, and at some points, a lot of people are under inflammation all the time. They need to fix that, but that doesn't mean you have to be drinking turmeric and put it in your food all the time because it's an anti-inflammatory.
No, it's if you have some pain in your body from inflammation, then you can have a turmeric tea with, but it's got to have, there's a mix of things in there that help your body absorb it, and it does help. I wouldn't drink it all the time though. You're right.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying put it in your diet every now and then. It does seem to work wonders.
Yeah.
What is it that you're talking about?
Turmeric.
Avocados. Just getting turmeric. So
it's like when it's also like when people demonize salt as well. If you get a good sea salt and use that in your diet, your body works better because it can your body can actually, because your brain sends electrical signals through your body to help it work, to your organs, to your muscles, everything. If you're low in salt, if you're deficient in salt, you're not getting all those signals aren't being sent to all your muscles in your brain, from your brain and all your organs, so they're not working properly. But there is a balance. If you've got too much salt, then there's a problem there. So when they say, you got to reduce your salt, you got to reduce some types of salts. Get rid of all those table salts and stuff like that.
Everything in moderation, like slid, like fish, is really good for your joints. If your joints are hurting, and you eat a little bit of salmon now and then, a little bit of slid,
omega-3s, things like that.
It helps. It really does help.
But it's got to be in your diet and not supplements as well.
No, fuck no, don't take them pills.
Nah, fuck that. You got to eat it.
I just noticed like, I'm 56 now, and my joints really hurt with the job I was doing, so I started to make sure that I had a little bit of, I don't drink orange juice, I take clementine, then I take avocado, like once every 2 days, and then I take a little bit of slit, a little bit of fucking fish, and within a week, no pain, and a little bit of turmeric, no pain, none. You know what I'm saying? Like, it does matter.
No, I can't see what you're saying, bro. I don't see what you're saying because, you know, when you flashing, I mean, I see your icon flashing, but I don't see what you're saying.
Hey, I'll throw you a fucking picture. Here it is. Can you see it now?
Any new people in here?
Certain foodstuffs are good for you. They definitely are good for you.
Anyone spoken to Oda Nobunaga? Says he's flat earther. I've never seen Oda Nobunaga. Are you there?
Well, don't forget that out. that wasn't easy.
There's a guy in yesterday and always comes in on a new account. Rolling my boulder. Everyone will know him.
Yeah, I've heard of him, yeah.
Yeah. This is going on about this new 700-mile photograph record. Yeah. Yeah, of course, yeah, you should be able to see that on a globe. He said, but why can't you see it if you're down at ground level?
His claim is we see too far for it to be a globe, but we don't see far enough for it to be flat, so it must be a globe.
And then we just took the Black Swan. All right, okay. If this is at 10 miles, then the radius of the Earth is 230,000 miles. Is that not enough?
Not that, Timbo. That's not the argument. That it's 10 miles of flat surface.
Yeah. No, you were saying you don't see enough. You said we see too far, but not enough. Okay.
That doesn't matter. I even if I don't know the size of the Earth, I can say with my, with 100% that I can see 10 miles flat.
Yeah.
And there is nothing wrong with that, and doesn't matter if I'm flat earth or whatever I am only saying that I see 10 miles flat, and it's flat, and that it's ocean, and it's all that, all that fact what you see to oil. You can take a boat, ship, whatever, and you can go, and you will reach the point, and you will see that. But, well, like taking the car on the road, it's the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I even want to say that horizon that you see, we're just calling it 10 miles because of the last oil rig. Now, he's so far zoomed into that picture that everything behind that is all compressed. So you could even go as far as saying that horizon's 20, 30 miles.
Not that you can say that it is for sure.
Yeah.
Because that's reality, If you have some kind of boat that you can see it and you can say, look, there is a boat on 30 miles.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing special with that.
Yeah.
The only special thing will be if we if we would have in the future better optics, that mean we will see even more.
Yeah.
Not
because like you don't even need to go to these 700-mile photos or anything like that. You know, like if it's further, it's further. Like,
but if Jay Tolan take the aeroplane, and people saying that they are seeing curvature, and he took the aeroplane, and he took
and saw no curvature.
No, and he took his photo, a Nikon photo camera.
1,200 miles, yeah.
Yeah, with the infrared 500, doesn't matter, 1,000 miles. And when you put that on the map, that thing's like 1,200 miles. It's 24,000 divide 102,000. It's 20. Is it?
Wait, what? Are you talking about the angle degree? What should be different?
No, I'm talking about diameter. It's 24,000 miles.
Yeah. So if you go,
then you
so
have
what
a
did
guy.
He claim? It was 1,200, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that is
1,200 divided by 60 equals 70. It should be. Oh, sorry.
20. Like wait,
1,200 divided by 60 equals 20. So it should be 20 degrees off.
20. That is one of 20 part of all air, of all globe.
Yeah, and should be 20 degrees facing backwards too. That horizon.
I'm not saying about degrees. I'm telling you how much part of the sphere is that. That is one of 20 of the part of the whole sphere.
Yeah, it's 1/20th. Yeah.
Yeah, that means that one of 20 part of the sphere it's flat, but other 19 it's curving. In a way of sphere.
Yeah, so it's got to take a sharp dip.
Then it's starting to curve after that 1,000 miles. Oh, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. If you it's only a math. You need to put that in a brain and put that sphere. You can do that in computer and calculate. And you whatever sphere you can put whatever numbers you want, and that one of 20 you cannot get on any sphere. You know.
No.
You can put sphere big whatever you want. You cannot get one of 20 flat on the sphere. Flat.
No.
You know. That's it. That's all.
You got it. 1/20th is flat, so you go out. You know. The rest
And you have there, you can see all Mississippi. You know, you can see that river. You know, and you can count how much Mississippi's distance. If you don't believe, maybe it's not one, but even doesn't matter if it's one of 40 part. You know, if it's that 500 miles. You understand me? But the things, what I find ridiculous, it's this every observation, even with the extreme refraction, even with mirage, with everything what you want to put inside. Every time the surface is flat, in every observation, even if you put any kind of phenomenon, there is no such thing that it's showing that it's curving. Now it's think if that means that this is they are saying this is the sphere. My question would be, if Earth is really flat, how would look like then? For the Glover's question. If this what is we are observing, it's curving, and in every situation it's flat. That means in which case could be flat if this is not the case. Because if there are no way to be flat there, that means why we are doing observation.
I might possibly have a customer. He's asking me a hell of a lot of questions in DM, so hopefully I can get him through.
What did I miss?
A customer. I like that. We've got another one here.
We have you.
I took a China teacup to the post office today to post it to a friend of mine because she didn't take it with her when she left. It's a really nice cup, and I had to wrap it up in bubble wrap. And I put a box with me, and the box was shit. And I said to her, I think I'm going to need a bigger boat. I had to go and buy a box and bubble wrap. Anyway, I suppose the point of the story is there's no point. Cloudy with a chance of the same prize. That's good.
Oh.
Live stream died all of a sudden. What happened?
Aye.
Stepped away for a second. Now everything's all over. Streamers, we're still looking at you. Did you want to rejoin the conversation, perhaps in voice? Good chat.
I don't know why people get so awkward about dead air. It's lovely. Just enjoy the moment.
I'm enjoying disrupting the dead air.
That's a great pastime. I must have sat for about 2 hours today just listening to people talk here, and it was great, you know what I mean? And it kind of dies off for like 20 minutes, and then it goes on again, you know, but it's like, it seems every time there's like a pause, like a 10-minute pause. Somebody has to chime in and go, so why is everything so quiet here? What's happening? What's wrong, man? There's nothing wrong, bro. It's just dead air. Like we don't have like a DJ 24/7. You know?
Would you prefer that we played commercials?
I fucking love it. Could you do the McDonald's one?
Yeah, I always thought this was like one of the main upsides of Discord as opposed to listening to the radio is that there are no annoying ass commercial breaks.
Well, that's what you think. Hey, are you looking to buy some nice flooring? I have great flooring here, only going for $25 a square inch. Do you guys think astronauts and satellite pictures are faked? And if so, for what reason? That's a double barrel question.
I think it's because, as far as any demonstration that we've ever witnessed or seen or anyone's ever done, as far as we know, gas pressure requires a container and a fixed volume. So we're inside a container because we have gas pressure here. So, they say that gas pressure exists without a container and that up above our heads is a vacuum trillions of miles across. And it's like, well, we don't believe that. I don't believe that medium exists. So any images that they say are coming from it are just a bunch of fairy tale nonsense.
And why do you not believe that? Well, for number one, scientifically, it can't fucking happen. So there you go. That's the question. So if we take that backward for what reason? Reason is control. Satellites, pictures are faked. Astronauts are real because there's Buzz Aldrin. He's real. Satellite pictures are faked. Pictures of the Earth from high altitude are probably not fake. Yeah, so I don't know. You just cannot have yet. There's just two things: water doesn't bend, and vacuums do not exist next to atmospheres without solid barriers. It's just those two things alone should just convince you that there's something not right. Because according to your science, those things cannot happen. So I don't know why that's so hard to understand. I mean, is it hypothetically unreasonable to assume that we might be taken for a ride? That everything might be fake, like that what we're being told is not real? What curve on the horizon line? Vexenity? What curve on the horizon line are you talking about? Right, I've stood in cliffs, right? I've looked 3 miles in one direction, 3 miles in the other. I don't see no curve, bro. What curve are you talking about?
Who are you talking to, P-Mac?
Oh, sorry. Vexenity, he's typing in
on the live stream.
Yeah.
Or on the YouTube.
No, on the live stream.
Come in, bro.
Oh no, he's here.
I thought it was a newcomer.
Wait, he says, I am not disagreeing with the fact that it could be an optical illusion. However, you can't deny you can see a curve on the horizon line. So I'm asking him, what curve?
With the horizontal horizons, no horizontal anymore.
Yeah.
Curvorizontal. I'll call it curvorizontal from now on.
1113. That's a great question. Vexenity? Vexenity.
Yeah, the fuck a bit, man. And the live stream voice tag.
I hope so. Otherwise, I'm losing my mind.
Oh no, I can see Dave off my duty. I'm not doing this.
Wait a minute. I don't know. Was I in fucking locker room? Oh no, definitely 11:13.
I can see 3 people there. 11:13. Rocco, Dave off my duty.
You can't see Vexenity?
I'm still scrolling up, but.
Okay, 11:13, bro.
Yeah, there's quite a few people texting 11:13, but I can't see what you're saying. There's Dev off my duty.
Okay, hang on. I'm going to copy paste it. Hang on.
Raku, Roo, and Raku. That's it. Only 3 people I can see. Makes anything? Who the fuck? I must have scrolled past them, because I've been up and down here twice.
Yes, but it's going very fast now. Things are picking up. Can I deny it? Look, can I deny it? Can I deny that you can't curve on the horizon line?
Mate, I can't even find them if I search in the messages. Don't tag me with their name, P-Mac, because I've been up and down there 3 times. I take it they're not messaging very often because I can't fucking see them. That's weird. 13, Ray, Dave. Weird. Very strange.
I pulled the mic up, so it's up.
Great news. All right. So, where were we?
At the beginning.
Again?
Once more onto the breach, my friends.
And
What were we stuck on, Lucid Dreamer? How far did we get?
I just think that, like, no, it's about, like, perspective.
It's about perspective. Okay, so you're saying that when you're on the surface, you're going to see a flat Earth. If you go far away enough, you'll see a globe?
I was talking more about, like, the way that me and my friends are borderline being harassed in the chat.
Oh, concern trolling.
Like,
well, yeah, let's just... You're not being harassed. We're just trying to talk here, so let's just keep the VC on topic.
Yeah, and it's funny because it's like the actual app's called Discord.
I think this.
So why people come in here is to have a Discord about a topic. So that's that's what it's all about. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep the sex chat on topic too. That's all. No one's trying to harass.
Yeah.
No harassment.
I think that I'm open to the idea of the Earth being flat. It's just that when the information is displayed in a way where you're being like borderline mean, then like of course I'm not going to be inclined to agree.
Who's been
mean? You're having an illusion of being attacked because there's so many of us. So you feel like coming at you, but they're not coming at you at all. Like whatsoever.
Yeah, we'll just say, hey guys in the chat. I don't know if let's keep it on topic, like Heretic said. I don't know.
Yeah,
I can't
we're
see
just trying to
anyone
keep it
being
on
mean
point.
or anything. But...
Yeah. Nobody's trying to hurt your feelings or anything like that. We're just trying to keep it on point. Trying to talk about what we talk about here. That's all.
I type lol all the time. It's not meant that you.
Yeah, lady, remember there's many multiple conversations happening at the same time. You see people talking. And also there's information about information in the server.
Did he cut out or is it me?
It's not you.
Okay. I thought it might be because my internet's pretty bad right now.
It's not the internet.
Not the internet. Okay, thank goodness.
Actually, why don't you get on voice chat and ask those questions? But we can explain them to you in text if you like. But before easy, we just fucking talk, bro.
This is a really weird one. If the Earth was flat, should shadows not just point down when the sun is out?
I mean, yeah. What?
Should just be relative to the angle to the sun.
I mean, is that even a viable question?
I don't really get it. I shouldn't respond because I don't even know. I don't know what I'm responding to, so maybe I shouldn't. Go ahead.
No, I was saying she was talking about the information, but the people in the chat is not the information. It's people in the chat trying to reference something, pointing to you, hey, there's some information about this. This is a conversation about. So if you want to look at the information, go to the links, go to the additional information channels, go through that information, and the people talking about the information is not the information, okay?
That's right. Yeah, we're just the messengers here. We're not the topic. The information is. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, don't shoot us, bro.
I'm sorry I brought this news to you, but it is what it is. Not my fault that it is what it is.
Practically, we can say some kind of information what we realized, and we will give you only that, nothing else. No beliefs, no feelings, no nothing.
Well, you're mean.
Folks.
You're telling me that the world is not a ball.
Definitely not.
And it's not moving, for sure.
Definitely.
We can all be sure that it's definitely not in motion. Come on.
Yep. Nobody's ever proved it.
Do you know why it's not? Do you
We
know
don't
why
need
it's not?
somebody to prove it, bro. Like, think about it. We experience completely motionless. Like, so we
Yeah.
don't need someone else to prove it, or on a TV program to say, "Oh, the Earth's not moving, folks." Newsflash.
How could they prove it anyway when they say that the air and the Earth are one rotating reference frame? How would you know that then? You'd have to get outside of the rotating reference frame to measure any rotation.
That's a fucking head scratcher.
But they pick and choose whether it's one reference frame or more than one, depending on what part of the argument they're in.
And where is that second reference frame?
Oh, that's when you have a pendulum, then it's 2 reference frames. If you have a helicopter, it's just 1.
Ah, okay.
Or a hot air balloon, or an aeroplane.
Yeah,
but
just
then a
one in that
sniper's
case.
bullet.
But if you have helicopter and clouds, what then? And balloons?
Oh.
Well, what I got told was that the pendulum's special because it swings back and forth, and clouds and helicopters don't swing back and forth.
Yeah, but if you have, but you have in this moment, how many aeroplanes you have in this moment flying in this moment?
Oh, geez, about 3,500.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good count.
In which direction are going these 3,500 aeroplanes?
Straight.
But in which direction?
Oh.
Northeast.
Perpendicular.
No, they are going in every fucking direction like a gas.
Yes, yeah.
That's also interesting.
Yeah.
In that one reference frame.
So no Coriolis deflection.
Or in 2 reference frames.
But then they've got to deal with the fact that the higher it goes, the air needs to keep moving a little bit faster to keep up because it's covering more ground.
How's it going to do that?
Magic. It's just one of those magical things that the globe seems to do.
So that you can never tell that it's rotating, and that's how you know it's rotating.
Oh man, I never thought about it like that. Jesus Christ, you just cleared that one up for me.
Yeah, now I get it.
But then you have a problem because then you cannot never prove what is something what is not moving.
I just love that though. Just the way they'll flip flop between having 2 reference frames and 1. It's wild. One of them told me that the Earth and the air are 2 separate non-inertial reference frames spinning at the same rate as one another. And that's how you get Coriolis, they said. That's how you get Coriolis. 2 separate non-inertial frames going at the same speed, and that's how you get your Coriolis.
5 pies. ¿Qué? ¿Pies con cuántas pulgadas? ¿12 pulgadas?
To even have any sort of like apparent deviation in that instance, like they would have to be moving at separate rates, separate directions, you know.
I know. Yeah, there wouldn't be any apparent deviation. He's just describing one overall frame anyway.
Right.
And just calling it 2. Oh man. But that was that guy in the helio cult room. It was like probably one of Pat's alt. So he's just a time waster. I don't think he even believes what he says.
Oh, Pat's back.
I think it was one of his alts, or like he seems similar to maybe Pat or Planet Dan, which they may all be the same people, but you know, one of those guys.
Coriolis is another funny one because no one ever practically observes it and uses it, and they invoke it so much. It's funny.
I know. They say explain Coriolis. What this thing that we don't experience that you have to explain away when we ask you why we don't experience it? Weird. What do you want me to explain that for? That doesn't help you.
Do you know what is weird? Because if you want to really to get the Coriolis effect, you can demonstrate that. You need something rotating, and you will get that effect.
So RU has asked in the chat. Anyways, can someone explain to me how the Earth orbits the Sun if the Earth is flat?
It doesn't. There's no orbit around the sun. Didn't you hear anything we just said? We can't detect any Earth-based motion. So there's no orbit. There's no rotation. There's none of that. The luminaries going around you in the sky, right? That's what they're doing. It's not you.
Why should
It's in the same reference frame as the stars?
Yeah.
Why should I listen? What are you saying when I have the question after question in my mind, and I'm formulating in a way what I want, and I'm not listening. Whatever you say, I'm ready for the next question.
If
Okay, go ahead. Formulate your question.
Sorry, my thing disconnected. So like, why are we told that the Earth is round?
Can you say that again?
James, you're hot micing.
Why are we told that the Earth is round?
Well, that's ultimately a matter of speculation for us, right? We have to try to get into the heads of the people that have told this story, or the originators of the story. For the most part, it's just tradition and culture. It's just people. Whoa, there's a lot of noise going on. Somebody's hot micing.
Jamesy.
It's just tradition and culture for the most part. Most of the people that told you that you live on a ball weren't actively like conspiring against you or anything like that. They just honestly think that the same way that you do. So like your teachers, your parents, etc. All those sources, they actually just believe it, right? So, I mean, obviously the story came from somewhere. Maybe somebody did actively conspire to plant this among the minds of people, but
sleep or something. I don't know.
yeah, I can't speak. There's too much going on.
Bro.
Hey,
That's it.
T-Dub.
I've got him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Carry on, Heretic.
Yeah, there's just been too much noise. It's really hard to focus. But yeah, did you catch that? What I said so far? Lucid Dreamer.
Yes.
For the most part, it's just culture, right? It's just tradition, right?
What was your question?
Well, she wants to know why we're being told this story, and I gave her most of it. But I mean, you know, if you want me to try to get into the minds of the people that actually produce like these blue marble images that they put on TV and stuff like that, all we could really offer there is speculation. But what we can definitely demonstrate is that what they're showing us, for whatever reason they're showing it to us, is not true, because we can actually test the Earth, right, and demonstrate that it doesn't curve the way that it would if it was this thing that they show, right? So we can do that, and then we can speculate about why they're doing that, but that comes later, kind of.
But it's easier than that, bro. Most of these people that we think are concealing or lying or omitting the truth, they're all getting paid. They're doing jobs like that Robert Simmons dude, like all the employees at NASA. Like, they're not lying. They're just going along with what they believe and what they're getting paid to do.
That's
they
right.
see rockets going up after they all work in their offices, their little tech rooms or whatever. They all sign like non-disclosure agreements. Legally, they're not allowed to discuss these supposed top secret components and parts that they're like the engineering in these little back offices and whatever. So they're not able to speak to possibly their mate that they go to golf with at the weekend, or right. So they're just, that's how they feed their family and pay their mortgage. So
yeah.
But we can speculate why, in general, why there is a lie, like what Heretic just gave you there, I would say the best like reason for my liking is to take away the creation, to give you another creation story, so it kind of takes away the fact that you've been made in this place, that it should be a spectacular, like an amazing place to be in, but they've created all these like alcohol is literally everywhere you go, every corner shop, adverts all over the place. Like, it's a depressant. Most of the world's doing it. Like, so they gave you all these side places to go to rather than like realize where you are and what this place is. So they've created these other ways for you to spend your life and possibly waste it.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody once said that nobody wants to rock the boat. Why? Because a lot of people depend on the boat staying afloat to get paid.
Yeah.
So the tops of NASA, tops of the military, tops of know what's going on, but the people that get paid to send their kids to school don't want to rock the boat.
Yeah,
they don't want to lose their job, man. Like, how could some physics professor someplace, if he's started coming out with flat Earth stuff, he wouldn't be paid for much longer.
Imagine yourself that you're a professor in school or even in university, and you realize that Earth is flat, and and now you will go. Okay, now I will go and tell all my school and all my colleagues, and I will release the truth, and I will maybe lose the job. I don't care. It is people like that. Maybe I will be like that. Maybe you will be like that. But mostly people will be quiet and say, "What the fuck? I will not say anything. I will."
Yeah, they're just going to go with the herd. They're going to go with the status quo, right? So, so let's check in with our
even
contestant
easier.
here.
Like, I will wait, but somebody will. I will wait.
We're machine gunning her.
Yeah, let's just check in with our contestant, see if she's still on the line. Caller, are you still there?
Hey.
Lucid Dreamer. Don't want to steamroll you with too much information all at once.
Yeah, because we can go back to simplify it as well. Like, there's some claims on the table that we live on a ball. That would mean that we can detect ferocity, that we are moving, flying, spinning, rotating, and that we live in a vacuum, and that the Earth resides in the vacuum of space. These are the three claims on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Now, all that other stuff doesn't really matter at the moment. If you want to find out where you live, you got to do some research into who came up with the curvature, who measured it, how did they work out we live on a ball, how did they work out that we're spinning and traveling through, traveling at all these different speeds, and how and can gas pressure exist without containment? Now, these are the three questions that you need to look at. They're simple, really simple. And then you can go, okay, well, what they're telling us is not right. So then go from there. I think that's the simplest way to do it.
And one simple thing, there is no such a person who is clever, intelligent, or whatever, and can describe or present, demonstrate to you the geometry in the way different what it is.
Yeah,
that means there is no nuclear science around that. There is no something that you need to do. No, there is a measurement of something in distance must be there, and if it's there, it's there.
Anyone can do it.
Yep. Yep. I don't know.
Yeah. So yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. Speak. Yeah.
Oh, I was just saying we should check on them because we've monologued a lot.
Yeah. That's what I was just saying a minute ago, and for a second I thought you were her, so I was like, yeah, go ahead. But yeah, I agree with that. What's your name? Lucid Dreamer. Hi, you still there? Yeah, I guess we lost her.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm here.
Hey.
All right.
Did you follow what everyone was saying to you, Lucid Dreamer? Were you getting the gist of what
Why am I the one being called on?
Oh, just because we were talking.
You asked
the question. Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
Oh, it's all good. I was just saying the same thing as you anyway.
No.
You're
Yeah, so
like
lucid,
clones.
lucid dreamer. So like you asked kind of why would they lie, and it is a common question that we get day in day out. But like those are sort of the best. Well, not the best, but some sort of reasons that we've got. But we're not the person telling the lies, so we can only speculate. But I think we gave you a couple of really good reasons. I think at least.
And some reasons not to worry about why would they lie. You got to look at, are they lying too?
That would be the
That's
best
the first
thing
thing.
to do.
Yeah, because like
Forget
think
why.
Yeah, think the first thing that you're going to do isn't ask why is this lie happening. You're not going to ask that before you've even figured out whether there is a lie, right? So step one would have to be take the claim, compare it to reality, see if it matches, see if it holds up. If it doesn't, then you can go, oh, something's off here. There's a lie. Then you start asking, okay, why are we being told this now that I know that it is a lie, right? But it's not the first question you're going to ask because that doesn't make any sense.
Especially if you're a murder detective and you get to the scene of the crime and you think to yourself, nah, why would all this blood and that all over the place? Why would they lie? Let's just go home, lads.
Right.
So we'll go to speculating about that kind of stuff after you've established are they lying or not.
That's right. You establish whether there was a crime first, then you can go on to the motive.
Yep. And you're not being targeted. It's just that everyone else in the room here actually knows each other. So because you're new in the room, we're actually having a conversation with you. So, don't feel targeted. It's just that everyone wants to get their turn out to talk to you, to try and, get through to you that you need to do your own research and have a look at all this stuff, and don't believe anything that we say. Have a look and go and find out the lie.
Don't believe anyone. Drop belief, because if you really want to have knowledge about this subject, you need to stop believing in stuff. First thing I would do is accept reality of how the Earth is presenting itself. Then look at this information, weigh it up, try and verify it in other places, and then put a pin in it. Or don't.
Why would I lie if I want to boil water with the ice?
I just want to.
Why would I lie if I boil water with the ice? Sasha, you would lie because water is boiling with the heat. Oh, that's why would I lie.
Well, here's another thing though. Maybe he's not lying. Maybe he's just wrong.
Yeah, maybe I only read that water is boiling with ice, and I am only sending the message what I know, what the other people telling me. Other people telling me that you can boil the water with the ice. And I read that in one book, and it's one very, very, very scientific book.
So addressing lies, Rue has said in the chat, everything is a lie, question it all, the birds are fake. Right? Okay, so that's just sarcasm, right? Because we're denying gravity, right? So, but what we're not just hand waving, it's not just a hand wave dismissal of the claim, right? We're asking for evidence of the claim. We're not just saying, well, we just think it's not true. We're saying there's no evidence. You haven't provided any proof of your claim for the existence of what you're talking about.
Is it reasonable?
No, but that's what you guys
Sorry,
are
can I
saying.
say the sentence? Is it reasonable to deny something what is never ever proven? Is it that reasonable? To deny
that's why
something.
we're denying.
Okay, can you deny this? Ice boil water.
What?
The ice boils water. Can you deny that?
Did you understand what he said? He said, "Can ice boil water? Can you deny that?"
No, ice can't boil water.
Okay.
Yeah. Why?
Come on.
I don't think she understood because of the accent.
Why? Because it's never ever proven. Because it cannot do that. Now the same thing is, what is gravity? Gravity is, I don't know. Okay, how something what I don't. What? I will tell you what.
That's what gravity is.
Gravity's an
Okay.
object.
Can you tell me what is gravity? But I will tell you what the astro.
Well, Sasha, she just did. She said it's an object. What's that about?
No. So when you drop an object, okay, so it's the
Okay. Yeah. Can you?
force that the
I
mass
only
of
want
the
to.
Earth is
Let her tell.
Let
tell
her
us-
finish.
Please let her finish, Sasha.
Can I finish mine? And I will. I only have one sentence.
Okay.
This is how we lose our contestants. But go
No,
ahead.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be rude and anything. You know. I only wanted to. I gave her that example with ice because we cannot prove that things. That mean that ice cannot boil the water. The same thing is with gravity. You will say that is something falling, but I will tell you something. You will tell me this, but the most famous astro physicist will say, "I don't know."
Yeah.
But you know.
isn't gravity is something that's taught to you in 5th grade.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
If somebody
unless
tells you a
don't
story in the
have-
first. Go ahead. Sorry.
Did you hear my last sentence?
Gravity is the force of attraction between two
The
objects.
most-
So if you drop an object to the floor, then that's the reason why the object won't start flying or floating, and it will go to the floor because it's attracted to the center of the Earth.
The center.
That's wrong.
So you realize that that's an effect, right? So we are told that this is the effect. Things go down at 9.8 meters squared. So this is an effect.
Yeah, that's
so
the effect of gravity.
This is
Okay, that's
mathematically. So what is the cause?
Right.
So gravity can't be the
Dropping
effect and the cause.
That's not a cause.
Dropping the object is the cause.
How
because
does
the effect is gravity.
let's go straight to the bones, right? How do you establish in science? How do you establish the cause of an effect? Do you know?
Yes.
Tell us.
Hold on,
Do you want me to
I'm
help you? I can help you. You manipulate the supposed cause, right? Can you hear us?
I think she needs to reconnect. Can you
Yeah, drop out and come back in.
reconnect? Hey guys, let's let her talk and get some things out because I think she's gonna like just drop out. Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, we're just going to overload her and she's going to run.
yeah.
I only wanted to point it out what we have today. What modern how to say narrative, mainstream narrative is, what scientific narrative is, where we are now, what was in the past. You can mention in Newton if she started with that, blah blah blah. But if you go now to the scientific method and everything, okay, but I don't think she will.
I'm
I'm
not sure if she's.
overcomplicate it, man.
Yeah, I'm not sure she's
Can
up
hear
to
you
that
guys now.
level. Oh, perfect.
You're back.
So who's gonna
One
take it?
person, take it. I take it, bro. Go for it.
No, not me. I was going to say someone else. I'm busy doing things.
There's one person at least who wants to keep it rolling smoothly.
Heretic.
I'll go ahead. Sure.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Okay.
Cause and
So,
effect is the relationship between two things.
yeah,
When one
Okay.
thing makes something else happen.
right.
So when
Okay.
you drop an object, the effect is gravity.
No. Okay, well, if the effect is gravity, then you're not speaking to the cause anymore. If you're just putting the label gravity on the effect of something falling down, then we're still looking for the cause, right? We still haven't established the cause. All we know is that we.
Object.
What's that?
Cause is dropping the object.
Okay, so dropping it then. I dropped it and it fell through the medium of air. So where does gravity or the Earth being a ball come into this?
Okay, so gravity is the attraction between two objects. Okay, so at the center of Earth is where the object is where to go to.
Right. So at first you said that gravity was the effect of the thing falling, but now you've kind of changed it to gravity is the cause of things falling, right? And that cause would be the Earth with its mass pulling things down, right?
Because
it can't be both.
Everything is connected. And
right, but a cause can't be an effect, be a cause, be an effect, right? They have to be separate things. This causes that to happen.
You don't know basic science.
A cause can be an effect.
Okay, so if you dropped it in space, it wouldn't float. Or no, it would float because there's no gravity. Then if you dropped it on Earth, it would fall because there's gravity on
that's
Earth
not
because
something
we have an
testable,
atmosphere.
Right. So what you're giving us is a story, right? We need to actually test these claims, right? So you've got this idea. I dropped something. Yeah, you've got, okay, that's a story, that's a claim, that's a supposed cause at best at this point, a hypothesis, nothing more.
Okay, then how come no flat earther has tried to prove it wrong?
Hold on. There's nothing to prove. There's nothing to prove wrong yet. It's just an interpretation of things falling. We don't actually have a test that ever validated that interpretation, right? So you've got your effect, your observed phenomenon. That's step one. I observe that I drop this thing, it goes down. I suppose that it went down because the Earth is this big ball pulling things to its center of mass. How are you going to test that? Well, what you have to do is manipulate the cause that you suppose. So what are you going to do to manipulate the Earth or its mass? There's nothing you can actually do. But what you can do, I'll give you this. Go ahead.
Will one of you get an education to be able to become an astronaut?
Okay, but you're back in story mode. This isn't science, right? A minute ago you said I don't understand what science is, and now you're just telling stories. You're not talking about the scientific method at all. So I'm talking about how we. No, get an education and become an astronaut.
Do you have a middle school education?
Yeah, and that's irrelevant. That's not science either. That's an ad hoc. So using a lot of logical fallacies.
You don't have to become defensive. We're just having a talk.
Don't be disrespectful. Everyone's being civil here.
No, I'm not. I just think that this is funny.
Okay,
well,
I think that this is funny.
Listen, Dreamer, Heretic trying to take the time to give you some information.
Can I jump? Yeah, because of that sentence. Only because of that sentence. She said, I cannot because of your, did you study something or something? Ask in first place, astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, I don't know what is gravity, but you are telling us this tonight. But he doesn't know. Now, does I need to listen the gravity guy who doesn't know, the mainstream science communicator in the world, or you who knows what is gravity, but he doesn't know? For me, it's somehow question how you know and he doesn't know.
Lucid Dreamer, I don't think we're even.
And he has a school.
Saying that.
And he has a school.
What was the question?
He's asking you.
He's talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Sorry,
why does Neil deGrasse Tyson say, when asked what is gravity, I don't know, next question, but you, who doesn't have as much education as him, claims to know?
Yeah, who do we listen to, you or Neil deGrasse?
Does she even know who that is?
You realize that Neil deGrasse was probably being sarcastic in that interview, right?
So you know what he's talking about better than he does.
Then I will tell you something else. For example, there is 4, 5, 6 other PhDs in astrophysics who are saying the Newtonian, that gravity, what you are describing, is superseded by Einsteinian and has nothing to do with mass attracts mass. What you will tell then?
I've posted this like 5 times already. It's well understood within high levels of academia. This is from the International Journal of Modern Physics and Application, from the American Institute of Science. The 10 biggest unsolved problems in physics includes gravity.
Yeah. There's no actual experiment that we can do for it. And you're actually citing the wrong definition of gravity right now. You're citing Newtonian gravity. And if you want to go with that, then you've thrown out your solar system because it's not compatible with that idea. This is why they changed to Einstein, and the current definition of gravity would be the bending and warping of space-time. Right, so what test are you going to design in order to... So what experiment are you going to design to test... Right, because the claim is that it's the bending and warping of space-time. So when you say that gravity caused that thing to fall, you're saying that space-time warped so that it fell. How are you going to test that? What are you going to do? What experiment are you going to design?
It's not what gravity is, though.
You know exactly what. Okay, Einstein's special and general relativity of gravity is all mathematical.
I just can I just point something out? You're kind of arguing about something that you don't have any knowledge about. It's like we can't, like you have a belief that gravity exists because someone told you it exists. Yeah, like you don't actually
You
know
guys have
anything
a
about
belief
it.
that flat Earth exists because you were told that it exists.
I'm not being.
That's wrong.
Hang on one second. I'm not being.
Everybody's going to want to jump on that.
That's wrong, because there is
I'm not being.
there is
Hang on,
science
just
that
wait a
backs
minute.
up.
I'm not being combative. I'm just trying to point out that you actually just have a belief that gravity exists. Like, there's no proof of gravity. There's no independent
Okay, do you want to know? Do you want to know the
experiment.
proof?
Just let me finish. There's no independent experiment that shows that gravity exists. Right. So
Unless you know of one.
you're arguing for something that you have no knowledge about, and it's really difficult because we're going to argue about stuff that you don't know about, and we're going to end up in a circular argument. Can you just admit that you actually don't know about gravity, and it's just a belief that someone told you that gravity exists?
You never graduated.
What it is?
Listen,
I never
there's no
graduated.
reason for to give insults and stuff.
I've got a diploma in building and an engineering degree. So I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying that we're not educated. I've got 3 degrees.
And
I
means
don't
nothing
know
in this.
why people think that flat earthers are dumb.
Yeah, kid, I'll
I
tell
don't
you
want you
that
to talk anymore because you're being very condescending.
Yeah, you're not coming off very educated, though, attacking our personalities like that, right? Like, just stick to the subject matter. That's what an educated person will do.
Here's the words of Newton himself. It is inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without the mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must be, if gravitation in the sense of Epicurus be essential in it and inherent in it. And this is the one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it.
So was Newton uneducated? Wow, Lucid.
You are describing. You are doing that. You are describing that to him. He didn't want to do that. That anybody that described.
Oh, because
him.
Newton's the person who brought.
Well, Lucid, you know that
Gravity, okay.
the first
What, did you-
gravity,
you hear
mass,
She's
mass
reading
attracts
something.
mass. Lucid, you know mass attracts mass is not today's
You're reading
current rhetoric.
Did you hear
Today,
what Grace
obviously,
just
they
said to you?
accept.
That was a letter that Newton wrote, right, about gravity, saying he didn't want the idea ascribed to him because, basically, in other words, he thought it was insane.
Yep.
Right? So was Newton just too uneducated to believe his own theory, or what?
Yeah, because that was like what, the 1600s? Of course he thought he was going to be insane.
I mean, if you look at that, the Drace has just posted another citation from a guy called Lewis Ryder. If you take a look at that, Newton's theory is inconsistent with special relativity and must be abandoned. So nowadays, the gravity that basically is the current rhetoric is Einsteinian space-time. These two concepts
So basically,
mesh together with mathematics. That's all it is.
We have multiple citations.
all your logic, but all your facts are coming from like centuries ago, okay?
No.
Here's a guy who writes for Scientific American. Here's a guy who writes for Scientific American.
It's a similar thing with Newtonian gravity. We can and do and we must think of Newtonian gravity as a force. That doesn't mean it really is, but we don't necessarily need to work at the really is level in this case.
He's talking
Yeah,
about
but-
not even
Okay,
being in
whatever.
reality with that.
I
Besides,
just want to
okay,
say real quick
besides
though.
Who's
gravity,
it? Stop talking.
You just
Like, I
said though
gave you-
that all of our stuff is coming from hundreds of years ago. That's the Newtonian gravity that you invoked. That's from hundreds of. Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I gave you a citation for general relativity from Cambridge.
what?
Yeah,
the citation that Drace gave you was from a guy from Cambridge University, Lewis Ryder, and he says that
Okay, whatever.
Newton's
You
theory.
guys,
What
you
do you
guys
mean,
are set
whatever?
on gravity.
What do you
So
mean?
you're
Well,
just
there's a slow decline.
Even if gravity doesn't exist,
You can hear the cog disk
What are you
creeping
even if
in.
gravity doesn't exist, that doesn't.
Hey, what are you saying? The guy, did you hear what Drace told you?
Hey, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason.
Oh, it's not going to help.
Well, she just kind of made a point, which was that even if the Earth is flat, doesn't mean gravity in some form doesn't have to exist. Okay, so the gravity that you're arguing for, though, necessarily entails and invokes the Earth being a globe, right? So why don't we just go to that, see if we can measure it as a globe, and if we can't, then we know that that whole story falls over. And that's that.
Here's another quote. This is from Michikaku.
So I think-
This is pretty recent. Stop talking. Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th. You see those zeros I just posted? This is the biggest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
Michikaku.
Factor of 10 to the 120. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
The thing is, there's not even an experiment for Einsteinian or Newtonian gravity. So,
exactly.
It's pure pseudoscience as far as we're concerned.
Oh, you know what you're gonna do? Everything that we give to you, you're gonna deny and say that we're stupid flat earthers, but you actually don't know what you're arguing about. That's the problem here. You're the only one in this room that doesn't know what you're talking about.
Though.
Yes, you did.
I'm not
You said
calling
you
anyone
didn't.
stupid, though.
You said that you haven't even done grade level science. So that was it. So
Is
you're
that
the
me
only one
calling
in
anyone
this.
stupid, though?
You're the only one in this room that doesn't know what they're talking about. Do you understand that?
Uh-huh.
Great. So how can you argue if
Well,
you don't know what you're talking about?
I have 4 grown men arguing with me.
Oh, now you're going to go
Listen.
to everyone picking on me.
What?
Oh, no.
Listen,
you
we're
keep
not
talking
really
about us.
arguing with you. We're
Are you not
literally
grown
just trying
too?
to give you some
Okay, okay.
information.
Okay,
Lucid,
back to
you're
the
asking us.
topic, guys.
Lucid, they're trying to give you citation after
Let's just stop
citation.
the
That you're
insane.
just hand waving.
Back to the topic.
Stick on topic, man.
Yeah, let's go back to the topic. Let's
Yeah,
not
then
talk
let's move
about
to the
each
topic.
other, right? Let's talk about the subject matter.
Okay, let's do that. That's what I was saying.
Okay, we don't have a proof for the gravity.
So, Lucid, is there any experimental evidence that you know of a single experiment where either Newton's version of gravity, mass attracts mass, or Einstein's version of gravity, this space-time sort of super concept? Do you know of anyone that's ever established a cause and effect relationship? Because you did say you knew about this, at least vaguely.
Okay, so I have something that you can do right now. Okay, just like follow my
Do you know?
instructions. So
Do you know?
Grab something
Was
that's
that the
near you.
question I was asking you, Lucid? Do you know of anyone that's
grab
ever done an
something
experiment?
you, and you drop it, and it falls.
That's the effect.
That's gravity.
We know there's an
No, that's
effect.
not gravity.
Some things, listen,
Just
Lucid. Some
accelerated
things
towards
go
each other
down.
when there's no other significant force acting.
Right, but that's the effect, Lucid. We're looking for a cause. We're looking for big G, either mass attracts mass or space-time bending. Like
Okay, then I don't think that. Okay,
we're looking for the cause of the effect. You see an effect, things fall, but some things will go up as well. You've got helium.
Why are you struggling to
doesn't go
answer?
down.
And I told you that even the
Bro, try and let her
astrophysicists.
finish.
Sorry.
They're just trying to get her to come to some kind of conclusion after something's said to her. So, do you know of anyone that's ever verified the cause of the effect that you claim is gravity?
Literally hundreds of scientists.
Yeah, but I'm asking you specifically for an experiment that's been done by anyone in the present, in the past, anytime.
There's an experiment that you can do right now. You hold an object.
Can I please explain something to what's being said there?
Name one.
Okay.
No, can I please finish my sentence?
Can I please have a moment? Please. Can I please have a moment?
Can I please?
All right.
No, can
What
I
is
please
what
be
you're
able
saying
to
there, though?
my sentence?
Yeah, we heard you drop something. All right. Okay. So basically, what you're doing is saying, invent the cause, just come up with any cause, and then watch the effect, and then that allows you to confirm your suspected cause. Right. So I could make up literally any reason for why something is falling down, and then I can drop that thing, and then say, "See, there's my proof." Like, okay, there's invisible fairies pulling things to the ground. Watch me drop this object.
That's gravity.
See, it fell to the ground. Now, that's basically what you're doing. Just replace gravity with whatever you want, and then drop something, and that allows you to confirm that what your idea of why is the case.
When you
Can I ask her a quick question? Yeah, look, I think you'll understand if I ask her a quick question.
Yes, when I'm finished, definitely. In science, we establish cause and effect by manipulation of the suspected cause. That's how we define a cause and effect relationship. It's called the scientific method.
Okay,
you observe an effect.
Make my point.
Just let me finish. You observe an effect, you suspect a cause, and then you manipulate that suspected cause to see if it has the same result or a varied result, right? You see if the thing that you think is causing the effect has any effect. That's how you establish a cause and effect relationship using the scientific method. Now, how was that done to establish that gravity, as you are explaining it to be, is the cause?
Can explain that. When you watch the object fall, the object and the Earth just accelerated towards each other when there were no other significant force acting. It's not like you were throwing or pushing your object to the floor. You were just dropping it.
I don't think you got the manipulate independent variable part. So do you understand that in order to have a scientific experiment, you have to have an independent variable that you manipulate? Do you understand that? Yes or no?
What I'm manipulating is dropping an object.
No. You're dropping an object, but in order to establish that the cause of the object going downward, in order to establish that the cause was gravity, you have to manipulate gravity, not the object. Do you understand this?
You're manipulating gravity by dropping something.
No, you're not manipulating gravity. You're just you're just dropping the object. You're just letting go of the object. That doesn't manipulate gravity.
So let me do this real quick before I lose it. If I drop an anvil, will it go down towards the ground?
Yes.
What?
Yes.
If I
think he meant for her to answer
I wanted her to answer it. So if I drop an anvil, will it go down towards the ground? Will it fall down?
Sorry, what's the question?
If I drop an anvil is made out of steel. If I drop that, will it fall down towards the ground?
Yes.
The actual answer is no. It depends on the medium it's in. So if I have the anvil in mercury and I drop it, it will actually rise up to the surface.
So, Lucid, take a look in the live stream voice text and you'll see exactly what Drace is trying to articulate to you. Oh, you're in the chat.
No, because
can you see that?
The anvil. What?
Can you see that? That's in a bath of mercury. So it depends on the medium that the object's in and its relationship, whether or not it rises or falls.
Gotcha, bitch. What's your point here?
that it's up or down's dependent on the relationship between the object and the medium. So if I let go of a helium balloon, that goes up, it's less dense in the medium. If I let go of my mobile phone, it's more dense in the medium, and it falls and smashes daily. It's less dense, the air can't support it, so it falls. So density and buoyancy appear to dictate rise and fall in the medium. And we can manipulate, like we can change the density of the medium just by using a simple experiment with an egg. Fill it up with water, drop an egg in it, it'll sink, add some salt to the solution, mix it up a little bit, and the egg will float to the surface. All you've done is changed the density of the medium, nothing more.
We're not talking about water, though. We're talking about air.
We're talking about an experiment to isolate and manipulate the cause of
Air
the
is a
effect.
medium.
You are talking
It's
about
even worse if
dropping
you
more.
bring up air. It's even
You're
worse if you're going to invoke air, because you definitely can't show gravity pulling air down.
You're dropping all the time the more dense things in the less dense medium, and you are saying that it's gravity. All the time when you're dropping more dense things, it will fall down because they are falling in less dense medium.
So the elephant in the room here is that this entire time she's been asserting that the cause of things going down as masses accelerating towards one another is that the Earth is a ball. That's been presumed every single time she's said that. She's imagining that the Earth is a ball and then it pulls things down, right? So why don't we just check the Earth itself to see if it's a ball?
Exactly. So why don't you just go into...
Yeah,
we will do that.
It's
How
not.
we will do
We
it.
all did that.
Okay, so
We all
the only way
tested
that you
it.
could really...
You don't need to go into outer
the
space. You just need to measure the surface for convexity. See if it's dropping away from you. It's not. So the Earth isn't a ball.
Here's your proof.
Well, you said it. You just
In
you just
reality,
gave it to you.
Measurements.
Not in
Earth
Narnia's
is-
closet.
Earth itself.
I haven't heard any proof. I've just been hearing excuses.
Earth is
Alright,
Earth
I'm
itself.
out. I'm out. Lucid, you think the Earth is a globe, right?
I don't really know. You know,
You don't
I just
know.
think that gravity is the thing.
Okay, so you don't know if the Earth is a globe or not, but you're standing here talking about how it could be a globe? I don't know. I'm kind of confused.
I'm just saying, like,
Is the Earth a globe or not, Lucid? I mean, is the Earth a globe? That's all I want to know.
how would I know that? I've never been in outer space.
Well, that's not the point. The point is you're hang on, guys. The point is you're advocating for the position that the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so when
Right.
you go outside,
Are
go
you
to a higher
advocating
plane.
for the position that the Earth is a globe, Lucid? Yes or no? Are you
Yes.
advocating? Okay. So if you're advocating for it, that means you must have some type of knowledge that it's a globe, right?
yeah, I
Right?
do.
Okay. So let's get to that right now because we want to know how you know the Earth is a globe. So it's 3 easy questions that you should be able to answer,
tell you,
like
I can tell
even
you.
a school child can answer. So if the Earth is a globe, who's directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Any time in history?
Okay, so what you do, you use a gyroscope.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Next.
if the Earth is a sphere, you would see a 15 degree per hour drift.
Drift?
And you do.
Are we look? Wait 1 second. We're not talking about if the Earth is moving, Lucid. We're talking about who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth.
No,
You know how
no,
round the Earth
because-
is? That's what we're looking for. We're not talking if the Earth is moving. We're actually looking for if the Earth is actually curved on its surface.
No, okay, if the Earth is moving in a rotational drift, then it's
We're
a
not
sphere.
talking
It's not
about
flat.
the Earth is moving, Lucid. Please focus. We're talking if the Earth is actually
That's
curving,
my-
like they're telling us.
That's my proof that the Earth is curving.
That's not the answer to the question, Lucid.
It's not the answer to the question. You're obfuscating with it moving. I don't care if the Earth is moving right now. We're not there yet. We're only trying to find out if it has any curvature. Like if it's curving, that's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay. Try
so
to give us
literally
an
all you
answer
do-
to how it's curving.
You can see it. Like literally
Okay.
just look outside.
Where can we see this curvature?
So if you go to the beach, you stand either back enough or high enough, you can see like a little slight curve. Obviously, you can't see a big one because the Earth is big.
All right, so you say that the Earth is curving at the beach, and I doubt that because I don't. Listen, all right, so I don't see that. So I don't see curvature, and you say it's curving. How are you going to then prove it to me that it actually is curving? What method can you show me that it actually is curving? What demonstration can you show me, Lucid?
Gyroscope, but you keep telling me that that's not a valid argument because you know it's right.
Right. So what does a gyroscope do? You're saying gyroscope. It's a gyroscope. What does a gyroscope do? Is it tell us that it's curving, or does it tell us that the Earth is moving? What is a gyroscope function supposed to be doing? No.
Both.
You're incorrect. Incorrect. I need you to post a citation how it's going to show us that it's curving in the live stream voice text, Lucid. Go ahead and demonstrate to us how a gyroscope shows us that the Earth has curvature. Go ahead.
Let me find an article.
All right. That it's curving, not that it's moving.
Yeah, I kind of want to address this as well because she's conflating. She doesn't know that
I know.
what she's talking about is an optical.
I want her. I want her to. Yeah, brother. I want her to stumble. That's the whole point. I'm not giving the game away, but I want her to do this. Like I want her to demonstrate to the whole entire audience that she's been telling right now that a gyroscope proves curvature. I need her to show everybody how this is not the case. But I wanted her to do that.
Gyroscope pull my belly up. I know that.
Yeah, but let's go with it. No, let's go with the information. We're waiting in live stream voice text. Go ahead and post it, please.
Wait, but while I'm trying to find it, let me explain my thing here.
Oh, I don't care about explanations. I only care about is proof. That's it. I don't care what you say right now. As long as you have the evidence to back up your claim, we're good. But you need to post that in live stream voice text. Because your stories aren't going to make it any better for me. Only the proof that you have to show me. That's what's going to make it better.
Okay.
That's it. And if you don't have it, just say I don't have it. That'll save face.
I don't have it.
You don't have it?
Hmm.
Okay. So, we don't have evidence that a gyroscope is proving evidence of Earth curvature.
Wait.
Okay. You want me to wait? Okay.
Wait.
Take
Okay.
time.
Okay. So,
yes.
My thing is...
What's your thing?
That, like, you keep saying that I can't bring in the Earth moving, but if they're moving...
I'm looking for the curvature of the Earth, Lucid, not that it's moving. We're going to get there in the next question. Right now, I need you to provide evidence that it actually is a globe, as in the geometric shape, you know? Like a sphere? I need to know that first before we...
But your whole thing is that the Earth is flat,
What?
but if we are moving...
No. My whole thing is that you don't have evidence... Lucid, my whole evidence is that you don't have evidence that it's a globe. That's my whole... you don't have that. There is nothing to back that up. And I'm asking
Yes,
you
you
right now
do.
to present that. Present it.
Okay, if you cut out a hole in 2 cardboard cutouts and then give them a direct straight line at far enough distance, and then shine a light through one, you should be able to see the light from the other cardboard cutout.
Lucid, what are you talking about? They didn't answer my question. Who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth, Lucid? Who in history? What smart person? What intelligent scientist? What person out there? Because I know you're not a scientist, right? No, yes, it is. Who directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Well, it always has been. It always has been. Who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, Lucid? Anyone. Find somebody. I don't care who. Who's your champion out there that showed you the Earth is a globe? Yes.
You can say you don't know. I mean, you can concede.
No, I got it.
Okay.
I'll post it in the live chat right now.
We're gonna go over it too.
Shadows.
Yeah, we'll talk about it as soon as she posts it.
Sorry to interrupt. So I presume we're on question number 1 of the 3 set questions. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to take a while.
Awesome.
She's going to demonstrate.
8 years so far. But...
All right, what did you post here? This knowledge was gradually adopted through the old world during the late antiquity, Middle Ages.
God's sake. Did you just,
Ferdinand Magellan? Did you just... Okay, all right.
That's what you told me what to do.
Okay, so
You told me to find anyone in history that's done it, so I just pasted a name that has done it.
Your internet's trash right now, but I'm gonna try.
How did he manage this, Lucid? We're trying to ask you how.
All right, so Ferdinand Magellan, right? That's what you just posted right now. What did he do to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Okay.
Can you tell us?
I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
Okay, the Earth is massive enough that the pull of gravity maintains its roughly spherical shape. Most of the devotion from spherical stems from the I can't pronounce that word, but it's like centrifugal force caused by rotation in its north-south axis. This force deforms the sphere into an oblate ellipsoid.
Okay, he's just telling us a story, but what method did he do to actually discover that it is exactly a geometric shape? I know that's a story that's just telling us like, well, I'm just saying that it's a globe because it can be a globe. That's not giving us information of the method for us to figure out how he did it. I want to know the method and how he discovered that it's a globe.
Using gravity, but okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Miggy. I'm just confused because she first posted Magellan, which was, we could talk about that, and then she went on to gravity. What is the answer?
Yeah. Now she's got another one, by the way, Geodesy now too.
Geodesy. We're all over the place right now.
Yeah, maybe she doesn't understand the question.
All of them can be used. Multiple sources can be used to prove that.
Well, let's find out. Let's find out. Lucid. The question was, who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history?
I gave you someone.
Okay, what was the method? What was the method?
No, yeah.
Lucid. What was the method? What is geodesy, Lucid? What is geodesy, Lucid?
It's the scientific discipline that deals with the measurement and representation of Earth. It's a gravitational field and a geodynamic phenomenon.
Okay, that's a lot of words.
Motion,
what method?
And crustal motion in a three-dimensional time-varying space.
That's great. That's great. Now tell us how that directly measures the curvature of the Earth.
It's telling you that the Earth is.
What is it telling me? I don't care if it's telling me that. Somebody
because it literally.
Yes. No, somebody could tell me the Earth's a potato. I'm not going to believe them. They're going to have to tell me how they measured it to be a potato.
They literally stated that deals with the measurement and representation of the Earth, and the person who confirmed that it was sphere.
What did they do? What did they do exactly to find it out? It's a bunch of words that you're telling me. So what? I don't care about what they're pontificating. I need to know what they actually did to measure it.
Wait.
Let me give you a small example, Lucid. If I wanted to measure your if I wanted to measure your foot, I would use a little plate that has all the metrics on that little plate, and I would say, put your foot on that plate. I'm going to see how big your foot is. And then by that, I could tell you're a size 7 or whatever. But I'd have something to use to measure your foot. Now, I need a method by which they directly measure the curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, because on a sphere, there's drop over distance. We know that. So how did they do that on this Earth that you're standing on? Should be fairly easy for you to get to the answer.
Bro, how did you measure and prove that the Earth is flat?
It's not a burden. It's not a burden. It's not a burden of proof. It's not a burden of proof reversal, Lucid. I've asked you the question, and it still remains that you haven't given me a demonstration. So we're waiting on that. And it
Neither
seems like
you.
It doesn't matter. The burden of proof remains that the Earth isn't proved to be a globe, Lucid.
It's not proved to be flat either.
So you're just telling me that it's not flat, but you haven't given me evidence that the Earth is a globe, Lucid. You have not given me that evidence, and I'm still waiting on it.
Sorry.
It's funny, right?
It's because, so funny. Sorry, it's really annoying because we're asking you for the evidence, and then you turn around and go, "Remember, you haven't proved the Earth is flat." And it's not the question, sweetheart. We just want the answer to the question we've asked you, and then we can get to the direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. We can get to that later, but let's try and answer this one question: when and how was the radius curvature of the surface of the Earth measured? How was that done?
First of all,
be specific.
First of all, do not call me sweetheart. Second of all, these include the visibility of distant objects on Earth's surface, lunar eclipses, appearance of the moon, observation from the sky from altitude.
Sorry.
You're on the ground.
Navigation.
Excuse me. Which one of those is a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth? I heard you say sun and moon a load of times. We're talking about, and this is why Mayhem's getting upset. We're talking about the surface of the Earth. So when was that directly measured? Please don't say sun and eclipses again. Mayhem, please. Sorry, I do apologise.
Direct measurement of the Earth. How'd they get it? Go. Give us one method. Tell us what it is in detail.
Wait, can I ask you a quick question? Wait, so
we're still waiting on direct measurement right now. We're still waiting on that.
But you just don't like my answer because you know it's right.
Is your answer directly measuring the curvature, Lucid? Answer me right now. Is your method that you just told me directly measuring the curvature of the Earth?
Oh my god.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay, so show me, take me step by step how looking at the moon is directly measuring the floor that you're standing on. Go ahead.
Because we rotate the sun and the moon, and then the moon rotates us. It has been proved.
Oh my god, kid.
That's true.
That's a
go. How does that tell me that there's drop over distance on the Earth, Lucid?
The floor you're standing on. We want that measured to have curvature. Don't point at the moon again.
This is very simple, Lucid. They're asking who and when measured the curve of the Earth, and you're saying it's been measured. And we're like, okay, who and when? And you're saying it's been measured. Look, I posted something and it repeats it's been measured by all certain things. But it's like we want to get to who and when, and we can look at those.
You guys.
We can look at those examples, and then we can actually get somewhere.
Ferdinand Magellan.
What did he do? What did Ferdinand Magellan do, Lucid? What did he do to measure it?
Hold on.
Bro?
I'm just trying to get like a better understanding of what this article is saying so I can explain it.
Whoa, Linda, you can't call you sweetheart. You can't call us bro.
Hang on, flat man, 1 second. Listen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to call you
bro.
my
God, do not trigger this child. Listen, Lucid, the only thing that we're doing right now is getting you to realize that the information that you're receiving, you're learning it on the spot. That means that you don't know. So you're trying to figure it out right now. We don't need to know that you're Googling stuff right now. We need to know if you know or if you don't know. Simple, right? And if you don't know, just say, like Jemsy was saying, hey, I don't know. Right? Makes so much sense. Be intellectually honest, Lucid, if you don't know. That's the only thing I'm asking you.
I mean, sorry I called you bro. I just see you guys as a father figure.
It doesn't matter, listen, but what I want you to realize right now is that, listen, the reason why I'm being stern right now, it's just so that you can get to the point that you don't know. And if you don't, you're intellectually honest, you can then find out some other time. But right now is the time, if you don't know, just to say it. Like, hey, I don't know. Shoot. Could be, I don't know. I believe somebody's done it, right? But at least be intellectually honest with the group.
Literally, okay, maybe I don't know exact names or exact times, but literally so many people have proved it.
Okay, so that's good. That's a start. So you just believe somebody's did it, right? But you don't know, right? Right?
I know it because it's just common knowledge.
Okay, so that's great. Look, listen, at least you're getting to a part where you're starting to realize that, hey, maybe I don't know, but somebody out there figured it out. That's all I'm asking you, to be intellectually honest that you don't know, and then we can go to the next question.
Okay. Go to the next question.
All right, so the next one is probably the one that you were going to tell me about, your gyroscope. But listen, so with the Earth, it's considered to be rotating on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, or at least that's what they tell us, right? So the mainstream rhetoric and what they tell us is that the Earth is spinning on its axis. So we need to know, same as the first question, who has directly measured the spin of the Earth any time in history? And you can give me any information so long as you know, and please describe the method by which they have done that.
Hey, I already know this one. It's the gyrosphere, and literally all you have to do is buy one, and anyone can do it.
Yeah. A gyrosphere. Gyroscope. It's a gyroscope, Lucy.
Okay, everyone pronounces it differently, man.
No, it's actually That's not the right word, Lucid. Anyways, okay, so what in the gyroscope tells us that the Earth is, in motion? Go ahead and tell us.
Or do you just believe it does without? Sorry. Or do you just believe it does without any first-hand knowledge?
Yeah.
You just believe it does.
Yeah, just like the first Lucid. If you just believe, you just tell us that. I don't know. Maybe I know somebody's done it, but I don't know.
You can do this yourself too. You buy
how?
Go ahead.
Sorry, how?
Gyrosphere, but
If you don't know how to, sorry. If you don't know how to do it, then how you do it? So again, it is just a belief that someone with this technology has done it.
I can do it. Do you want me to order one right now?
No. Just tell us the method by which people can understand that the Earth is in motion. Tell us the method how they can know that.
Fresh and fit Glober style,
If this is clear, they would see a 15-degree per hour drift, and you do. There's your proof.
Okay, what? That's nice. That's nice. Okay, so what would you do? Like, walk me through the steps of what you would do with your gyro, because it's a gyroscope, but you keep saying gyrosphere. I think that's a different word, which means it would be a different contraption entirely.
All right, I have dyslexia.
That's fine, but with what I'm saying, I'm just correcting you so that we can get on the right page. All right, so gyroscope.
My dad dropped me when I had as a baby.
Don't worry about that. Listen, so let's get to the method. And so the method right now, yeah, go ahead, Lucid. The method right now is that you're going to demonstrate how we know the Earth is in motion with the gyroscope. So what are we doing with the gyroscope? Tell me, what do we have to do? Walk me through the method, please.
I think the reason why I think that the Earth is round is because, my head isn't. Because
Lucid, focus, Lucid. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
I'm explaining.
No.
I'm explaining.
Lucid, come on. Let's get real. Okay. Let's get to the method.
Because I've explained it 10 times and you weren't listening.
Lucid, you did not explain the method, Lucid. You did not explain the method.
Yes, I did.
We are listening. You're just using buzzwords, Lucid. You're answering questions with the wrong answers. So stop using buzzwords and stick to things that you actually know, that you don't have to Google on the fly. Get back to the question.
And stop saying, huh? Sorry, that is incredibly rude. If you're not fucking listening, just go. If you don't want to be here, just go. If you're going to be saying, huh, in the background, just go. Because you're obviously not listening to what he just said. Not going to waste our time on you if you just go, huh?
That's why I've been sitting here.
Right.
What?
Here's the thing, because the audience is getting irritated, Lucid. So if you don't know, I'm going to have to move on to probably somebody else in the panel.
You guys are just jumping all over her.
Okay, can I just have one final statement before I go?
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, fresh and fit, babe. What's up?
Reason that I believe the Earth is round is because my head is flat. Because my dad dropped me on my head as big.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Sick fucking idiot, and you should probably just fuck off. Go on, fuck off.
Let me run down, man.
That wasn't even a funny joke.
Did you know?
Nice.
Wait a minute. Did you know?
Let Elijah come in.
Is she still there?
She's still here, bro.
No one cares.
All right. Did you know that you believe in a disk floating in the vacuum of space, that being the galaxy, and that also the universe is flat, and also is brought to you by heliocentric priests. When I say priests, I mean the Roman Catholic Church, who started that religion. There's no evidence of it whatsoever. That's why you can't explain it, even though you think you can. That's what religion does, and that's what a cult does. The way that you're responding is exactly the way a cult follower would do.
Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa, bro.
Okay, let's back it up. Okay?
No one cares anymore.
Did you know that nobody cares if the Earth is flat or round? You're going to waste your entire life worrying about this, and you're never going to.
Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, lady. You're
Listen, at least we're not making stuff up. Everyone's took a lot of time and tried to persevere with you, Lucid. Now you're just basically mocking people.
Yes,
Very
she's
nice.
triggered. Like, she claims that 15 degrees proves Earth rotation. She never actually gave any supporting evidence for that. That is based on the Sagnac effect and optical gyroscopes. Meanwhile, mechanical gyroscopes are rigid in space and show that the Earth is not rotating or curving. She's just a fool who doesn't know what she's talking about.
We do have RU here who's been trying to get in for a while. Maybe there's more potential with this one.
Oh, please.
Jedi.
Here's hoping. Here's hoping.
Because that last girl was a dumb fuck and it pissed me off.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Whoa.
Well, RU, you heard all of that. That's a good example of how not to do this.
Yeah,
saw that.
It's a good.
Damn, I didn't even get a chance to speak to her, guys. Well done. I wanted to speak too, but all right.
No, don't do that, man.
Oh, don't worry, Jamesy. No, Jamesy, we got it. Don't worry, Jamesy. Don't worry. We got this, Jamesy, for you.
Well, you kind of did, Jamesy, when you were hot micing.
Yeah, but that's not mistaken. That's just hot micing.
It's a girl, bro. Don't talk about girls like that, man.
So, Rue, I spoke to you. Rue, I spoke
Anyways, where's the new guy? Where's the new guy?
One sec, Rue. I spoke to you in DM earlier, and I gave you some resources, Flat Smackers playlist and stuff. Did you take a little look at that before you came back? Rue, are you there?
Are you?
Maybe not. Oh well.
He's typing in the live stream chat.
Just fucking chill, bro.
I was gonna ask the girl if she lived from an experience that her dad dropped it when she was a baby. Now, when she has baby, that she don't do that, right? And because there's a down and there is an up, so she has to be aware of that. And once she learns that, that accident may not be like a family curse anymore.
If she thought that maybe her dad dropping her as a child had anything to do with her attitude problem.
Well, we definitely know gravity works.
I just want to make my final statement, guys. Just want to make my final statement. So my head is flat because you actually want to listen to that shit? Fucking hell.
Yeah, no.
I want to listen to
Jamesy. She's gonna speak to Jamesy. No, not anymore. Where's the new guy?
It's Rue or RU. Just waiting for them to take themselves off mute. Go ahead, Rue.
He's muted. Go ahead.
He came off mute. He's good to go. He just put himself back on mute.
That's one of the girls that came in with the other one. I don't have much faith.
Yeah, well, maybe she'll be, rightly embarrassed by the performance of the other one, and things will go better this time.
Hey, who's simp for Globe 304s?
He was in the bottom of the panel with the. I don't even know what kind of language that is.
Okay.
Don't cheese a girl.
We got an influx of new people.
We don't discriminate anymore.
Don't call me sweetheart.
I can fucking call you what I want.
Don't call me sweetheart, bro.
There's someone in the VC check-in.
No, we gotta say, Gemsy's the last line of defense. If they don't pass through him, then pretty much, they wind up in Cogdis afterwards.
Next time they say don't call it sweetheart, then just start calling him kitten.
That's a good one. I'll take the refugees, except the Peter ones. The Peters can fuck off, but any refugees, I'll try to save them. If no, we'll send them back.
To further destroy her 15-degree hour drift, here's a citation: atmospheric pressure effect on the fiber optic gyroscope output signal So when we put the gyroscope into a vacuum chamber or we bring it to the top of a mountain, it shows that the drift is actually less than 15 degrees per hour, which is the opposite of what we should see if that was due to the rotation. So we can prove that it's not due to rotation, so she just has nothing.
Yeah, somebody mentioned earlier on about the professionalism of the server, so just keep it professional. I mean, I know she was trolling, but
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Hi, are you? How are you?
Hang on, Pima.
Hi.
Pima.
Hi. No, sorry. I left earlier so quickly. I did have like a few more questions though.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
Okay. By the way, I'm sorry about my friend earlier.
Don't worry about that, Rue. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm just kind of here for I want to educate myself, like I said in the lobby.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead and ask your question.
I was listening to kind of what you guys said.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys think? I'm sorry, I just have to kind of get this down in my head. So you guys think that gravity doesn't exist, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Not as described.
Well, I would actually say that a different way. I would say it has not been demonstrated to exist.
Yeah. I think I agree with that. Okay.
But I'm gonna let me just preface. Sorry, Rue. Let me just preface that also that there's big G and little g. Little g is considered the effect of gravity, which is the dropping something through the medium of air. So when you drop a pen, that's considered the effect. The cause of that dropping would be the big G, which is the theory of gravity. In the paradigm of the heliocentric globe Earth, that would be considered the Einsteinian version of general relativity, bending and warping of the fabric of space and time. So just kind of giving you the idea, big G and little g are two distinctly different things. So when you say gravity, some people conflate the two and make it to be one. And it's actually, you have to put it in distinction. We understand the colloquial term gravity when you're dropping something in the medium of air. We do understand that. We're not lost on that. The idea that the big G, which is a gravitational theory, is the thing that's in question here, which is what President Orion was saying hasn't been demonstrated.
Okay.
Does that make sense? On top of what Miggy was just saying, if you ever hear anyone say the term specific gravity, that is a real thing. But that's not the gravity that you and I were taught in school. That's just referring to relative density, meaning that, a less dense object in a more dense medium goes up.
The gravity that you and I were taught in school was actually already rejected by globers. Over 100 years ago, it was redefined by Einstein. So the claim that you're probably going to go with of mass attracting mass, which we're taught in school, has been abandoned for over 100 years within the heliocentric paradigm.
Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. This may be like a bit of a strange question, but do you guys think if kind of theoretically, if the Earth was a sphere, for instance, do you guys think that it could exist without gravity?
No. How the hell do you stay on the underside of a ball? How do you have gas attached to a ball? How do you have waters attached to a ball? Because we understand in the physical and natural world, you try to attach those things to a ball, rotate it and throw it, everything comes off.
Okay.
See, this is why in the heliocentric model you need gravity, because Timbo in Australia is standing upside down. Now that's impossible. When we observe how the world works, you try and attach two Lego men to a ball and then throw it and see what happens to your Lego men. They come off.
Okay, so
You're upside down.
Shut up, Timbo.
Go ahead, Rue.
So in kind of the model that you guys believe in, am I saying that right?
No.
Sort of, but not really.
Oh.
We don't believe it.
It's just a word model. Yeah, no, it's just a word model. We don't have a model. What we believe in is outside the world, reality.
We're not claiming the model. We're testing the globe model and seeing if it holds up.
Okay.
And in fact, it's actually quite the opposite of that. We're openly acknowledging that there are many details that we do not know yet. We'd like to know, but we're not allowed to, or we're not able to find out certain details. Like take, for instance, how far away the sun is or the moon is and what the composition of those lights in the sky are. I'd like to know, but, finding out for sure is a different subject within itself.
So, do you guys think that your theories would be proved if you could kind of enter space, or do you not think that that would kind of do much?
Wait, hold on. I should point out to you, you're using theory in the colloquial term, but even in the colloquial sense, none of us are presenting any theories. Like none of us are presenting.
Ryan, we had her on the ground.
So
they had her on the ground, and now she's thinking about space again. Like, guys, we're keeping her on the ground. You just start talking about things in the sky. Now she wants to go to space.
Okay, never mind.
Is that because you ask if you get high enough, you'll see a flat Earth?
Hello, Rue.
Oh, sorry, were you asking me something? You cut out.
Yeah, Chris just asked you a question.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Can you say it again?
It was about your going to space. So, would we be able to prove the Earth was flat if we went high enough into the sky?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, hey, look, as far enough as you go into the sky, the world looks flat. Okay? If you're talking about going to space, well, space doesn't exist, and I do hope by now somebody's explained to you why the vacuum space doesn't exist. But if we went upwards, or if the Earth is flat, then all we would see is a flat Earth. This is all we see when we go up, for example. The curvature of the Earth is only presented to us through manipulation with cameras and optics, for example. But something maybe to remember is if the horizon is flat, you can have convex and concave lines anyway. But yeah, going up into the sky, you're only going to see a flat Earth, believe you.
Well, it's worse than that. It's subjective. So wait, let me quickly ask you this. So if you and I go up in an airplane together and we're at any altitude you want, it doesn't make any difference. 60, 30,000 feet, above 60,000 feet, doesn't matter, whatever altitude you want. We both look out the same window together, you and I. And you look out the window and you say, I think I see the curvature of the Earth. And I look out the window and I say, I think I see a flat Earth. Do you see the problem there? You see, it's just a subjective opinion against another subjective opinion. There's no actual objective reality involved in that. See, in order to actually objectively know whether or not the surface of the Earth is curved, we both need to land the airplane and then directly measure the surface of the Earth. Other than that, it's just your opinion against my opinion. And opinions are only good for wiping your ass with.
Yeah,
Rue,
okay.
do you know what a fisheye lens is, Rue?
Yeah, is that kind of like you see like the curvature of like in like a lens?
Yeah, so every camera is going to impose curvature. So if you're thinking you're in an airplane and you see maybe I see a little bit of curvature, it's like you have to think like the windows are curved outward a little bit. So so you have to pay attention to the optics of it.
Okay, yeah, I think because also on our eyes kind of like God, what's the word? Sorry, it's late. I can't think.
Curved. Our eyes are technically curved, yes.
Yeah, because like our lenses are kind of like that. Okay, yeah, I think.
So yeah, so if you point the camera, up and down, then the horizon's going to bend up and it's going to bend down. So it's like if you see the horizon bending up, that doesn't mean you live on a concave Earth, right? So stuff like that, you got to pay attention.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
So, Rue, if you take a look in live stream voice text, I'll post you just a little demonstration of the fisheye lens that the ISS seem to use. Due to the fact there is no horizon that's curved, it is a horizontal one, and they have to manipulate it using these lenses.
Okay, that's really interesting. I think I don't have any more questions for now. I think I'm gonna go watch that video that you sent me, and then maybe I'll come back and I have some more.
Yeah, tell your friends.
There's a lot of stuff in there. There's like loads of memes. There's PDFs. There's some clips. I think 200 proofs there from Eric Dubé, and it just gradually goes through number one, and he explains it, and goes to number two. So it's good watching. It might give you some other questions for when the next time you come back. You might understand some of the arguments, and you might have some more in-depth questions.
Okay, thank you so much for answering my questions as well.
Yeah, thank you, Rue. Listen, I'm gonna mute you, but yeah, just chill, okay? You don't have to spout off and say things that are crazy. But you can still hang with us, just chill. Who else we got in here? Is that it? Venexity, who's Vex? Oh, Vixinity. Sorry, Vixinity.
Oh yeah.
Oh, did someone just say my name? Sorry.
Yeah, I just seen you in here. Have they already spoke to you already?
Oh no, I've just been listening and trying to take in information one at a time.
Okay, what is your position on this topic, Vexinity?
I'm not too sure. I was talking in chat, like the live stream voice text chat before, asking a couple of questions, but looking back, they weren't very solid questions.
Okay,
They
do you
were
have any
quite
solid
up in the air.
questions?
Not at the moment, because a lot of them have been asked already.
Hey,
But,
do you mind if I ask a question to Vexinity?
Yeah, sure.
What makes you a skeptic about the globe in the most basic explanation? Like, what has brought you to becoming skeptical about it?
No, he's not.
I'm like on the fence about both sides, to be honest. Like, I don't strongly believe in a flat Earth or a globe.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm saying like that they teach. We're all taught in school that it's a globe. So I'm just wondering, like, you feel like maybe that's not true, even though it's being taught, right? It's kind of where you are.
Yeah, sort of. A lot of things that get taught in school could be disproven by other studies, other than
Okay, that's all I wanted to
or
ask.
Such.
What do you think might be keeping you on the globe?
Don't say gravity.
No, I don't want to go back to that topic. I'm not too sure. I haven't looked into that part much, and I just joined the server to broaden my.
I mean, not literally what would physically be keeping you on the globe, but like what's swaying you towards the globe belief, if anything.
Oh, like I said before, I'm kind of on the fence, so I'm not too sure.
I think the question is why. Sorry, buddy. I think the question is why. So, why are you skeptical about the Earth being a ball? Could you maybe point to something in the physical and natural world that makes you think that the Earth might not be what you've been told?
At the moment, I can't put my thoughts into words. I apologize, but I can think about it. I've been put on the spot, so I'd like to think about it some more.
Well, at least you're thinking. That makes a change from this room because people usually speak without first thinking what they're going to say. So well done, man. Congratulations.
Like myself.
Oh, thank you. Is it all good if I go back on mute now, though? And
Yeah,
no.
We'll come and disturb you again later when we're bored, mate. But yeah, stick yourself in there.
That's all good. I'm gonna go look at the
3 hours. We'll tell you in 3 hours.
Hey, if you take a look at that Google Drive that I sent you, Flatsmackers playlist, man, it's got some awesome information there, like everything you're going to need to hopefully kick your ass off the fence.
Yeah, I'm going to go look at that Google Drive. Thank you for sending it.
Cool, man. Anytime, brother.
I do like a good old-fashioned bench. Let's go.
It's all fake.
I mean, just for folks listening out there, that's probably a better thing to do than just spout things out to think about what you're going to say. But I also will give a pro tip to people who, kind of like our friend here. It's almost like you walk up to somebody and they're wearing a pair of shoes, and you ask them, "Hey, what? Tell me about what do you like about that brand?" You want to have something more to say than, "Well, they just somehow ended up on my feet." we all grew up learning about the globe, so. The question of like what keeps you to the globe, you should probably have a few things like, well, I really like outer space, or
I was there,
something like that. So
yeah, I've seen it. Things like that.
Yeah, I just was kind of thinking of an analogy. It's almost like you know, Nike or Adidas. You're like, well, I'm wearing Nike, but kind of okay with both. Oh, okay. So what do you like about Nike? Well, I don't know. Just somehow they just ended up on my feet. It's like, well, you can tell us a little bit more, but it's okay.
Okay.
can't hear you, Jenny.
Jenny, don't start fucking roboting us when you're starting to talk, please.
Oh my.
Yeah, you'll be grand. Come back. You'll be grand.
I got a question.
No.
What's your question?
Does UV light cause cancer?
Probably.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
The answer is yes and no. You pick one.
Which
maybe the answer. Hey, do you guys ever consider maybe the answer is yes and no? Maybe it's just certain amounts it does and certain amounts it doesn't.
Well, if that was the case, then everybody that lived on the Earth prior to sunblock would have been dead by now, right?
Well, not necessarily. No, not necessarily, because you haven't established those amounts. I just said certain amounts. I didn't establish what amounts.
Well, Native Americans used to be out in the sun all day long.
Yeah, but again, we still have not established the amounts. So,
well, how much more out in the sun can you be if you're out all day? You know what I'm saying?
I'm not making any claims. I'm just saying we have to figure that out before we can answer the question. We have to figure out.
He's talking about the sun, though, and I'm saying, well, people have been out previously to. It's maybe something else that's causing whatever it is that people can't be out in the sun, or that UV light is causing that. But
what's causing the burning? Or is that just like stuff that's being released from your body toxins?
What, sunburn?
Yeah.
Well, that's not your previous question, though, is it?
No, I kind of you guys said yes and no, so I just figured I kind of move on.
We didn't say that. We said we don't know. Is what I'm saying. Wait, how do we? I'm talking about the parameters of how to figure that out, but we haven't filled those parameters in yet, so none of us know as of this moment.
Yeah, are you saying that sunburn causes cancer? Is that what you're saying?
UV light.
UV light.
Am I saying that? Is that
no?
He
was asking.
Well, you asked that question consecutively.
I'm just asking if it does or not.
Yeah, the question was, Timbo, that does UV light cause cancer? That's what he was asking.
I have a really good answer. It may and it may not.
Yeah. Brilliant. What's the answer?
Yeah. What type
honest,
of UV light too? Are we talking about? The sun, or are we talking about intense? Oh, sorry, mate.
Is the sun's light different than like a
tanning bed? Jesus Christ, guys! What the fuck?
Jeez, Louise.
Boys, I'm just trying to say we're best not going into like medical claims about stuff. I know it's really basic as fuck shit, but we're as well getting back on the flat earth if we can.
Good point.
Just 1 second. It depends, because you've got the sun, which is a type of UV light. It seems to be. That's what they can detect. But the sunbeds have been not proven to cause cancer, but there is a correlation between sunbeds, which is extreme UV light, which is generated fake UV light, and the sun. So there's a difference. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really strange, right? Because people who don't smoke, don't drink all their lives, wake up and they're 13 years of age and they got cancer, or 25 or whatever. I mean,
Yeah, well, while we're on this topic, I'll just let you know there's this book I read. I've mentioned this book before. It's called Eat the Yolks, written by Liz Wolfe, who's a nutritional practitioner. And she's not really making any claims to even knowledge herself in this book, but she's just simply pointing out through simply statistics that she's researched that, interestingly enough, you're statistically more likely, in the United States, I think it's more so. So I'm just talking about the United States, I think. You're more likely to end up developing skin cancer if you have a job that involves a cubicle and working indoors all day in an office and working in front of a computer, and you're not exposed to sunlight. People working in those circumstances in the United States are more likely statistically to develop skin cancer than people that work outside.
You think we'll get brain cancer by listening to global arguments 24/7? That's not a possible symptom for listening to this delusional.
Well, statistically, yes, statistically, the correlation between.
In a cause and effect relationship and how things happen. So there is a claim about the sun causes cancer. Wait, what?
It's funny because
The
What
sun,
is happening?
It's starting to help you avoid.
Well, we don't really know. Someone is making a claim, and we don't really know. So that's the claim.
Well, they used to say.
All right. Check it out.
Wait. All right.
Stop.
Can we get back to flat Earth?
I'm annoyed. Stop.
Okay.
Moving on. Aren't there like 3-4 people in the chat right now?
Me.
How about you redirect the question?
Maybe.
Maybe, but we spoke to some of them, and they said, "I don't want to speak." Someone already spoke. The other one said, "I'll come back later." The other one, it was trolling, and now people are talking between each other.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, did somebody get called out for talking about non-flat Earth topics?
No, it's 5 people wanting to talk about non-flat Earth topics at the same time. And if you guys don't know how to manage that, everybody just shut the fuck up.
Well,
Oh,
I waited for someone to finish, and I opened my mic and replied, and then someone jumped
No, I
on
just
top
came
of
in.
me.
I just came in at the time you opened your mic, Jimmy. But I'm not talking about you. But everybody, just relax.
So how about that wacky curve then, boys?
Everything's all hey, all the deceptions are all connected. So, Indio always says that even if it's off topic, if you can slightly correlate it to flat Earth, you can talk about it.
That's what we do
So that's a
24/7.
caveat.
That's how we do 24/7. It's not like it's obvious. It's obvious, right?
It's all connected, though, man. In my opinion, like the 6 degrees from Kevin Bacon bullshit, or is it 6?
7.
7. Thank you.
5.
Just because everything is connected, obviously, doesn't mean that people have to commit logical fallacies to make their points. I don't think it's.
Oh, definitely. I'm 100% behind you on that. Thank you for pointing it out.
Did somebody commit a logical fallacy without it being called out?
Oh.
Yeah. I could listen to Jenny talk.
Excuse me?
What?
Go ahead, Jenny.
Oh, I ain't doing nothing. I'm just sitting here.
You took the burden of proof, and then you also committed the fallacy of, well, we don't know. Oh, Ryan, you, Sir President.
Who does that?
Wait. I committed a fallacy of what?
You
Yeah, you were like UV. It depends on the amount, and yada 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 yada.
Oh,
No, hold on.
Bro, that's sunshine.
Look, I
he
don't know.
said there was a study.
Is there stuff that's not UV that's emitting or that we can detect from the sun?
Well, like Miggy said, if it could be other things, and guess what? Like, if you make any claim about it, it'd be affirming the consequence. So just don't do it.
Okay, well,
wait,
you may have misheard me, but I didn't make any claim. Just to be clear.
He was pointing out.
Well, you claim that we couldn't know unless we had something specific. When Miggy was saying, well, if it was the sun specifically, and the UV rays from the sun specifically causing cancer, I think we have a pretty big sample size. And you're like, well, we still need the amount. No, the fuck we don't. Because then you would be putting the burden saying, well, in order to know if or if not this thing is happening, we need more information. That's ridiculous.
I think that part of what you just said was the only true part. Yes, I was saying we need more information. That's the only true part of what you said. That's accurately described.
So which part was a lie? You want to bet some money?
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to...
If there's a live stream right there, don't try to wiggle your fucking wormy way out of it. If that's the only part that I said that was true, you want to place a little wager on it.
So I was simply just pointing out...
You fucking slimy cunt.
Calm down, folks.
So I was just simply stating that we haven't established that the ultraviolet... The first step is to establish that ultraviolet causes cancer to begin with. That's the first step before we would even get to the step that Miggy and I were talking about. So, yeah, like, I mean, I don't know where you want to go with it.
Well, let's go back to flat Earth.
We're already there.
Thank you, Jimmy.
I mean, it's weird for me to say that. I'm just gonna say it's weird for me to say that because I'm usually the one pulling y'all's asses into the weeds. So
Yeah,
you don't want
that's right, Jenny. I remember you.
I don't want to be a hypocrite. I'm just saying, JS.
Has anyone
You know,
got any?
it's not even. It's not even you, Orion. Although you annoy me, it's just that because of that conversation, it started to turn into, a pharmaceutical conversation that we're going to like. Come on, fam. Have more.
You take us to a different room, bro.
Foresight.
Man, trigger.
Yeah, P-Mac, relax, bro. Just relax.
Yeah, it's all good.
Anyone out there who's got any flat earth related topics to talk about? Have we got any new people in that have got anything to say? Anyone? Or is it just going to be him finding?
But the person that's changed their name at the very bottom of this Discord, I don't know what the hell name that is now. It's like a different language even.
It is.
So people do join the server. Someone did change the. I corrected it because he asked to have his original name. Someone made some. I don't know. Maybe I don't remember what the name was, but someone did change it, and he asked for the original, so I did set it and reset it.
So what shall we call that person? Because I don't know what that name is.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that we wouldn't know. And maybe we should ask him. How do you pronounce that? Right?
Apparently, from the live stream chat, that was Simp from the Globe. I don't know if anybody remembers that person.
I mean, if it's the same one I'm talking about, listen. Yeah, he has like a photo of real face there.
Is it hot where you guys are at?
Yeah, pretty much.
Supposed to be, but it's been shit weather. A couple of days.
Well, right?
Sorry, I just heard an Irishman and a Scotsman reply to, "Has it been hot?" And of course, it hasn't been fucking hot. You're Irish and Scottish. I'm English. It hasn't been hot for any of us. It's been fucking cold.
I'm next to Lake Michigan, so for some reason it happens to be cool out right now. Thought it was going to be hotter, but
Are you from
you never
Wisconsin
know with the weather.
or Minnesota? Are you from Wisconsin or Minnesota?
I live in the.
I mean, not Minnesota, Michigan.
Do you know what you have to do to save the planet? Buy
Chicago
another car.
suburbs. Hey, PMAC. Chicago suburbs, otherwise known as the Mirage. I'm next to the Mirage.
Oh, you are not? Are you really?
Yeah, I am.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
PMAC. Hopefully, I'll be able to go on Lake Michigan on my brother. Well, my brother-in-law has a boat, but it's in Arizona. But his brother has a boat, and hopefully, it's in. I think, yeah. So we'll be able to use that. So yeah, maybe I'll be able to do a long-distance observation for myself.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
I know. That'll be like my all-time favorite meme.
Already drunk, you making it awkward, bro.
What? Shut up, man.
Hey, we got Cheapy in here.
What's up, Cheapy? What's up?
No way.
Yes way.
Yes way.
All right.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can, Cheapy. How are you?
What's going on, guys?
Not much, man. What brings you in here?
No, I'm just chilling.
Another day, another dollar?
Yes, sir.
Are you here to broaden your horizons?
Don't laugh after you say that, Jenny. It makes it sound worse.
Don't be so
Don't do that. Stop doing that.
Wait, who said that?
I did.
Me.
Damn, Jenny.
Your horizon.
Hey, Jenny, you single, girl?
I am, but I was not looking, really. I mean, if I happen to bump into somebody, that'd be cool, but...
Well, I was looking.
He's a Glover. Oops, sorry. Sorry, I didn't
I was
need to
looking.
spill the beans.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
But this ain't a dating site, so you know.
That sucks. If I would have met you anywhere else. What was that?
La 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 la. Perfect timing, I'd say. What were we talking about a second ago? What you talking about? What?
She have.
I mean,
Say what?
GB's not ready to get serious anyway, so you might as well just
Who the
leave the
fuck
goof
is
hour
that
on.
guy?
What the fuck?
Hey, just listening. That's all.
Yeah, I know.
So yeah,
Who
I'm
the
just
fuck is
gonna.
that guy? That's a good soundbite.
I'm just
Sorry.
gonna leave it all up to the universe. Yep, that's how that's gonna happen.
The universe.
Yeah, which is just Earth. Yeah, thank you.
We got
Yeah,
Max
cross
Smart on the panel. What's up, Max?
Max
That's the
Smart.
homie Max. NYC.
You know what it is, chilling.
You got your smoking jacket on?
Wow.
Oh, wow, is Gregory here?
No. I said we need Helio up in this piece. We
Man,
got
I don't
Cheapy. We got Cheapy
We
to
can-
keep us comfort.
You can play Helio's new song.
Yeah, like
Oh, let's get down to business. How about that?
yeah, let's do that.
Let's get down to business. Sorry.
That's a good song, by the way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I always think about that when someone says, let's get down to business.
Yeah. What was the last
Never not.
conversation you had in here? TP, what was the last conversation you had in here?
Huey. I distinctly remember you getting thrashed.
I mean, listen, when it's like 1v, whatever, there's not much I can do. I'll admit, I got fucked up.
Yeah, you did.
So I guess that being as you got fucked up, you understand that the Earth is flat and stationary and space doesn't exist, right?
No.
Being as you got fucked up.
I don't concede that the Earth is flat, but I'm just saying I got fucked up in that instance. Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, so was that instance the second law of thermodynamics, and that means space is gone?
What were you going on about, anyways? It must have been. I think.
Can I just listen?
No.
I just want to listen, bro. I'm editing right now, and I just want to like.
It's really up to you, but just
yeah.
We're gonna be talking about flat Earth shit,
I'm just gonna be listening if you don't mind.
Okay, so listen to this. Last time you came in, you got fucked up by QE. I think it was with the second law of thermodynamics, which means the entirety of the vacuum of space is gone. That means every single story that you and I and everybody else have been told about what's up there in the sky cannot be true, especially when they turn around to take pictures of the Earth.
What happened was I tried to ask the question about the sun, and then he just kept muting me, and it just kind of turned into chaos. That's what happened. Ain't no cap in my game, bruh.
What was your question about the sun?
Oh God! Please, brother.
There's no way out of it, man. You're already in the convo. You might as well keep going,
brother. Please, I'm.
And remember, don't say QE's name more than 3 times, or he's sure to appear.
Bro, he was mad at me.
He will.
Holy shit, dude!
You say his name one more time, he's gonna appear, dude.
Oh.
Like it just got to the point where he was just bullying me.
Yeah, you described it as it was bad, but it was bad for you, bro.
Wait, what? What'd you say?
It was bad. No, anyways, go ahead, guys. My bad.
Well, I was agreeing with you, Gemsy. I was saying, that's what I mean, mate. You're right. It wasn't a passive-aggressive attack, and I wasn't jumping through you. I was actually agreeing with you.
Yeah.
Enemy spotted.
What did you say about the sun?
Oh, man.
It's shining.
The sun, the bringer of life.
What in the hell?
The giver of vitamin D.
It's just interesting when somebody comes into the server and says, well, I got fucked up by someone the other day. But I still believe the bullshit that I came with even though I'm still bleeding, my leg's broken, and I literally got pummeled on my assertions, I still believe the shit that I came in with. It's interesting, right? You say you got fucked up, but you still believe the shit you came in with.
No, it doesn't necessarily mean that he there was a basis for him to convince me of his argument.
What was his argument?
About the sun?
Yeah, what was the argument?
He says that it was magnified. That's why it doesn't. That's why.
Ooh, talk about manifesting somebody.
I mean, atmospheric magnification does actually occur. I watched a brilliant YouTube video the other day. It's called The Large Cottage, I think. You drive down a road and this cottage at the end looks... Yeah. You drive down this road and the cottage looks massive. It looks like it's right at the end of the street. But the closer you get to it, the further and further it gets away. And then it actually kind of looks really small on the other side of the lake. I'll see if I can find the video for you. It's just a demonstration of atmospheric refraction. Magnification. Yeah, it does occur.
Okay. Right. Season 9. Let me know if when you have it so I can see it.
I'll find it now, man. It's no problem.
Season 9? Where's that from?
It's from Dana White's Contender series, or the Ultimate Fighter.
Oh, okay. That's it. I thought it sounded familiar, the voice. Dana White.
Now you got that damn song in my head.
Sorry.
All right. We got Jay Diamond to keep us company. Oh, shit. Did he just leave?
Yeah, man. Right, so.
No.
Down.
Let's get down to business.
What was the most interesting conversation you've had today, Mayhem? Been in for a while. Has anything interesting happened?
Well, the young kids that were in here, that's pretty good. But I mean, let's see. I think earlier we had a pretty decent convo. It was Arc. What was his name, Jemsy? Arch something, and Spank. There was 2 individuals that were in here. I think that was pretty cool because they took to the information all right. Like they went away. Well, actually, I started with those guys, and I think Jemsy and I want to say Drace. Somebody else was in here. Oh, Timbo? Was it Timbo? No, somebody else. I know CB. You were here, right?
Sorry, I'm in the chat.
Yes.
What?
You were here with Arch. What was his name? Arch Curse, or what was the other guy's name?
Yeah, a little bit. We talked about some stuff this morning.
But that was a fruitful conversation because they actually stuck around. And I want to say they changed their mind. I guess they did because after they went away, I guess Jemsy left on a good foot with those guys. So it was productive. It was. Now this last group that came in here was a little bit more rambunctious, but I don't mind. Like those guys, we don't have to cog them or anything. They're just young kids. School's out, so you know.
I think it's.
What it is.
Hey, I think it's pretty cool that RU is booking flights, as in airplane flights. Maybe he should check out the emergency ones for flat Earth.
All right. Hopefully, Jay Diamond, don't run away. I'm gonna unmute you. All right. What brings you to the server, Jay Diamond? I was just gonna say what's up, man. Last time you came in here, but you dipped the moment I said Jay Diamond. So if you're there, you can open up your mic and say, "Hey, my name is Jay Diamond, 1219. I'm 25. I'm about 5'7". I like sports, long walks on the beach. You know, whatever. I don't know. I don't know, dude. But if you're there, say what's up, man. Or not. Just whatever.
Oh, mate, he just sounded a little bit heartbroken right at the end. Don't leave mate hanging. Come on.
Hey, don't
he's
go.
been Really
Don't
nice. He set up the candles. The wine's chilled. Come on, man.
Hey, just so
No,
you
it
know,
is,
I checked in. I had a couple of interesting conversations with a couple of flat earthers and a couple of youngsters that came in and took the information. They never came into the live stream because the bot was running, but they seemed like they were open to have a discussion. Spoke to them for quite a while. And at least 2 flat earthers came in. They were quite nice dudes. Shit.
Well, it seems like Jay Diamond's going to just hang back and not say anything.
He doesn't
How's
want to
your
be on
day?
the hot seat. He doesn't want to be on the hot seat, is what I would
Yeah.
imagine. Hmm.
It's all good.
I mean,
You know what these people are like, mate? They just want to come in to listen. Listen to why flat earthers say that the earth is flat.
well, yeah, why we're so stupid. That's what they want to know.
Yeah, but then we
why are flat earthers so stupid?
For what it's worth, I don't think you guys are stupid.
Hello, mate.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. Actually, I've heard a lot of smart flat earthers.
So what do you think about Jedi?
Who's Jedi? Who?
Oh, you don't know Jedi?
No.
All right, we got.
Don't know who Jedi is.
Yeah, let's put a pin on that. Atheist gang just jumped in. What the fuck, dude? Jeez. Like, y'all stick around for like 5 seconds. Fuck.
It's not even 5 seconds, mate. It's not even 5 letters out of that name.
Yeah. No shit, dude.
Server's turned into a fucking trampoline. As soon as you bounce in, you bounce back out again.
Oh, atheist gang. That would have been an interesting conversation.
Would have been, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you believe adult.
I gotta admit, I'm not religious at all. Like, I'm non-religious, but I think it's hilarious. Like, the idea of a guy calling himself atheist gang, like, jumping into a flat earth server, sticking around for 5 seconds and be like, oh, I'm scared, and running away. Like, it's kind of funny.
Oh, you think you'd come in here with guns blazing, What's going on in here then? Or something. Like,
Came in with a water pistol made of paper.
yeah. I don't know, gents.
Somebody called Fine is in the server. I wonder if they're fine. Fine.
That's PD. I know.
How is it? Definitely not fine. Fuck hell.
I can kill PD with my mind bullets, dude, at 200 yards away.
Wow.
The power, it's like scares me a little bit, Miggy. Like the power, that ability is a little scary that we have the ability to detect random strangers on the internet.
He doesn't even have to open his mic, dude. It's like, it's PD. And some people are like, well, we don't know. Let's try it out. And we open it up and he's like, hey guys, you can move earth with your feet on the beach. Ants move earth every day. Same. He says the same things. Oh, he did stick up for flat earth earlier. At least that was one thing he'd done. And also, Jemsy did have a good conversation with him. Was it day before yesterday or yesterday? So there's that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we are wearing him down some way. I have no idea. But then again, like after a while, like when Jemsy leaves or no one's talking to him, it's like he says things that like all of a sudden just throws him way out on left field. And then we're just like, dude, we had hopes for you, bro. And then, he gets bounced out of here. Well, not only that, but because he's a ban on site. So because he's making all these alt accounts, which is another reason why he doesn't stick around.
Yeah.
This is probably account number 196,254. I don't know. It's up there though. It's not that number, but it's up there. I'm gonna have to listen to that song till it gets out of my head. Let's get down to business. Have you heard that song, Jenny?
I was kind of maybe thinking you could play like a 5-second tiny clip or something for educational purposes.
We probably have to mute the live stream, but I think that we can oblige. Ask Mr. DJ. I don't know. CB, can you spin that tune?
I'm surprised you haven't heard it. I mean, basically how Miggy said it is exactly how it goes. He just repeated that line over and over. There was a UFC fighter that came out to that, and it was awesome. One of my favorite walkouts of all time. I'll see if I can find something.
You want me to deafen the live stream, or wait till you?
I'll definitely when I pull it up.
Okay. Now this is for educational purposes only, Jenny.
I'm sure once I hear it, I'm gonna be like, "Oh,
yeah, you are."
We'll see. We'll see.
Well, Jay Diamond's still here. I mean, you know, we're not really talking about much. Jay Diamond, you're unmuted, bro.
To report that cannot be a bug in my ear. No.
Well, it's because you're listening to it to like a tinny sound. Like when you get some HD like quality, I mean, you're just gonna be like.
Okay, yeah. If I heard it repetitively for 15 minutes, sure, yeah, it could become that. But
I mean, you're gonna get these glow sticks out, Jenny. That's it, man.
Yeah,
there should be a theme song. We can rotate a theme song. That can be the current one.
Shoot, that's. Oh, by the way, I don't know. Is Jedi still here? Oh yeah.
Yeah, man.
We all been pushing Jedi. My God, for him to get a YouTube live channel going. And I think it's like more people are pushing him to do that. But
do it.
Yeah, I want to join in, man, because I've been telling him forever he needs that.
Okay, he's gonna have to put a submission in for the Flat Earth version of TV Guide, so nobody misses his show.
Yeah, but before he goes live, he'll have to put explicit lyrics in this show too.
Yeah.
And I do have to say something before we continue. Before we continue, attention on deck.
Carry on.
Oh. We did say his name 3 times about 20 minutes.
Yeah. Alrighty then.
Sir, yes, sir.
But yeah, on that topic, yeah, possibly at some point soon. The other half is definitely pushing for it now.
Don't play with my emotions, Smokey.